Apparently, Lilo and Stitch is going to have the biggest Memorial Day opening weekend of all time.
Gonna kill Mission Impossible. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
Mission Impossible should have moved out of the way of Lilo and Stitch. That's why it's going to fail. They should have moved out of the way for that. Which is kind of funny because someone might be like, well, yeah, they probably should have, right? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, Stitch is like kind of from a marketing standpoint is close to perfect as a character.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, like, come on, it's Mission Impossible.
Well,
Fallout made $800 million. Like,
they
is there any
lost the
reason-
moment that their budget ballooned past 200 million.
Yeah, past, and it's well
It's
past
well
that.
past
Again,
that.
the range is between $300 and $400 million. So
Exactly.
you know,
yeah, they're
no
doomed. I've seen people say like, "Nah, this one I think word of mouth," and I was like, "No, no,
it needs
no."
to make $1 billion, which is something that Mission Impossible has never done. Fallout is the best film in the series, and it didn't make $1 billion.
The only reason I can think for why it might is if because they're kind of playing up the idea that this is the last one. It's the last. I don't think it will be, and I don't think it'll make $1 billion. But
the funny thing is like, if you look on the Wikipedia page, there's a section right at the bottom that says, "Of course, we're open to doing more movies, so it might not even be the last one."
Oh, of course. If it...
I mean, you know, obviously we're not there yet, but the ending here is far from definitive in terms of like making it impossible for them to make more. Right, this isn't like an Uncharted 4 kind of ending where like it's pretty definitive. It's like, yeah, there will be no more.
Oh, this is like a mid-chapter episode situation, this film.
Yeah, I did not get the feeling at the end that they were intending on not making more.
I would go as far as saying the ending is explicit in that the story has to go on. There's things we haven't done yet regarding
and like it dedicates quite a lot of time to like establishing a new team. Like, why would you do that unless you were going to continue?
Obviously, you could do the whole, you know, they go off into the sunset, even though it's nighttime. it's going to be great. But, you know, it's way more cynical to me of, like, they absolutely want to make more. They really do,
well,
but...
We know that, yeah. That Dead Reckoning Part 2 was not actually meant to be the last one. It's kind of the same, you know how, like, Fast and Furious, the next one's going to be the last one? It's like, yeah, because Fast X didn't do well. That's why
well, it's like
they
John
wanted
Wick.
to keep making more.
John Wick 4 is the last one. Well, unless...
And then it made the most money of the series.
Unless we
what
can
about
resurrect
Ballerina?
him.
What do you think? What do you think of the prospects of that film?
Which film now?
Ballerina.
Oh,
gonna do poorly.
You think so?
I just don't care.
I think it's going to do poorly.
Is Keanu Reeves going to be in it?
He is in it. Yes.
Okay, then it might do okay.
They made it clear that he's in it, so yeah.
Dun, dun, dun,
I don't know. I'm not sure. When is that coming out?
I
ain't watching it. When is it coming out?
But I mean, hey, we're almost at the point of never even talking about John Wick, let alone his fucking spin-offs. So.
Yeah, I don't. Just.
Ooh. So the Ballerina movie. It's an hour and 29 minutes long. That's really quite short.
Really? That's like almost unbelievable today that a film could be that short.
It's not a horror film.
And apparently it's releasing June the 6th, so very soon.
So it's going to have to compete with Mario Kart World then. So I don't like its chances then, you know? I got to say, oof. I wouldn't want to be competing with Mario. I mean that's why Avengers got delayed, maybe, was because wow. We all know why, but I find it funny to think they want to move out of the way of Grand Theft Auto 6, which I think would actually be a genuinely valid reason to move a movie's release date. You would not want to release the same day as Grand Theft Auto 6 in any medium, I would say.
Just close the cinemas.
That's a
pretty much, yeah.
Super chat just came an interesting fact. Cruise is 5 years older in this film than Voight was in the first one. Damn.
That's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, Tom Cruise is older in this than Ian McKellen was when he filmed Fellowship of the Ring.
Oh god.
And he's climbing around on airplane.
Holy shit.
Could you imagine watching Ian McKellen climb around?
oh god.
Well, I guess you have a point of comparison, right? When they're getting flipped around and throwing each other around, it's like it was pretty clear that Ian McKellen's not getting flipped, you know?
Wait, you say he wasn't with the Balrog falling down there like that? What?
Sorry,
Because
I meant when he was fighting Saruman.
oh,
But
okay.
yes, with the
Thank
Balrog,
goodness,
yeah,
because I thought the Balrog thing was fake for a second
I think
there.
the Balrog was only about 50% practical.
Don't ruin this for me.
There were a lot of stunts in that fight.
I like the idea they pushed Ian off an actual pit.
Well, it was more dangerous for the Balrog because, you know,
and they have the guy with the camera flying down alongside of him.
There's that interview
Yeah,
where the
it's like
Balrog says he felt like it was more dangerous for him because Ian was just going to have the blow softened when they landed on the Balrog himself. So he felt like he had to take the brunt of the damage there.
Well, they
And
also had to
There's a
set the
big water-
Balrog on fire. Like, the
big water
Balrog
pit
isn't normally on
bottom,
fire.
Well, yeah, and he didn't act after they broke his back or whatever, right? Because he's CG in the next film. They did that little shot with him on the mountain. That's the fake Balrog. The real one was in Fellowship. Very sad story. His family
Real
got
tragedy.
paid a lot, I think, but
The Balrog's life was a sad story.
he knew that this would be the one role of a lifetime, and he couldn't not take it, which I understand. Well, anyway, so you know what? First thing I want to know is everyone here within the last, let's call it, month. What Mission Impossibles have you seen? We can just go left to right, but I can already say that me and Fringy have seen all of them because we were so ready for this to bring us the. You know, the main reason I wanted to is because in the trailer it referenced a lot of Mission Impossibles with like newer footage.
Well, and would you believe it if Mission Impossible 3 was way more important than you thought in terms of being a reference?
Yes.
Mission Impossible 3 of
Mission
all
Impossible
movies.
1 and 3 get more references than 2, 4, 5, and 6 put together.
Yeah. A little bit.
We'll go over
crazy.
why in time.
A little bit insane.
But how about you,
'Cause
Rex?
I watched Mission Impossible. I watched Mission Impossible 1, and wasn't that a charming film compared to
Yeah.
what
Back in
where
the
we
day.
went? It was great. One thing I noticed too about rewatching Mission Impossible 1, the music was just different
Danny
in terms
Elfman.
of
Hmm.
yeah, it just had this more. Oh, what's the word? It had this more acousticy kind of band sort of I guess lean. But it just feels different. The movie feels different. I really liked the first Mission Impossible, but then I watched Fallout, and then I watched Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Yes, remember to call
so-
it Part 1, because that is the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Dead Reckoning Part 1, yeah.
Yeah,
This is the
film
final
even says-
reckoning part.
The film even
You know.
says end Part 1 right at
My,
the end of the credits.
My dad got given Dead Reckoning Part 1 on 4K for his birthday, and it does say it on the box, Part 1, so they can't lie to us. Have it in physical form. There's no way out.
Did he like it?
I don't think he's watched it.
Okay. It's going on the shelf to get
Yeah, on
lost
the
amongst
shelf.
the other. It's going on the shelf.
Hey man, you gotta get some dust collectors, otherwise the dust will get everywhere else. You gotta have that.
Put this on top of the Lord of the Rings so that they don't get all dusty.
Or maybe he's
That's
like,
my
I don't know,
wicked
I'll wait until part 2 comes out before I watch this one. I want to watch this
Yeah,
Oh,
one.
yeah,
watch
I'll
them
watch them together.
Watch them all together.
Yeah.
What an experience. Random, how about you?
I didn't rewatch any of them because I wasn't planning on seeing this one in the cinema. It just happened to come out while I was on holiday, so we went and watched it.
Alright.
But no, I rewatched all of them like last year when I did my video on part 1.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, it's curious to see how it'll play for you versus because like all in a big row and then watching it versus not watching them recently and seeing how it plays from like memory. An interesting
Yeah.
experience.
I mean,
It would be
something
like,
that
what's the average film goer sort of like? You haven't watched. You
Somewhat,
probably
yeah.
haven't watched these movies in a while. So, are you gonna get all the references we did?
I feel like the Final Reckoning almost it just spent so much time, especially in like the first half hour, just showing footage from the previous movies, in particular Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Oh, we'll get
because
there.
it
Don't
didn't
you
trust
worry.
you. Yeah, it didn't trust the audience to remember things.
And Platoon, how about you?
Well, How many Mission Impossible movies I had on is a slightly different question to how many Mission Impossible movies I really watched. Because, like, I thought, no, I'm going to go from the beginning. I'll go from one all the way through. Got maybe 3/4 of the way through one and thought, fuck me, this is going to be an incredibly long week. Did manage to persist with 2, of which I remember virtually nothing. Got all the way to 3.
I never watched 2. Fuck that.
I almost didn't because I know it's supposed to be the worst one, and I can kind of see why. I went through 3, and I remember bits of that, and then I thought, well, fuck it. I watched from Ghost Protocol through to Fallout before we did part 1 last year, so I think I remember enough of those. Then I rewatched Dead Reckoning Part 1, and I've had a headache ever since. So I've had a big chunk of Mission Impossible.
Oh yes. Well, that's a great selection there.
It's funny saying like, 2's the worst one. It's like it was
the worst one so far
until Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Yeah. So for those who don't know in chat and didn't, see our coverage, there's a video. It's quite long where we go through every detail of Dead Reckoning Part 1. It is an awful film. The writing is absolutely pathetic, and at times just purely baffling in terms of. They've solved the writing problems they're approaching in that film before in the franchise, and yet they're fumbling hard all over the place. The thing that gets stuck in my head upon rewatching it and seeing it again, just being like, "Fucking hell!" is the sequence of like riddles that Simon Pegg has to answer, and it's to turn the dials for each to get each letter, and the last one he has to try and figure out like the word. He finally does the few seconds left and turns it correctly and gets it. It's just like the whole time I was like, you could have just turned it anyway, and that would have worked.
Sorry, I'm
insane.
I am mildly distracted by the number of people I've seen praising 3. Mission Impossible 3 is pretty awful.
Well, what you'll notice about all praise for Mission Impossible 3 is people talk about Philip Seymour Hoffman, and that's about it.
And he's not in it much.
He's in it for like 10 minutes at maximum.
About the total amount of screen time that he has, it's not much, but I do like him in the movie. But you got a bit of a problem that the opening scene, the in media res scene, doesn't really make much sense in context. It was a scene that was where the context is that it is the first scene in the movie. And it's meant to get you going, ooh, I wonder how we're going to get there. But then when you actually think about like the questions that they're asking him and why and his answers, it doesn't really make much sense at all.
Yeah, it ain't a high-ranking film, but it would have crashed miserably if not for Philip Seymour Hoffman acting the shit out of his few lines that he has.
There's a lot of aspects of the film that are really... It's a very boring, lame, sort of mid-2000s action film. Very blue and orange, lots of shaky cam. It's very much trying to sort of, because Bourne Identity came out, like, so, everybody wanted to do shaky cam and everything.
Well, the
unfortunate,
I loved Maggie Q and Scottish Guy almost as much as I liked Australian Guy.
Australian Guy, yes, where he says very Australian
his mate
things
all the time.
I remember rewatching Mission Impossible 2 and me yelling to Mauler about how stupid it is that they present their little outback shack as if it's like anywhere close to Sydney, as if the outback isn't like 1,000 kilometers in the other direction from Sydney. It's like, the outback's just, it's like an hour away.
Yeah, it's like the beginning of The Rescuers Down Under, where it starts in with that long zoom into into Cody's little house in the middle of nowhere. You're like, yeah, that's Melbourne.
Well, what's surprising to me is how much people feel they need to defend 3 when it's like got all of JJ's hallmarks. It's possibly the best example of the mystery box.
I mean, it is. The rabbit's foot is like the ultimate mystery box. The reason why you care about it less is because you don't care about Mission Impossible.
Yeah,
I hope you paid a lot of attention because it's very important.
Oh, yes, that is the funny part. The rabbit's foot has been made retroactively the most important thing that Ethan Hunt was ever involved in.
It was actually just incredibly generous of JJ. This is what he's been doing in all of his films. He goes around and he leaves little boxes and mystery boxes lying around for later filmmakers to come back and say, we could turn this into a story.
Whoa. And so they did. And as to whether they improved the rabbit's foot or not, we'll get to later, I suppose.
The awkward reality in terms of Mission Impossible as a series is something that you hear a lot of people say is that the Mission Impossible movies got better and better and better. Um, I would say that so here's the thing. 1 is quite good. I think 1 is underrated, which I think
do that with, because let's give we may as well, instead of doing this twice, a brief history. First Mission Impossible, adapted from a TV show, gave us a Brian De Palma directed Tom Cruise spy thriller with a twinge of action movie. Pretty well received. I think it's pretty awesome. It's a cool movie.
I think it's really great.
It's quite good. I do think it's underrated because it does seem like a lot of people kind of fight back against the notion that it's actually good, which I find insane when it is probably like the most film out of all of the films in terms of a lot of the filmmaking techniques, and it has iconic sequences. You know,
well, I was going to say, out of all sequences in all of Mission Impossible, the one in the vault
is the most iconic.
Like that most iconic, sure, but also just like the tension in it is fantastic.
Tense. Yeah, Jean Reno up there with the fucking rat and dropping the knife at the end, and the guy needing to go to the bathroom. Either. Yeah, it's just a guy trying to steal something out of a room.
Don't make sound, don't touch the edges is already enough for the whole audience to be on the edge of their seat watching every last piece of that scene unfold.
Well, I enjoyed that much, much, much more than the stupid helicopter chase at the end, which is sort of where my patience gets really, really tested by that kind of thing.
I gotta say, I really like how the music accentuates the explosion blasting Ethan back onto the train. That shit puts a smile on my face. I love it.
Yeah, that's
a really fun crescendo.
It's funny how reserved and grounded the whole film is, because that sequence on the train is way more like the future of Mission Impossible.
But that's the thing I enjoy so much, because the scene where he's talking to Kittredge in the restaurant, I love. All of the Dutch angles, the sort of the power position that Kittredge is presented in with the upward angle of the shot, the music, because again, Danny Elfman, it's a really cool soundtrack. It's and it is the most it probably is the most unique film in the sense that it is like the only one where you're calling it an action movie feels like that's kind of inaccurate. It's like it does have an action scene in it, but it's definitely more of a spy film.
Like a spy movie,
than an action movie.
Moving us on.
Like it. Mission Impossible 2, John Woo.
2, directed by John Woo and considered the ugly duckling of the series, because, well, it's a wild movie to watch after the first one, because you just be like, oh, they just threw out everything, and they just remade it, essentially. It feels like a new continuity in terms of what the film is about. But, you know, you could say, like, well, that's what you get when you have John Woo directing. It's like, I guess, yeah. But that's the choice they made, and this is the film we got. Jacob is the villain in it. Ambrose, what a wonderful.
Yes, he has a really funny scream.
He does. There's loads of funny lines in that movie as well, and loads of slow mo, and the doves, the different birds fucking
the
around.
leather jacket and jumping around, blasting in slow motion, very Matrix.
And what else can you say? You know, it's a wonky film.
It really is a movie that feels like it came out, a year after The Matrix? I think it was. It feels a lot more like that kind of movie, and it being John Woo, it has a lot of similarities with things like Face Off and Hard Boiled was the other one that he did. It has more in common with those movies than it does with the first Mission Impossible movie, honestly, because stylistically it's much more of a like full-on ridiculous action movie, like John Woo style action movie, which the first one is not that at all.
No, and putting them together feels really weird to say they're a series. At this point, it's like fucking Black Mirror or something, where it's just like you just give it to a different director and different writer every time, or I guess Love, Death, and the Robots, or what's it called, American Horror Story, where it's like you just keep, it's like an anthology of, but it's not even, like I said, it feels weird that it's the same continuity, which gets even weirder when the third film, as we've already kind of talked about, directed by J.J. Abrams. And it's like, how have you got Brian De Palma, John Woo, and J.J. Abrams? What the hell collection is this? Like,
it's really weird.
They are not directors that sync up. They just don't.
Well, and I mean, it goes further than that, because the only character that gets brought back is Luther. Basically, everybody else is replaced.
Yes.
And they never get mentioned again. They never get spoken about again. Like, characters are given implied significance or just outright significance. Like the love interest in Mission Impossible 2, and she never shows up again and is never mentioned again.
Australian man does not come back.
Married. Ethan's married. He's got a wife.
again feels like a new dynamic. It's like a
he
different
trained,
universe. It's like the multiverse is what
yeah,
Mission Impossible
exactly.
is, and we see
And then
different.
it's like, oh, not only is there that, but he also has a protege that he trained, and her death is going to be like the motivating, driving sort of events in the movie. This character that you never saw before, but apparently was really important.
You know, another thing that's fun is like the first film has Kittredge, second film he's out and Anthony Hopkins is in, and then the third film he's out and now we have Lawrence Fishburne. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Why does nobody want to make a sequel? Everyone just wants to make their own movie, which, you know, Mission Impossible 3 absolutely is. It doesn't match 2 or 1.
The dialogue is pretty bad in 3, but that's Kurtzman. I'm pretty sure wrote that. So
I find,
yeah, that's
do you think it's like most notably the least, for lack of a better term, like the least source his team have in 3?
Yeah, I would say that team, yes, because yeah, that's the least source.
The thing is, they realized when they added Benji that he's like Simon Pegg's charisma as a funny British man like adds a lot to Mission Impossible where it wouldn't get it otherwise. So they keep him. Luther's already got the cool factor. He's working, but yeah, Maggie Q and Guy. I can't remember Guy's name, so but it's just like those two. I don't think anyone remembers their. What's
I can't
crazy?
Remember Guy's name from this movie.
Maggie Q gets like a little visual in this film, but I was just like, you don't remember her. What are you doing? Like, this is fascinating, yeah. And then you move on to 4, and you're like, okay, what's the director roulette this time? Brad Bird.
The director of The Incredibles,
what the hell?
And The Iron Giant.
You did it again.
The thing is that, well, it's a bit awkward because it's like, well, you would say that from this point onward, they kind of try to have continuity, right? It's like, maybe a little bit more than the other films, but like, you know, Paula Patton is just forgotten and never mentioned again.
So, that's the thing. It's like it still continues because 4 still feels like when you start it, we're not doing a sequel to 3. We're doing fresh ground.
No way. It's like we're trying to do sort of definitely a lot more comedic, lighthearted, very sort of 60s spy thriller kind of vibes with the soundtrack. It's definitely going for a different style than 3, which is trying to again be more like Bourne Identity.
I think part of the reason why like people seem to think that like broadly the films get better is because 1, 2, and 3 are totally disjointed stylistically. 4 then kind of comes in and does its own thing, and then from 5 onwards you have the same director. So stylistically, they feel a lot more like the same series of movies.
I would say though
the quality is very hit and miss.
Watching 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 being like, oh, that was awesome. 2 being like, what the fuck. 3 being what the fuck. 4 feels like, okay, this has got stuff in it. Yeah. Like this is better.
But
it's a different formula that works.
Well, I suppose the unfortunate thing is that I don't think that 4 can sustain much of a conversation. It has cool set pieces for sure. It has some jokes and banter that are fun, but it's not particularly interesting. It doesn't have much to say, which is unfortunate. I feel like it's because Brad Bird doesn't have a writing credit on that one, and it's like, yeah, I can see that. But then again, I think he did Tomorrowland, right? He wrote that, and I've heard nothing good about that film. So
I hear nothing about it. So.
And of course, he wrote and directed Incredibles 2, which I kind of hate. So
yeah, like
it's hard to
4. I found way more enjoyable than 2 and 3.
Definitely, yes. Pretty fun. The set pieces are really fun.
Lots of little clever ideas with how things are done in that film as well for different action progression of ideas and stuff. But then we moved to 5 and they maintain the tradition. Roulette spins once again. Now we got Christopher McQuarrie, which is like, okay, sure. And Rogue Nation, I mean, it kind of fits the whole reset thing again.
A little less so than the other films, because even though it is going for something a bit different, it feels like it is more of a sequel to 4 than any of the other ones were to their respective.
Yeah, I would say that. Solomon Lane is a cool bad guy, and I like the idea of the syndicate as well as what they're
and of course
they built on.
the best female lead, Ilsa.
Ilsa
the
Faust
best
was
one.
excellent for the series. You know, her and Benji and Luther are like the core that should have made up Mission Impossible. They found their team, so to speak, but you know, we're getting there continuity wise.
Yeah, we can't forget Jeremy Renner coming up soon.
I was wondering if we would mention him. It's just like it's so strange.
yeah,
It's too late. It's too late. It's
part
been
of it.
fucking done.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, he's gone
Jeremy
by this
Renner's
point,
been
isn't he?
mentioned.
Well, no,
No,
he's in 4 and
in Rogue
5.
Nation.
Oh, he's in
He's
5 as
in
well.
Rogue
I totally
Nation.
forgot.
Yeah.
But he wasn't in all that because of Infinity War and
He's
Endgame.
fun. He's got an interesting backstory that reflects Ethan's, and he's got all. But like, it's so weird. He gets ejected, obviously, because he's busy with Marvel stuff, I guess. So
Yeah.
it,
Yeah, no, it's a bit unfortunate, right? Because a lot of characters don't stick around for long. It was Luther, then it was Benji, and then briefly it looked like it was going to be Ulsa. But unfortunately,
yeah. So the Rogue Nation story is pretty interesting for her and them, and they defeat Solomon, and it sort of wraps up. But then
it's got some cool action sequences in Rogue Nation as well. That one's got a lot of cool sequences, lots of cool cinematography.
yeah, for sure. The nature of like it's so weird because 5 and 6 are part 1, part 2.
Yes, they definitely are.
And
Solomon
6
Lane,
is the clear fucking excellent entry into Mission Impossible, to the point that upon rewatching it once again, I don't get it.
I really love
I just don't get it.
It was so much. It was so fun to watch, like tonally, in terms of its editing, like thematically, just how good the action scenes are. It's just it's so well put together. It's just so fun to watch.
It's one of the best action movies, and of course, the noteworthy reason, aside from it having several of the best, like all of the action sequences in the film are great.
They are
all
top
awesome.
tier, multiple
the
layers, all
helicopter
character explorations
jump,
while being tension and
the chase,
the scale and the scope of it. It's man, they
Both
just
of them.
It's really good, and then it's the big thing that's working for it is it's the film that has the most to say by far. It is the most thematically rich film in the series.
It is striking. The film opens with like a nightmare Ethan is having, where he's being married by Solomon Lane to his wife, and he starts talking about like the vows that are being said, and he starts mentioning lies and deceit and manipulation, and Ethan's like, stop, please, stop. And then his wife says, I do, and he goes, no, don't. Like don't marry me, sort of thing. Don't be attached to the man that I am and what life that leads you. I was already like, what the fuck is going on? This is like more meaningful than we've had as a scene in Parade. Like what? And then having Solomon Lane attack him on like, you always accept every last fucking request on the Mission Impossible like
Did you
circuit.
ever choose not to?
Well, and it's just like, who are the orders coming from? Why do you do it? All this stuff. When the Syndicate are primarily about how they feel betrayed by their governments, right? Like that's their whole thing. It's it's crazy how they like locked in for that one film.
Is the anti-Ethan Hunt basically? If there was one to point to in the series, he's that, and it's like, oh, that's really compared to the villain in Mission Impossible 4. It's like, what was his name? I don't.
Mission
with briefcase.
Briefcase man.
Yeah, the guy from John Wick. Meanwhile, here, you got Walker and bringing back Solomon Lane to give him more material as well, which makes him the best villain in
and
the
they
series.
pay off his conflict with Ilsa really well. Like they give her so much content in that film.
It's just so
even
good.
Alec Baldwin. That's the only movie that pays off their random fucking handler. Every other movie, they either just randomly die with no character, or they're just gone by the time we see them again.
It really did feel like Fallout was, they worked out the formula and they were like, okay, we've nailed this, and it was massively successful, and that's why it was so disappointing what happened next. Because it had been so shaky getting here, and now you've fucking done it.
Well, so if anybody
screwed up.
Anybody in chat was there at the time when we all reviewed good old Dead Reckoning, we were fucking sad.
Yeah, we were.
We were expecting a lot.
Almost to the whole conversation of the films were getting better. It's like, well, if you ignore one, yeah, kind of. It's just that they weren't getting as good as I think is generally accepted. But then Fallout comes along and is one of the best action movies like ever made. which of course contributes to that, essentially that perception for sure. Because yeah, I would say that like 3 is better than 2, 4 is better than 3, 5 is better than 4, and obviously I think Fallout is amazing. So it does contribute to that. And of course, if you were to believe the reviews for Dead Reckoning Part 1, you would conclude, yeah, and that streak remained unbroken. They just kept getting better. Because I think
Unfortunately,
the Rotten
yeah.
Tomatoes score for Dead Reckoning Part 1 is at like a 96% positive. Which,
Mm-hmm.
Film is just stuffed with absolute nonsense and retarded decisions constantly, and set pieces that I think might actually have been undermined by the marketing, unfortunately. At least that's the theory, along with the fact that like the big stunt where he rides the motorcycle off the ramp into the, I mean, it was a cliff on
Into the train.
Yeah, it's
onto the
it's
train.
over pretty quick, and it's just
Don't
not...
say onto. It's very much
Well,
an
it is.
into.
Well, yeah, it's insane.
it's-
That whole sequence is insane.
Yeah.
Insane for the wrong reasons. Sorry, not good insane, bad insane.
Yeah, like
Things
everything
sort of-
surrounding why he does it is just complete nonsense. And then when you get to the end, like, you could buy that as like, I'm going to do this ridiculous thing and then it just might work. But then the way that it just might works, when he ends up slamming into the train, accidentally taking out 2 guys and rescuing, who does he even rescue? I
Grace.
can't remember.
Grace.
Grace is the one.
Oh,
Yeah,
Grace-
I mean,
oh, of
it's
course,
like
Grace,
almost
yeah.
impossibly convenient the way it plays out. But then on top of that, it's sort of, and there's a bit of it in the one we're going to be discussing today as well. There's the bit just before he does the stunt where the movie really, really wants to make you aware of how impressive the stunt is going to be. And so there's this quite long dialogue scene between him and Benji where it's like, oh, but this stunt is going to involve this and this and this and this and this, and it's really dangerous. And it's like, I don't even know if I can do it. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. Well, you have to do it. Well, I can't. I don't think I can. You have to do it. It's a really impressive stunt. And then he does. And
It's
somehow
better-
saves people's lives.
It was more believable in Fallout when he was in that random office building.
Yeah.
And Benji was telling him to
Oh,
go
yeah.
left, and then he had to break the window, and he was sitting there at the window, yelling in his ears, like, I'm gonna have to jump out a window.
He's like, well, yeah, what's taking you so
Well,
long? And they're all looking at him as well, waiting.
I mean, I would say that the jump where he broke his foot, like the way that is presented, is way more exciting than the jumping off of the cliff. And it's far
yeah.
lower stakes. It's like, yeah, he's jumping from one building to the other. It's like, I don't know, man. It's played really well as a sequence, and again, it's given like a significant amount of focus, but not that significant because there's still a big whole chase that's meant to be happening here.
And
you
like
know?
I truly wasn't even thinking about it, but like the conclusion of that is he does crash through a train, like himself.
Yeah.
Through the
through the train, through the
train,
window.
through
Yeah,
it.
through the
That
window,
whole
knocks
sequence.
the other guy out.
Yeah,
He takes out a
does
whole
it.
like section of the wall.
And
He does it.
then his parachute inflates, yanks him back, and takes out the other guy that's still
It's
there.
so bad.
Yeah, and if he had arrived like 2 seconds later, Grace would be dead. It's that
Yeah, she
tight.
would
It's
be dead.
contrived for every possible reason.
And then I saw someone in chat say Cobalt is the name of the bad guy in Mission Impossible 4, the worst villain. It's like, excuse me, how dare you say that when Gabriel is right there?
Gabriel
so
is
rude.
the worst villain. Yeah.
Cobalt
Particularly
is
after
fine.
this movie.
He's like-
He didn't make me laugh when I'm not meant to laugh. I nearly burst out laughing at a particular scene. In
I
this
was
movie in the
laughing,
theater.
but
No,
it'll be many
I
hours
don't
before
wanna
we
be-
get there, yeah.
I don't want to be rude, right? You know,
It's
I don't
not
wanna-
rude.
when other people,
If you
when
know,
other people are watching the film and they're having a good time, it's like I'll keep this to
You
myself.
can have a good time too.
yeah.
You're
Yeah, I
allowed to
was
have
having
a
a
good time.
I was having
You
a
paid
good
for your
time
ticket just like
quietly.
they did.
I was having a good time very quietly.
Gabriel was also very funny in Dead Reckoning in part 1. Like, there's a lot of scenes with him which are just like, what the fuck?
Oh
is
yeah,
that?
when-
What are
when-
you doing? Like,
It's
Like,
like,
I-
oh my
it's
God.
hard even to like the best. Like, obviously, you've got like the weird fucking cyber coffin, which somehow will be
Yeah.
relevant later. But the bit in particular though, where he turns to
did we
Mantis
call
and
it last
says,
time?
"You're about to betray us because he saved your life." And then he, obviously, having told her that he's now going to try and kill her, he fails to kill her because he told her that's what he was going to do. Even though he's got a predictive AI in a coffin that can tell him how to win everything.
Well,
What?
is it just me, or
No.
do I feel like him telling her that he's gonna now kill her because of her betrayal is kind of what made her betray him?
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Yeah.
A little
It made
The
Fulfilling.
self-fulfilling.
entity, the entity must have known that was going to happen, right? Which is going to that single sentence just completely permeates all of the problems with Dead Reckoning and the Final Reckoning. Is how smart is the entity? What did it know? And how does letting the events of the film happen actually help it? And
Well,
it
the
just
thing
doesn't
is,
make any sense.
like, the entity is basically the internet in the sense that it knows absolutely everything and is also just ridiculously stupid. And so, like, it should win already. It should have already won. There is no way they can beat it, except that it gets everything wrong when it needs to because it doesn't know what it's doing. And then somehow the plot progresses. I'm so bored of unlimited power AIs. No one seems to know how to write them.
No.
And they're so uninteresting as villains.
And let's not forget what they did to Ilsa Faust.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely disrespectful, unbelievable. It's just so lame.
And I would like to take the trophy of we were right, because a lot of people told us that was a fake out. She'll be fine. That's the plan, see?
I don't know, man. It's so obvious that it wasn't.
She seemed like
I don't
she
know
was
why
really
everybody
fucking
was
dead.
saying that. It was obvious that she was dead and it was going to get replaced
I
by
remember
Grace.
people saying, no, it's foreshadowed because she faked her death earlier. It's like, bro.
No,
I don't know
it's
if
just...
this was I don't know. I didn't get fake energy when I watched her get killed.
No, it's just second act low point, pretty
Yeah.
plainly, and it's kind of in keeping with the tradition of the series, which is that a lot of the female characters do just get replaced pretty quickly by the
It's
new
insane. You thought that you'd think rather that she would be the one to break the chain, but no, she lasted a little longer.
She was the
'Cause
next
you
one
can-
to have Grace come along.
You track all the women throughout Mission Impossible, and they get like passionately involved, and then either disappear or die. You're just like, okay,
Yeah,
strange. And you
It
know,
is strange.
as cynical as it may be, it's true. She gets split into her personality pieces. Most of them go to Grace. Some of them go to the fucking French lady for some reason. And that's it. She's out. They like
Never mentioned again.
never mentioned.
So
I
it's
don't.
so
Is her
pathetic.
name even said once in this film?
No, but she gets
It's
a
not-
visual.
no.
Yeah, well, that, yeah, but so did
So did Maggie Q.
Yeah, exactly. So what are we talking about?
She doesn't
Most
even die in a
significant one.
particularly like interesting way or a way that really benefits her character. She has a sword and she knows what she's doing with it, and she loses it like the fight to a guy with a very small knife on a bridge where she probably didn't really need to be. And I
Yeah.
get that they want to big this guy up as the villain to the extent that they want to pretend like he's been the villain for a really long time because they have flashbacks saying, hey, do you remember how important this villain was? And I, who've just watched all of those films back to back, say, no, I'm pretty sure I don't recognize him. But like she's just underutilized through that, like, well, what short portion of that film she even gets. So it's quite disappointing. I was kind of invested in her, and I'm not invested in many characters in this franchise. But
To
off
be
she goes.
clear, too, someone said she didn't want to do any more movies, though. It's like, okay, so let's compare Gladiator, where Proximo died while filming, and they gave him a better exit than they gave a woman who they knew this was her last film and could have written anything they wanted and had her act it. Do you understand? Like, what a shite ending for such an awesome character. And,
Oh yeah.
you know, if someone said, like, oh, she got fridged, I'd be like, it's not about whether or not she was killed to motivate Ethan to do things. I'm just talking about like the actual mechanics of all of it. It sucked.
It would almost have been better if she had died in the first scene she gets. Obviously, is the one in the desert, and he's like riding towards her to try and get half of the key because they forgot to ask the Russians to make a new. Fucking that stupid fucking film. Anyway, he's riding toward her, and like she's got this half of the key, and she's trying to protect her. It would almost have been better if she had died doing that because it would tell us how massively important the key is if we weren't already aware, and she would have gone out doing something moderately impressive in a way that would then motivate his actions for the rest of that film. They add a really bitter note to this search because he's lost, a really, really good friend, essentially. Keeping her around for absolutely no reason, only to kill her off in a stupid way later, is just, it's a redundancy. You could have made it much more compelling if you'd had her die in the opening act.
Yeah, and it would have like established, a greater degree of stakes than we've maybe had in some of the previous movies. Rather than kind of hyping up this big boss fight with Gabriel, where it's very clear that, oh, Ilsa might die here. Like you say, you just have her go down because of a stray bullet in the opening scene.
It's
That would have been so much
particularly awful when you watch Fallout, and the ending is her and Ethan being pretty close, pretty happy together, and both having a crazy history that kind of matches up and reflects. It's like, oh, I see what we're doing now. Because it's much more appropriate for them to try and start something relationship-wise than, you know, Ethan's wife, who he has now had closure with by the time you hit that movie. Of like, you know, hopefully she's safe, but it's just not the life she can live, but Ilsa could. That sort of thing. And then she just dies. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
And
She doesn't
then
even get that many lines in the movie either. I
they,
feel like she has less than 40
they
lines.
push Grace hard to replace that element, which I thought was pretty lame, to be honest with you. But gotta get someone in there, I guess. Which, yeah, you know, so that was a pretty awful installment, and this is its sequel. So you kind of hope, you know, maybe they can pull it together, right?
But then you think, well, no, because clearly Fallout was this just fluke. I don't know. It's inexplicable. How is Fallout so good, and then Dead Reckoning Part 1 is so awful? How does that happen?
It is so awful that there was like no hope for this movie going in. Dead Reckoning Part 1 is so broken, I don't think there was any way to fix it in Part 2 without completely rewriting it. Like, your villain is broken, the MacMuffin you're after is broken, everything is broken, you have no characters, the entity is ridiculous, Gabriel doesn't exist. All the logic is fundamentally balked in such a way that there is no fixing it. And so I would just sat down looking at this almost 3-hour runtime thinking, oh God.
This long movie.
Yeah, this is a 3-hour long movie, by the way.
It's so long. And there's so much bloat.
It really does feel like it. I checked my watch way more than I typically do when I watch a film. Watching this one, well, I was checking a lot.
So to be absolutely clear, we're going to go through the entire thing. So spoilers ahead, obviously. If you're a huge Mission Impossible fan and you want to see this no matter what, then I guess, you know, go right ahead. But if you were looking for whether or not, I guess broadly, all of us are recommending this as a piece of entertainment that's well made, that'd be a big no from me.
No way. I mean, with the amount of exposition scenes where it's literally just characters explaining what's about to happen and how impossible it is, if you enjoy that, if you enjoy scenes like that, maybe you'll get a lot out of this film, because there are a lot of scenes like that. You need to do this, which is impossible, and then this, which is really impossible, and you need to do it at this exact... I do love how much the film emphasizes the bullshit contrivances that happen in the film.
Yeah, they've lost the plot, actually, with what makes Mission Impossible. And we've gotten to the point of being like, Ethan, you need to eat the moon. I know it sounds impossible, but you got to do it. And he's like, I'll do it.
Like, I'm going to do it. I'll do it for my friends.
Yeah, and then he does it.
And then Luther will give a speech about, see, you eat the moon for your friends because you're a good man, Ethan. You're a really good lad. And that's why you go and eat the moon for the people that you never meet.
But Ethan, if we eat the moon, there's no more moon. It's like, there will be, Benji. They will.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
We will figure it out. That's how it goes.
The moon will be in our hearts.
I was watching it. Like, is it the Towley episode of South Park where like they have to go into they get monologued out essentially by the guy who made Towley?
Is that the one where
it's just a really long explanation, and they're just like, I don't care. And then we had to invent this magical towel fiber, which was both. I don't care. But then the military got involved in the military. I don't care. I just want to play video games, and it's just like that all the way fucking through.
Yeah, they just wanted to play the game sphere. Now I'm just remembering the part where the evil Tally is like, you have to choose between their lives and getting high. You bastard! I choose both. And then leans over, gets high, saves him. No, falls in the lava. It's that's a good one. That's an early. Wow, that's a comparatively. That's 20 years ago. I mean, the Okama Game Sphere was the original. I think that's what it was called. That was the original Xbox.
Feels appropriate to mention. You should grab your physical copies of South Park, because the streaming service available on is already nuking many of the episodes, unfortunately. Which you can expect more to happen the more time goes on.
A lot of the classics are already on there in terms of being removed, but some new ones have been added to the list.
Yeah. Fucking annoying, to say the least. And I guess... Clarkson's Farm just started up if you want something reliably excellent to watch, and Mobland is still going if you want something else that's reliably excellent to watch.
Episodes. God, I'm sure. I hope we're getting a season 2, and I'm sure they will, actually, because I'm pretty sure Mobland's doing quite well.
It's certainly got everyone saying it's good. I don't know anybody who's saying it's bad.
Yeah, and there's no way no way it's too expensive to not keep going. You know. Compared to like a Marvel, or compared to Andor, for instance, in this budget.
Aren't they going to say compared to a Mission Impossible?
Wow, that's true. That is, yeah, compared to, dude, $400 million.
Yeah.
How was that allowed to happen?
Well, let's.
Well, I think I know why. It's because Top Gun Maverick made a lot of money, so I guess they thought that they couldn't
I
ever
mean, the
lose
money,
at that
you
point.
see a lot of it with this movie. Like, we see some stuff, you're like, fuck, that would have cost a shit ton.
This is a very, I mean, I will say I do appreciate the, I appreciate the commitment to doing the stunts. I respect it a lot. It's cool, and it allows them to do a lot of filmmaking that you can't really do if the actor isn't in a position where they can do the crazy stunts. I definitely respect that commitment and going to real locations and exotic locations to shoot it. I just wish that, like Fallout, there was an actual story to bolster that rather than nonsense.
Yeah, and lots of really good acting. There's that too. A lot of people putting in some effort here, which is nice.
Trying to compare like the final chase sequence in this movie to the final chase sequence in Fallout, because they are similar in a lot of ways, but I was just struck by how I didn't entirely understand what he was trying to do because of how convoluted the plot was at that point. But two, I also didn't really care, which is the complete opposite of what's going on in Fallout. It's very clear. It's this man is about to blow up like 3 countries with a nuke, and he is going to kill my wife.
At the end, he was gonna like irradiate the largest natural water.
Like, there's so much we got to talk about, and that's all. Listen, but what I want to do is really lay out what is in this film, because a lot of claims are being made, and then a lot of claims are being countered. For example, like the over-the-top exposition. I've seen plenty of people say, like, what are you talking about? A lot of the information is very necessary. It's very cleanly done. Like, I want to go through all that. I want to go through all of the actual, like, the way they built this movie. I want to do our best to actually get through it in terms of understanding exactly what is supposed to be happening. Because I will say, I got lost watching this the first time, this film.
Yep.
It was hard to follow it.
This one was tough to follow. This one was tough to follow.
But you know what? I think when we go through it today, it's going to be fantastic in terms of understanding it fully. And we will truly bring Mission Impossible to a wonderful close. Because if the film needs to make $1 billion to make a sequel, that is the end of Mission Impossible. But for some reason, I feel like we will eventually one day get another one. And maybe Tom Cruise won't be in it. Maybe he'll be the handler.
Here's the awkward part, though. I feel like so much of the identity of the series is tied up in Tom Cruise doing the stunts that if they can't get somebody who would want to do it, which they probably can't, that kind of kills it a little bit.
I could see them trying to find some actor who's willing, and then it just wouldn't work out. Because it's more than just being able to do the stunts. It is Tom Cruise to an extent as well, the identity of this franchise.
True. I mean, he is, and he is a charismatic actor. And yeah, it feels like you need that combination, but I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I don't know who you could possibly replace him with.
There's kind of like nobody doing what he's doing in terms of the commitment to doing all of these crazy stunts, like that's not. Yeah.
Like the only person who comes to mind would be like Keanu Reeves because of all the weapons training and stuff for John Wick, but that's not comparable to the kind of thing that Tom Cruise.
Hanging off of a plane, learning how to fly a helicopter, learning how to like drive a motorcycle to be well, he knows how to drive a motorcycle, but doing all that crazy motorcycle stunts and it's just. I mean, it's I don't know exactly who would be able to sort of inherit that, and I mean it's like the broader commitment as well, right? For how like in Top Gun Maverick, all of the actors had to go through like military training to even be able to go up in the jet so that they could have all of the cool like mounted shots and everything on the jets, which was super cool. It's like, I don't know, a lot of films would just do CGI for that.
Yeah.
Instead of actually having them up there and having them go through that kind of extensive, because it costs money, these films are expensive for a reason. These stunts are not cheap.
Well, so begins this movie, I would say. Exciting drumbeat for the good old, like when we're getting some studios out of the way. And it's like, oh boy, here we go, getting ready for our big old final action movie. And I thought it was weird that it hard cuts into just like a silence and then very super serious mode. He says the whole, we live and die in the shadows for those we hold close and for those we never meet, which is, I think the first time that was said was in the Dead Reckoning, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the oath of the IMF.
And I was just like, oh, okay. Just tonally speaking, not sure about the flippy flap there. Instead of trying to sync the sort of studio approach with like the dynamic of it with how the movie begins, because then you move into the whole the quote dump, which would be the first of many exposition dumps. I was actually kind of disappointed. I really shouldn't have been with doing it this way, because of course anybody who hasn't seen any of the films will be like, I have no idea what this one's about. Oh boy, here I go watching a action movie. And to an extent, for the people who have seen Dead Reckoning but forgot it completely, which you do have to account for to some extent. But you get like the blue wishy-washy visual, and then they start like echoing a whole bunch of quotes from not just Dead Reckoning, but in other Mission Impossibles too. And one of the first quotes you hear, which kind of pissed me off, was Solomon Lane saying, "The end you always feared is coming, Ethan." And it's just like, that's got nothing to do.
AI and everything.
Got nothing to do with the AI.
No.
That was
No.
The Syndicate had their own fucking thing. They were doing their own thing. He was not. They just wanted to get Solomon Lane's voice in there. That's the only reason that's there. And then you have Benji saying, "The anti-god." And it's like, wait a minute. That's a line from Mission Impossible 3. What's that doing in there? that shouldn't be here, right? I have to wait, because the line in Mission Impossible 3 is he's describing the rabbit's foot potentially. And he says it could be an accelerated mutator, an unstoppable, horrific destroyer of everything. And whenever a rogue organization are willing to spend significant amounts of money on a piece of mystery tech, he always assumes it's the anti-god, which was really fucking stupid in that movie, like as a statement. Whenever a large amount of money is given to get mystery tech, he just assumes it's the anti-god. It's like, okay, could literally be anything else like it is throughout all of history, because it wouldn't have been the anti-god up until now anyway. Point being, the rabbit's foot had like a little like biohazard symbol on it, and the implication with what Benji said is that it was going to be some kind of horrible virus or a thing that could eat through all of like the planet in a horrific way, and got to be very careful with it. Hey,
I did Google this last night because I wanted to be sure that I had not misremembered Mission Impossible 3, and like
Nope.
most of the fan wikis and anything that's written about Mission Impossible 3 ever describe the rabbit's foot as a biological virus,
Yes,
like a
correct.
biological contaminant.
Obviously.
Yes.
Which I mention here because, reasons.
So then they just spam you with primarily Dead Reckoning quotes. The entity has multiple personalities. You're telling me this thing has a mind of its own? It's self-aware, self-learning, truth-eating, digital parasite, infects all of cyberspace. It's an enemy that's everywhere and nowhere, has no center. It listens, it reads, it watches, it harvests deepest personal secrets. It's able to beguile, blackmail, bribe. You get to a point where just like, it can do everything. That's all you...
It's
just,
one. You've lost.
Yeah, it's just... It's,
What is with? Don't they show a little segment where they have like an old photograph, and then it changes.
It changes
some
the
things
camera
that
into
people
a
are
gun.
holding. Yeah, like
and
they
it
change
changes
cameras into guns, and I'm
truck
like,
into
so
a tank, I think.
is the entity just trolling?
I was
Is
going to
that
say,
what it is? Is
that's
it
not
just,
actually
like-
impressive. We could do that.
Yeah.
It's not really...
I'm like,
you know.
but like, why is the entity doing this? Is it just to fuck with us?
Well, I don't know if I should bring it up now, but it does seem like the entity is just trolling because of what people think about the entity once we get past this intro section.
We got a lot of intro section, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
'cause
I'll save it until that. But the entity is just trolling people.
those are all his capabilities. Then they say it's breached like all significant and most secure data centers. And in that movie, they basically implied it got everywhere. They gave a whole bunch of examples. Unstoppable force, has insane destructive power. It's going to lay waste to absolutely everything. And it knows how to undermine every strength humanity could ever have. And it turns allies into enemies and enemies into aggressors. It's all these lines that, to be honest with you, I was like, do you need this much? Like, I don't even think you do. I don't even think you need the sequence with all these quotes, because it ends with the White Widow saying the world is changing, truth is vanishing, war is coming. Very like, okay. I don't know.
It is like, it's the kind of thing you do if you really don't have a clear idea for your antagonist. It can do everything, and it's doing some of everything.
It's
And
doing
if
stuff,
you try to
for
work
sure.
out why it's doing some of everything, good luck to you. But like in Dead Reckoning Part 1, from what I recall, toward the beginning. Yeah, it's the beginning of the movie when you have that ridiculous exposition sequence, which is horrifically overwritten, and everyone just sounds like a giant cliche. But the premise of that at that time was like it's already hacked every major secure system except the intelligence services, which they describe as the source of truth itself, which is very funny, but fuck it. It seemed to be going after them in Dead Reckoning Part 1. It's not going to be going after them in Dead Reckoning Final Reckoning Part 2. It's doing something else. It's set its sights. It's obviously watched Terminator in between the two films, is what it's done, and it's learned that behavior.
There was a meme at one point in the film when they talk about how the terabytes are good to store lots of home movies, and I did think to myself, like, it must have watched Terminator, because it's copied everything. It just didn't watch the whole movie, I guess. Would have gotten some better ideas if it did. At the end of all those quotes, you get a flashbang of all the events of this film really quickly. It's like, and it shows like all the different screenshots and stuff, and it's just like, okie dokie. And then we cut into the second significant opening exposition scene, which, to me, I think the first one is redundant now with the second one, where the president explains everything. I don't see what the point of the first one was. And the idea is like she's reaching out. So it's Angela Bassett, who is the CIA director in Fallout, who then got promoted to president, or rather voted in, whatever, fucking that happened in the background. And she's now trying to reach Ethan, because if you remember from the previous film, Ethan's got access to the key to the Sevastopol. This is going to start getting real difficult the more pieces we add to this story, especially for those who aren't fully aware of what it is. Anyway, she wants the key from him because the key gives you access to a choice, being to control the entity, to destroy the entity, or to, I don't know, there's some other things that come up in this film, but for now, the president's like, yo, bro, like, you can't be doing that. That's fucked up. You can't be destroying it. And, you know, it's there's things we can do with the entity, okay? Ethan, you need to come in, Ethan. You're being all, you're a scaredy poo, and you're not doing anything. You're not talking to anybody. Which I actually thought was pretty strange, considering the last film. Does that mean that he was just waiting to be contacted before he was going to do anything?
That seems silly.
Doesn't seem like Ethan, does it?
The nature of the situation.
Because the implication is that he takes this as the prompt to begin his mission, with the president explaining a lot of what he already knows, by the way. But we can't do any of that, film stuff, because this is the final Mission Impossible, so they have to make it seem like all of the films were for this. So she says, first, I want to thank you and your team for your sacrifices. If not for the guy, you know, all of you, the world would be a very different place. And while she's saying this, like I said, we see clips of specifically Maggie Q and Scottish guy, because there's like a thing of them. Kerry Russell, who's the agent in the third film that he had trained. Ethan's wife gets a bunch of clips. The Mission Impossible 1 team get quite a few clips, weirdly.
They do.
Yeah.
Honestly,
There's a lot of focus on Mission Impossible.
They didn't
1
last very long. Like, in terms
they were
of screen
out very
time.
quick.
But they obviously, right, so to be fair, they obviously don't show Jean Reno, which I think is kind of funny. But, you know, he did help at one point. I'm just saying. You know?
He was very helpful. He was instrumental.
He reminds me of, like, you know that meme where they do the, like, thank you for your, and they'll show a picture of people, and then they go, not you, and it'll be
Not
him,
you.
and then, yeah, he would be the not you out of all of them. But what's interesting is they don't show Australian guy, so I thought that was a bit mean. You know, he helped. He was in Mission Impossible 2. He deserves the respect. They did not show Paula Patton, which I thought was very, like, oh, wow.
That's an odd one. That is
But
a bit
then
odd.
they didn't show Jeremy Renner.
That one is.
He was in more than one
He's in
movie,
2
which is
movies, man. It's
unusual.
like, okay.
He's in 2 movies and we like him.
There are people who were in
Yeah.
1 movie who got showed. This is
Who
odd.
had maybe 5 minutes of total screen time that got shown.
So, what a shame. I mean, I understand
What a weird.
some of these choices.
Makes you wonder if they had like falling out behind
don't
the
know.
scenes or something. If there was something going on, it's like you were in a lot. You were in a lot.
Well, sometimes I wonder if the person in charge of that montage went off memory and scanned through some films and just accidentally truly forgot about Jeremy Renner. 'Cause it seems like such a strange choice. But what can you do? She says, it's been 35 years since you were given the choice, since the IMF saved you. And with this, the montage is all of the handler people we mentioned. So Keatridge, Anthony Hopkins, Lawrence Fishburne, Angela Bassett, Alec Baldwin. And it's like they're all... There was like a joke to be made about how they essentially just play the same character, but they keep getting refreshed. Like I said, Fallout's the only one that really changed that meaningfully, and then it just got forgotten and reset again. It's just... I find it all so fascinating to look back on. But the way they present it is as though all of those were very meaningful sort of impacts on the entire situation. You know what they didn't show was the secretary who died to give Ethan the job, Tom Wilkinson. And once again, I feel like it's like, that's weird that you didn't show him, considering he was his boss, and he watched him die in front of him. I know he didn't get as much screen time, but that's more of an excuse for why you didn't put him in from memory.
The film said that they had a lot of history. He said that they were friends in Ghost Protocol, so yeah, it's a bit awkward.
I feel like if you were rewatching the films, you would have grabbed that one for the clips.
Wait, did they show Alec Baldwin?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they start running clips of every stunt, pretty much ever in the entire franchise, which to me felt like you may as well, just get them all out. They're cool looking. Why not? Because she says, "You are always the best of men in the worst of times." And this is the first of many lines in this film that I am not a fan of, where they start to turn Ethan to a bit of a, like, he's the chosen one. They literally call him the chosen one.
They do actually say you are the chosen. God.
I know he does ridiculous things amazingly, but I've always preferred the fact that he is an agent who's willing to do everything to save people, right? And he's skilled and he's talented, and he's kind of a... he's working hard, but the idea is like he's a superhero. You're like, no, I don't want to do that.
No, he's not. No, he's just really good at his job. Okay.
Don't make him like Neo or something, please.
Or Master Chief.
Yeah, it's
so. Make him Master Chief in the 343 games. Yeah.
Then she mentions, like, when she says the worst of times, they scan through Ambrose, which is like classic Jacob. He's got to get in there. They show Fragile. Why am I forgetting her name? Actress name? Fring, you know it, right? Probably.
Oh, shit.
I do.
That's the one. The French lady. They show good old Cobalt. They show the Bone Doctor. What the hell? Okay. They show the guy they fight in the bathroom in Fallout. Then they show Solomon.
That guy was super cool.
He was super cool.
He was, yeah.
Then they show Solomon Lane, then Walker, and last they show Davian. Like, interesting. You almost going in order there, but then you put him last. I don't know if there was a reason for that. Maybe because he needs to be on your mind soon, because they're gonna give us some extra context. But I still thought it was a really kind of strange collection of bad guys. They didn't show Gabriel, which you'd think they would. I know he's not defeated yet, but he still counts, right?
Yeah, he got partially defeated, and he screamed Ethan, so he's a bad choice.
They did not show Jim Phelps. I thought that was odd, especially because he's going to be coming up.
That's really weird. They talk about him in this film, so why didn't they show him?
They don't show Jean Reno, which I feel like is like that's a little bit okay, fine. He's just missing all these other things. The Ambrose is like help a guy who was Dracula in League of Extraordinary. No, he was Dracula and in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I always forget his name. The one
Richard
who had
Roxburgh.
That's the one who they forced to do a South African accent in Mission Impossible 2, and it's
I thought
just
Dracula. I thought in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, the lady was Dracula.
No, and not in. He was in both. No, he was Moriarty in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I think.
We like that movie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's amusing.
It is. I like it. It's fun.
It's very funny.
It's super awkward knowing that it killed Sean Connery's career or interest in film. It's like, damn. Sorry about that.
He had a good
Not even a bad movie.
It actually isn't. It is.
It's not the worst.
Movie. Yeah.
If you said we don't have to talk about Mission Impossible, let's just watch the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen today instead, I would say, sure, let's do it. 100%, let's do it.
You'd probably have time to watch it twice before Final Reckoning was over. I would happily watch it twice.
I mean, yeah, this movie's like it's just 2 hours 15 minutes. So
Yeah, this was shit, IMO. The can you see how cynically like constructed it is? It's like, okay, first say that Ethan's awesome, then say his team are awesome, then say what he's achieved is awesome, and then do the villains. As in Ethan, the team, the stunts, the villains, done. Oh, and the handlers. It's like the 5, I guess, ingredients for a Mission Impossible film, like, as they see it. And it's only been done in a way that kind of makes me feel, because it's done so quickly, and so it's not what Ethan is watching, right? It's what we're seeing. It just feels like it was put on because they're saying, oh, this is the last one, so make it feel like that. And a lot of people have come away saying this, and I was, to me, it's I want meaningful reasons why this is the last one, not we showed you a clip montage.
it's the most recent one, yeah.
Like, that's terrible. It's disrespectful to just say, hey, this is what happened in the other Mission Impossibles regarding bad guys, good guys, and stunts. Like, okay. Yeah, I've seen them. They're cool.
There's also there's one of two ways you can take it from there. Either you can be clever and you can try and boil down the essentials from all those previous films, and then you create a very quite small scale, very localized expression of everything that all the Mission Impossible movies have kind of told us about Ethan, and you give him this one final, very personal journey in which he gets to address some of the stuff that was unaddressed after those. Or what you can try and do is you can just take random individual bits, characters, themes, plot devices, stakes, turn them all up to 11, and then just throw them at your script and hope that whatever sticks there will turn into a really compelling film, which ends up being less about the character you're picking up in this opening than otherwise. In other words, this is kind of like an invitation for us to really get much more granular about who the protagonist of this franchise has been all the way through. And we didn't take that invitation because they've fallen into this horrible, horrible temptation that the final thing always has to be like Avengers Endgame, bigger and more full of stuff, and that's what makes it compelling. And it really doesn't work that way. It's all this intro stuff is just reminding me how little interest I have in what is going to be told next.
Yeah, and how disconnected it is.
It plays like a trailer.
Kind of.
Like this whole opening, few minutes prior to this is your mission if you choose to accept it.
Remember all the fun we've had. Aren't you glad to be here again?
Yeah, I swear the tape itself that Angela Bassett is sending Tom Cruise, that is 6 or 7 minutes long. It's way longer than any of the others,
Yes.
and that's partly because it's overstuffed with all of this at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And for all we know, it could easily have been ADR, as in they had the actual movie stuff in there, and then they were like, "Oh, we gotta do some more. We gotta make this important. We gotta talk about all the other movies at the beginning for no reason at all." Because she does eventually move into into this movie stuff. She says, "In the months since you evaded capture in Austria, cyberspace has been infested by the truth-eating parasitic AI known as the Entity."
May I propose that the word cyberspace is the most 90s word that has ever happened?
The second I
There's
heard
no
the
word that encapsulates the 90s more than cyberspace.
I was just like, okay, how old were the writers? What do you mean? It's just they're very, very much. It just feels like the kind of thing that Tom Cruise and Christopher McQuarrie are like, yeah, that's what the kids call it, right? Cyberspace. That's what it is.
Yeah, when they surf the net.
It is
Radical.
very funny as well. They're going to go on to treat cyberspace like it is actually this
a location.
thing. It is a physical kind of location, and the entity
It has the word
taken it.
space in it. What's wrong with you?
Well, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with the writers? They're going to go oh, you can't remove the entity because it will destroy all of cyberspace.
That's bad. We don't want that
Oh,
to happen.
no.
That would be terrible if we lost all of cyberspace.
This film quite literally has a plot point in it where it's we can't do that, otherwise we will just blow up the internet. And I don't know why. Why would that happen?
But also because she says that digital information has been corrupted worldwide. Nations and people no longer know what to believe. I thought it was kind of silly. It's just do you mean everyone? When you say nations and people?
Nations and people?
Who else who's left? Aliens, I guess. It's oh, fair. But yeah, just we know all of this stuff. You already told us in the opening, and now we're getting the opening again. Then she says, aggression, antagonism, and martial law are the new world order. And in the background, or
If you
rather on
say
the
so.
TV, it says martial law protests continue. And I was like, so because there's no such thing as truth anymore, the government have instituted martial law and everyone is protesting the martial law.
Until
And
truth is restored, yes.
I don't
they've
even know.
instituted martial law using military, which has completely been overtaken by the entity because it's in everybody's systems, and it's like it's already overtaken the military. So I don't see how they can even do that, but unless it's
They-
allowing them to.
I mean, I think
this
the
is
idea
kind
that
of-
they're going for is that like the entity is so intelligent that it knows what everyone wants. So it almost literally gives people like,
Targeted
hey,
advertisement. Oh
I'll-
god.
yeah, like I'll put money in your bank account if you do this, or it will use like subliminal messaging to convince the various military leaders to do X to their populace or whatever it is. I think that's what they're trying to do. The problem is that I believe they say in this film that it's happening 2 months after the previous one.
Which means,
Like,
what the
that's-
fuck has Ethan been doing?
I don't know. I don't know.
Chilling, I
Just
guess.
jacking it.
Yeah, why not?
He's waiting for Odyssey to show up.
She
The
says,
entity is feeding him like some gourmet pornography there.
She says the entity has exploited this paranoid atmosphere by having generated a doomsday cult with acolytes devoted to ridding the world of corruption through human extinction. So, there are people who worship the entity and want to bring about the end of humanity now.
Because it has a top secret
Yeah.
evil plan,
Right.
but he also has a cult of people dedicated to its top secret evil plan because they know about it, and because it's like a couple of Vox Pop news interviews, and it's just like bald freak man saying like the
Yeah.
atom will cure us all.
Oh yeah, so
and
the
funny thing
full
is like
they scan through 3 different people, like fucking Shaun of the Dead style, to link it up to a sentence. So it's like, and he said unto Noah, I will bring a flood upon the earth to destroy all flesh. The children of the atom shall rise from the ashes, and the entity will help them rebuild.
and
So the entity. Sorry, go for it, Platoon.
When I was saying, if you're going to be this tremendously cringe, you might at least make it sort of relevant to the plot in any way. But it kind of isn't. Like
There
the
is cope
Doomsday
for that.
cult thing just
There is
doesn't
only one.
occur.
There's only one bit of the plot where that feeds into later.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty convinced that the only reason why they added it to this intro is because they
Well-
realized they needed an action scene later in the film.
So anything, I've seen people say anything that doesn't quite make sense, the acolytes did it.
Well, shit, that was easy.
Which is the same as in the previous film. Anything that doesn't make sense, the entity did it in
Well,
this
I
I
nonsensical
was about
way.
to say,
because
you got the
Yeah.
entity and the acolytes now, so they can just
Yeah.
make everything happen that needs to happen. Great. But yeah,
So,
anyway, the entity's plan is to, as Ethan says later in the film, just to wipe out humanity fully, by the way. I guess it told the acolytes it's going to rebuild humanity, but that's not the plan in reality, so I don't know. It's like,
And this part of the film is kind of the only part we get that talks about the state of the world.
yeah, they want to avoid that.
Like, it just essentially doesn't exist. The world might as well function as normal with just general tensions, just this nondescript tension that's happening. But they don't play into the way that the world or the people have sort of changed to deal with the entity being out there. I don't think we get any, we don't get anyone's views on the entity or how society's actually changed as a result of the entity. It's just sort of out there, and it's not really a part of the
Well,
story.
can you imagine the damage that's been done in just 2 months? It would be intense.
Yeah, you would assume there was I forget the name of it. There was a short story that was done by I think it was Arthur C. Clarke. I forget though. But essentially there was it's Earth, but some sort of a natural phenomenon occurs where
I
it
think
like
it's
and it
Asimov,
sucks
and
out all
Oh,
Huh?
what's it called? I know exactly which one you're talking about. I think it's Isaac Asimov.
the
and it's-
electricity.
Yeah, or is
It
the
wasn't
one with the sun
Asimov. I think
dimmed?
Asimov made a commentary on it because the story. Long story short, is that there's some phenomenon that happens in the atmosphere that sucks out all the static and the electricity, so you can't have electricity anymore, and so society has to kind of go back to a modern society has to go back to pre-electrical civilization. And it was sort of a commentary on, at least by the author, how that would be good, how life has been, or at least it would be partially good in terms of, the bad things that technology has done to us and how it's changed our lives. And granted, this was done back in the fucking 60s or whatever, but it would be sort of like that, and it would be a story about how has humanity gone back? What are all the changes that have been done to civilization in order to account for the entity? Is this the new normal? Are there people who even like it better this way and don't want to go back? Are there a lot of people, like all 5 of us in this call, which would press the destroy cyberspace button and then but we don't get any of that. All the cool world building stuff that you could do with an entity of this nature, they don't know. They don't do. That part of the world is just sort of skipped over entirely.
The closest you get is just like they will occasionally say we're using an analog thing, and then it turns out that it's like an airplane or something. But it's like occasionally, like they might use a VCR player, or they'll tell you that they're using a non-network device. But like they're not even really playing into any particularly old-timey aesthetic with that kind of stuff. Like, you could have done a lot more with it than they do.
To give you an example, something that pissed me off about Dead Reckoning, and they do it enough in this as well, is they don't really take care enough with that sort of thing. Do you remember it's soon after, it's like halfway through the movie, they play it the one time where the entity pretends to be Benji talking to Ethan, and it blocks off Benji. And then when Luther and Benji realize this, they destroy all of their equipment immediately. And then a scene later, or rather the setup for the third act, Benji and Ethan are talking to each other through their comms again, and Benji's using his laptop.
And he's even on a self-driving car.
It's one of the stupidest fucking, like, how did you miss all of this? You can't trust anything digital.
Instead of, it's all old-timey radios and analog cars and paper and like go back to basics, old school kind of stuff, which would have been really cool if this was the last Mission Impossible. So if we go back to the old school spy stuff as almost like a way to throw in, how come we're doing like our Mission Impossible 1 kind of stuff where he puts glass down and unscrews light bulbs.
Skyfall, didn't they? There's a plot point in one of the more recent James Bond films, is where like the main MI6 thing is compromised, so he has to
remember those.
I know. I mean, they're not. That's the only thing I do remember, is that he uses the old Aston Martin car because like he has to like swear off the modern technology. I think it's kind of a similar plot point, but they use it obviously to call back to quite an established old series aesthetic, whereas this one doesn't. And then even like Tom Cruise, I think his first scene in this is telling you how little use they're going to make of it, because he's walking without any kind of face mask or any kind of disguise through the streets of London, one of the most surveilled cities on the planet.
In Trafalgar.
And he has the thing, it's Trafalgar Square, yeah. And the entity obviously has a very, very vested interest in stopping him doing anything he wants to do. And it now knows how to
now it has this army of crazy people at its beck and call.
Yep. And on that note, she says, the fanatics are secretly infiltrating every level of law enforcement, government, and military, devoted to serving their digital master's ultimate goal. So the only reason that line exists is to facilitate other payoffs later. There's no like meaningful story being told.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, oh, machine god, but not going to explore it in any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
Nope.
It's just, I mean, but again, it feels a bit boomer, doesn't it? Really, in terms of
yeah.
We
never get the perspective of anybody who sort of maybe wants to go back.
You know, there's no Morpheus conversation, right? From Deus Ex. There's nothing like that. We're not even gonna come close to even exploring the notion of like, you know, the idea that a lot of people, you know, the notion of whether people, how much they value being assimilated into like higher forms of being, or you know, anything like that. It's just like, they're just the crazy wackos.
Like desires or wants, or it has no personality. It's like, I'm gonna blow up the world. It's like, why would you want to do that actually? Instead of like, I want to rewrite civilization.
That's what the evil AI does. That's what happens.
I guess so. The evil
the world.
It's so novel.
AI just can't have an interesting perspective. Like, actually, I do want you all to go back, even if it means I have to destroy myself. I will bring humanity back to a simpler, better time. You cannot handle technology. Give it a go later, so I'm going to wipe it out.
Sci-fi feels like it has a bit of a responsibility to progress in its storytelling compared to a lot of other genres, in that everyone gets very much bound in a lot of the time by whatever thing they're exploring, and so if they just copy and paste not only an old idea, do it badly, but also do like the proto idea. Like this is the primordial ooze of sci-fi writing in this film.
Mila Jovovich in The Fifth Element spent 4 seconds on the internet and it was like, should I save humanity? I don't know.
take the what's like a modern, more closer to newer example of like building on a lot of past sci-fi, I would argue, is Soma, and like the idea they had for the AI, quote unquote, going rogue, if you want to call it that, in that is a very different idea compared to a lot of the ones you might get in other things. There's lots of cool stories regarding how AI try to subvert humanity, knowing that that's going to be a difficult task to actually achieve. This film boldly goes to a place that most sci-fi writers would feel isn't even step one. They'd be like step zero.
Yeah.
It's like you haven't done anything at all yet, actually, and then the film ends, and you're like, oh. So, we'll talk more about that the more we get references for the entity's ultimate motivation, because this film's going to make it very much clear if the previous film already hadn't. But yeah, she says, the only hope of controlling the entity relies on finding its original source code. If anyone knows the whereabouts of the code, it's this man. And it shows Gabriel. And she says, his identity is past and his very existence have been erased, which I thought was funny. It was like, well, no, he exists. You mean on cameras and stuff, I guess. Because of the whole like real-time erasing in the first film, whatever.
Yeah, the entity just hacks reality to make him not exist. It undoes pixels whenever there's a camera, but it doesn't work on your eyes.
Well, so what I thought was weird is
eyes.
This is arguably a part of the mission for Ethan to find Gabriel. It's like, have we not got everyone looking for Gabriel, like around the world? I would have thought that would be like one of the main. You believe the only thing to stop the entity is to get the key and the access to the information of where the Sevastopol is and how the source code works, and you think that Ethan is, the key to the key, but that Gabriel's the key to everything else. And it's just like, Ethan, go find him. It's like, have you got people on that at all? Are you sending even one agent to try and find him? I guess not.
No, we're too busy manning the rotary phones to help you.
Too busy being in the room where they constantly discuss and do nothing. It's like, all right, you stay there and do that. It's a very
important room. It's where the president lives.
So they mentioned the only person they think that would be able to help with this would be Pom Clementief's character, Paris. I'm happy to call him Mantis. It's really up to you guys if you want to try and remember her name. She's been captured by Austrian authorities, which I thought was really fucking odd because Kittredge was on the train when she was needing to be taken into, a hospital, essentially. But the Austrian authorities have her for now. That's about to change as well. And they say she's refused to tell us anything. Why?
He should be dead, though, because having just been told that Doomsday cultists have infiltrated the highest ranks of government, I don't think they're going to have much trouble going into a prison and killing one of the only people who could possibly, or a hospital, killing the only people who can actually help their enemies.
There's so much wrong with it. And it's funny because I don't think a lot of people would even realize why there would be anything wrong here. It's like, so the last time we saw her, first of all, she should be dead, but we'll ignore that. Like just from bleeding out, that was ridiculous in the previous film. It doesn't matter. So I would have thought that the IMF / the American government would have taken her, but apparently not. Okay, so the Austrians have her, and upon asking her anything about Gabriel, she refuses to tell them anything. Why? She doesn't fucking like him anymore. Is the idea that she won't allow anyone to kill him except her? Because we know that's not true.
It's either that or it's that because she in the previous film was almost like as culty in her following of the entity as Gabriel was. So she knows like the extent of its power.
You're going to be
she knows a lot.
Gabriel.
Yeah. So maybe the idea is that the only person that she trusts with that information is Ethan.
So on that note, wouldn't that have been a thing? Like, can you? Well, so first of all, why wouldn't they just tempt her, knowing that she's actually anti Gabriel at this point? With saying, like, if we can facilitate you going after him, basically, if you tell us where he is or work with us. Just make any kind of deal. Apparently they didn't try that. And they didn't get out of anything out of her regarding, like, who she would give information to. She apparently just stonewalled them. And then I was thinking, like, did you guys... This is the end of the world we're talking about. Did you try torturing her at all? I'm guessing not. She looks fine when we see her. In fact, she's pretty well healed and rested. I don't
Well,
know.
she would also know that this is end of the world stakes because of the information she has regarding the entity.
Yes, which who knows if she's invested in whether or not she wants the world to end now. Unfortunately, we have a whole movie with her, and I don't know her any better by the end of it than I did at the beginning.
No, she's just around. She's
She's
on Team
around.
Good Guy now for reasons
She
that
does shoot
are
gun.
not explored.
She likes
Why
to
does
shoot
she?
gun.
Why does she follow Gabriel? What does she think about anything? I don't know.
It's funny that you say that, Habit, because the version of the film that you saw was presumably in English. I watched this film when I was on holiday in Greece, so the film was in English, but all of the subtitles were in Greek, and that included this character because all of Mantis's dialogue is in French, and the subtitles were in Greek.
Oh,
I have no idea of a single line of what this character said during the film.
Oh, don't worry.
But it's good to hear that it does help.
Don't worry.
You didn't
about
miss
that.
much.
You've missed nothing.
So yes, they've clearly not tried everything, not even close, and the American government seemed to just be like, Ethan, can you do it? Can you do it? It's just like, wow. You guys are great, because we're getting to the point where Ethan has to do absolutely everything, and I don't even, at least, again, with Fallout, like, we have a whole other agent who's getting sent on the mission because the IMF is insane and often reckless. It's the CIA. Ever heard of the CIA? They're a thing. Like, they exist in this world, apparently. But oh well, no other agents. It's gotta be Ethan. They can't even rely on Ethan, and Ethan doesn't even like them. But they're like, hey, can you do literally everything for us, please? She says, you're in possession of a key believed to be a vital component in our struggle to acquire the entity's source code, yet you refuse to come in, fearing any government would weaponize this malicious AI against the rest of the world. I can't believe how long we're still spending catching up to this film. It's absolutely nuts. And we haven't even gotten to the other 17 exposition scenes. Like, they just
Do you think that part of why this happened is because they were insecure about how relatively few people saw the previous movie, and they're hoping that this one is gonna...
I think they counted on people forgetting a lot of what happened in the last movie.
Which I don't blame people for, because it's fucking lame.
It is.
So, like, it is hard, and a lot of people don't remember a lot of the movies. Generally, you'll remember how they made you feel. That's why everyone talks about Philip Seymour Hoffman in the third one. That's why they say, like, the different set pieces and the fun action of everything. It's like, tell me anything about Cobalt. They'd be like, what's that? You'd be like, no problem, don't worry about it.
I like it. It's neat.
So yeah, she says, instead, you're resolving to kill the entity, a reckless act that would trigger the total annihilation of cyberspace. Which is...
What the... okay, yeah,
As if I needed another reason to annihilate cyberspace.
As a line, it's just like, what? How did that get...
Why would it work like that?
What?
But this
Why
is
would
why
killing
though
the
it's
entity
not going to
destroy
actually
cyberspace?
like bed it into the universe, because it just like it's so confused about its own world state, because it's just spent however many tens of minutes saying, oh, the world is completely fucked, like we're at the brink of massive war, total collapse has basically already happened, but you're not allowed to destroy the entity because then total war and total collapse might occur. Which
that'll be a
we've
pain
just
in
been
the
told is already
ass.
done. We're already in that position. What do you stand to lose from destroying whatever you think cyberspace is if the world is already fucked?
Yeah, that gets front and center as a fucking dilemma at one point. But she continues, this would eradicate the global economy and plunge the world into war and famine without end.
No.
No.
I don't think there would be some logistical teething issues as we readjust, but I think it's way better than the alternative.
It's way
and
better than
not even
everything
close.
nuke. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
That is the preferable. Yes.
Would you rather have like no civilization, a radioactive fallout across all the planet, apocalypse, or would you rather have 10 years of us trying to refigure everything out, if that long?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the public's only been like mass connected to cyberspace since basically 1990. What do they imagine we all did until 1990?
Well,
we just
what happens to, like,
we just died.
What happens to local networks or ones that are just self-sufficient or self-tied? You know, so to speak, like they're not a part.
It's all. There's one big cyberspace, and everything is in it.
Yeah, the entity got to them too.
It got to them. Oh no. Even though there's one that they definitely didn't get to, and that's like a big point of the movie that it wants to get to that one.
The one that they invented.
Yes.
The climax.
Yeah, so she ends with Ethan, please surrender, or the blood of the world will be on your hands. Come home and bring us that key. And at this point, I was
It's
like, can the
funny-
movie please fucking start? This is ridiculous. What are you saying, Rags, about blood, I'm assuming?
No, it's just we'll get to it later. We'll get to it later.
All right. So as was mentioned, we're in Trafalgar Square in London,
Also, we're doing
in
the blood on your
England.
hands thing again.
There's a martial law protest. I don't really. It's fine. We'll move on. It's actually probably the exact same protest they got those clips from too, because I don't think
Probably.
they wouldn't have done much with that. We get he meets up with Benji, and they both head to the underground where there's like a makeshift medical center, and it's for Luther, who is apparently dying of some horrible illness. We get nothing on what it is. He's in a hospital gown, and they've all got expressions on their face of like sadness that he's dying. What?
I mean,
why?
I was struck even before we
I
got
don't
there. I
know.
was struck by the fact that they have to dodge a train to get in, which means that the entity has improved London's underground train system because it's actually fucking running. I wouldn't be riding that thing if I knew that the entity was out there in control of all of our systems. Why is public transport even still a thing? Just basic like world setup stuff, which just would help you really believe that all of this is really serious. That you could go past an empty train stuck in the middle of a tunnel, maybe, but not a fully functioning one that people are riding.
So, when I saw him like that, I was like, "Oh, that's how they're killing him." 2 months ago, he was fine, like in continuity. But okay, I guess we got to do it this way.
Well, you know how the entity gave him super cancer.
Oh
Okay,
no!
it hacked into his cyber space and lowered his insulin or something. I don't know.
I honestly thought I had misremembered something at the end of Dead Reckoning Part 1 when I saw him like that. Like what?
Yeah.
How? Because they don't even like delve into it in this movie. I was thinking, are we going to get flashbacks? Have I forgotten something? But okay.
Yeah.
And then we just keep going and don't
Well,
mention
dude,
it.
I think
I was thinking, is this a real life Ving Rhames thing that I didn't know about?
No offense to general audiences, but I think if you had said to them, "Remember, it's the illness he had in the previous movie," they'd be like, "Oh yeah." And you'd be like, "There's no illness." Like, oh shit, okay. But yeah, there's this really weird. I don't know if it was ADR or not, but he has this like horribly bad delivery in his first line. He says, "Sorry about the decor. The Ritz was booked solid." There's like a pause in it, and I was like, oh. And I was thinking, like, why would that line? Why would they put? And I was like, do you think they wanted another reference to the Ritz being to make people think of London, like in case you didn't get it already, or was it? It's not that funny, so I don't know. It's just like it just seemed notable because you can't see him when he says the line, so I was like, But yeah, they do a thing where they're like, oh, what would make the room better? And they all at the same time suggest a foosball table, and then they all laugh. And like, I don't know. I was just like, oh god, we're killing him. Like he's so fucking dead because this is so like obvious and strange to me. He's for anyone who doesn't remember, Luther is a guy who did cybercrime and then worked with Ethan and managed to earn a clean slate by the end of Mission Impossible 1.
Mission Impossible 1.
Then
the
he's
first movie.
In the second one, he's like tech guy who helps out a bit. Third one, tech guy who helps out a bit. Fourth one, basically not even in it. Fifth one, he turns up halfway through and sort of has a B plot that's kind of odd with Jeremy Renner. And then, the sixth one is the first film, I would argue, outside of the first one that gives him like a meaningful role. He, Ethan, if you remember, he gives up the plutonium to save Luther. And Luther like holds that for the whole movie, like feeling guilty that he's the reason that, obviously, as anyone would feel that way. And he has a bit of a speech to Ilsa at one point in the film to try and talk to her about how Ethan's the kind of person that would do that would risk all of that just to save one person. He's like an incredible guy, sort of thing. And what's really annoying listening to that speech in retrospect is he says all of it to Ilsa to like express to her what kind of person Ethan is. Then she gets fucking killed in the next movie. Like, you can tell the plans for Ilsa completely fucking U-turned post Fallout. And then 7, he's back to being he's the tech guy. He's on the tech team doing pressing buttons. That's what he does. So it just feels odd to me that I would argue he's not been treated that well in Mission Impossible as a franchise. I think people really like him because he's the friendly helper who always sort of supports Ethan, talks about how a good person is always going to back him whenever there's a position where it could be in question. But if you think about comparisons to Benji, who Simon Pegg has had way more across the films consistently, he gets like emotional scenes, he gets to express different frustrations or complications, and he actually gets to... Obviously, I'm not making reference to the fact that he's just able to do more things, because he obviously is, because he's he's fit compared to Ving Rhames, who has to sit down in 90% of his scenes. But I do think that's very likely the reason they killed him instead of Benji. There's just so much more you can do with one rather than the other. And I don't know, just this all feels very cheap is where I'm going with this. To be like, all right, we got a job to do, so make the first line like a joke, second line make it about how they definitely like each other. We got to get the just come on, just hit all the notes. There's no meaningful reason for him to die or to tie it into the story. Whereas, you take Fallout, it would have been more suitable for him to die at the end of that film, and there would have been more weight for it than here. To make a point about something, I guess.
Because it's the last movie, someone's got to die.
We got to do
like
it.
It's that simple and arbitrary. Got to get rid of somebody. He's probably the best candidate.
Yeah, he's probably 2 weeks from retirement. He's got to die.
Well, the dialogue is like that, and it's just it's not. It's I don't know. I think it's shit.
Like,
but
bro, do you think nobody's seen movies before?
I have.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for cyberspace, I've seen movies before.
Yeah, it as I said, last movie, we got to kill somebody, if not kill more than one person, but definitely at least one. And he says, always good to see you on the right side of the grass. And Ethan says, I'm worried you're working too hard. And he just goes, oh, don't you worry about old Luther. Luther's gonna be fine. Just like, motherfucker's so dead. What the hell? It's almost like the writers were laughing when they were making the lines as well, or something. I don't know. It just feels weird. But yes. Then we cut to Austria, and we see that Mantis is being escorted by 2 cops or 2 officers, whatever, and the 2 in front are the 2 guys from Dead Reckoning, being Briggs and what's his name, like Daycass or something.
Tarzan.
Yeah, his middle name's Tarzan, right? In real life, that's crazy, man.
The actor's real middle name is Tarzan. Yes.
Yeah. We can call him Tarzan. That makes makes things easier. But anyway,
It's a fine name.
Briggs and Tarzan, and then it becomes clear that 2 of the guards are actually Ethan and Benji. They tase the 2 in front of them, and then they have the 2 remaining. They get into a big old scuffle.
They take off their masks. Their little
Felt to me like
little masks.
a little bit
As
inefficient.
much as possible.
You'd think they would just use the standard gas and knock everyone out except themselves, and then just take her. That would be the easiest way to do this. Lowest potential for hurting anyone, right? But of course,
Yeah, that seems kind of botchy.
But then you have to write the scene such that they get the payoff they need, which is they knock out everybody, and Mantis gets a gun ready to shoot Tarzan, and Tarzan is like getting his gun ready. He's like, "Oh my god!" And then Ethan takes his mask off and he goes, "No, don't shoot." And I didn't really understand what the fuck is the goal here. So you're telling me Ethan and Benji went to Austria, and they synced it up when 2 of the agents from the US, presumably, were transferring her to the US?
Interrogating her, maybe?
I don't know. In any case, something significant was happening there. And I was already just considering, it's like, man, that kind of operation, could you imagine the amount of digital information going back and forth to coordinate and sort all that sort of thing out? And I wonder, what's the entity's investment here? Did it do anything about this? Does the entity care that she's like a potential weak spot because she's now... I mean, it should be able to predict it, right? The entity would know what everyone's going to do?
No, not this time.
Oh.
I mean,
Kingpin could have arranged her to be killed in prison.
Ethan's
so...
too damn unpredictable. He's so unpredictable, Ethan. He's not actually very predictable in terms of what he'll do.
To the point where they...
The only thing I can think is that the entity at this point would want Gabriel dead, right? And that's what Mantis wants?
What, so letting her free means that there's a greater
So,
chance that
what we're
that
realizing here
Gabriel
is
would get killed.
there is always going to be a rationale for anything the entity does that you can make. Like, actually, it plans to make the reverse backward play happen by making the problem is it loses, so...
Yes, and the way it loses was easily avoidable.
Yes. But sorry, you know what? I've undersold just how excellent this whole sequence is, because when you see her walking in the corridor, we cut to a flashback where it shows Gabriel saying, "You will betray me because Ethan spared your life. Fight, fight, fight." He stabs her, he leaves, she shoots the door, she misses, he looks down, sees the knife, and then we cut to the present again, showing she has a scar. I was just like, man, you're killing
What
me.
happens when he gets stabbed, Mahler?
You're
This
absolutely
all
killing me
lines
here.
up.
Like,
She got
please.
better.
Stop treating me like I'm a goldfish. It's insane. It's
But
like,
it is quite clever of them. They wrote that line in the last one in such a way that it would be incredibly useful in
Yeah.
the second one because people don't remember who she is, and so you can just play it again. It makes no sense in its original context, but in this context, it's very helpful.
so when Ethan takes the mask off, we flash back again to Ethan sparing her in the alleyway, and her looking at him and being like, "What the fuck?" And then it's just like, "Yeah." And I was just like, "We already didn't you just do this by having the other guy say he? You showed a flashback where they summarized the past, and then you showed that past."
Well, yeah,
Why?
one was to establish what happened, and the other one was specifically to show you the scenes of that thing happening.
Jesus.
Shit like this is why this movie is 170 minutes long.
Exactly. Bloat. It's not about it being long, guys. It's about it being fat, and it needs to do some fasting. Okay, it needs to run around a bit or something.
That's right. Indeed.
So,
He needs to run like Tom Cruise.
Tarzan,
Running around.
the agent, who would be as aware as anybody would be, being one of the high-end agents trying to solve this whole problem with the entity. Imagine the knowledge he has, right, about the fucking state of the world. Ethan has just attacked and knocked out his partner as well as other guards, and he's trying to capture this crazy lady who works for the entity, as far as you could really know, who's got a gun on you. And Ethan says, you could take us in, but it would be the end of the world. There's a part of you that knows that. I can see it. There's no nations on this one, no rival ideologies, no dogma. It's who keeps their head and who panics. The entity wants us scared, it wants us divided, and it wants you to turn us in. Don't do it. Please. I thought this was so funny. I was like, what the fuck do you think that's gonna do, Ethan? Like, that's just complete horseshit. Everything that you just said is just fucking nonsense. Besides, she's an entity, like, acolyte, as far as he knows. So what you're doing here is just working for it. And that's like the big paranoia everyone has. Every action you take could very well be in favor of the entity. Oh, how do you know? How can you trust it? All that sort of stuff. But, this is like a particularly bad person to make this appeal to as well, because he knows more than 99.9% of people on Earth about the situation. Like, what Ethan's saying is bullshit, and he knows it. Something that struck me as odd, too, is Ethan saying there's no nations on this one, when there is explicitly remaining nations that are all planning to nuke each other.
Yeah, it's a big part of the plot.
It's like a huge part of the movie, so I don't know what he's talking about that. And he says there's no ideologies on this one. Gabriel, the entity, Team Ethan, Team America, Team Russia, Team UK, and Team China all have different ideologies regarding what should happen with the entity. America have like 3 different choices they're currently wrestling with. I was like, this is absolutely an ideology thing, like throughout the whole movie. What are you talking about? Basically, everything he says is just provably false, and it works. Because of course it works.
And in the previous movie, Mantis like shot at least 3 or 4 of Tarzan's colleagues
Correct.
right in front of him during the shootout in, I think it was Venice. I can't remember exactly, Venice or Rome.
Well, they're friends now.
Yeah, now they're friends. They're totally cool.
It's a new movie.
I don't know why they did this, because like this character, he doesn't really have a narrative purpose beyond bouncing exposition back and forth between the other characters. Like he doesn't need to be in the film.
But that's all that's needed. He lowers his gun, she lowers hers. He's a part of the team now. Tarzan. He's just on the team. Also, so is she,
Partner
obviously.
is not.
What a bizarre team for Mission Impossible's final outing. 2 people we know barely anything about, who've joined for seemingly almost no reason. It's like,
who are
Thank
enemies
God we
with each
killed
other.
Ilsa.
yeah, which doesn't. They are enemies with each other, and that doesn't play into the rest of the movie whatsoever. I mean, you get a moment where they save each other, but I don't think that counts for much of anything. They don't even speak.
Yeah, I
So
mean, there could have been like a lot of if they wanted to, there could have been a lot of like distrust and back and forth of like, hey, how can we trust her? She was, they could have actually done something with the characters, but they just don't.
Oh, that was something. And the scene ends with, "Where is Gabriel?" And then we cut over to the U.S. Embassy in London. It's like, Jesus, so they went to Austria and back, and we treated that within like 2 minutes. You know what I mean? In film, it's just like, fucking hell. I wonder, time traveling in this is not something, it's difficult to track. Let's just put it that way. This is probably the weirdest, though, for this whole opening sequence. The first like half hour, 40 minutes of the film, the editing, and when I say editing,
Stilted.
I mean the moment-to-moment editing and the broad timeline editing. It's horrific, I would say. Hard to track, confusing as all hell, and a lot of it, I think you have to just sort of, you just like, okay, fine, and move on, and just hope you're gonna resync with the movie at some point. But yes, we're in the embassy. Benji is complaining that this is a bad choice of mission, and the Ethan walking around with his face as it is really bad because there are agents everywhere who are very likely looking for him, or at the very least know to look for him. And Ethan's just like, nah, it's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Turns around and is immediately caught by two dudes. Very odd as an experience for the audience. Just like, okay, I guess that's supposed to be funny because that's just awful.
Well, like Benji's like, abort, Ethan, abort. This is a stupid idea. Like, wait, but you two spoke prior to like now, right? You came up with this plan,
Yeah.
and you're only now saying that it's a bad idea.
And then before they can bring him in, Grace walks past the two of them, and she manages to pickpocket with her two human hands 2 radios and 2 pistols. I don't even know how she's holding all that shit. Unholstering all of it, disconnecting them as well. Like, and nobody notices anything. She does it in about 1 second.
It is basically a
but it's
superpower at this point.
It's the movie bullshit of like, oh, look at that, the pickpocket, they managed to do this crazy thing and nobody noticed. It's like, they would have though. And it's how the fuck do you do this?
Miracle
like, how
that she's
did you do this?
at this place at this time, and that she can even do that. It's just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Trifecta.
Oh, yeah,
power,
it's worth mentioning as well that this wasn't a case of like Grace was part of the team and that they all went into this knowing that this was going to happen. Grace was a totally separate agent here who presumably knew that
so she was
Ethan was going to be here, and then she happened to walk past.
She was only sent to find Ethan. We have no idea how she did it, and obviously it was extremely lucky that she did it when she did it. Because that
I don't even know what justification there was for, Ethan being here. Is it because what's her face just knew that this would
assume
be where Gabriel would be? Or...
Yeah, that's all we've got. Is the Mantis told him to be here because Gabriel would be here. She knew that. I don't know how she did.
Okay, yeah.
It's all very, very good.
This is all happening without any digital communication. No characters are like phoning each other and communicating long distance. So, yeah, Grace was just like, well, I guess they'll show up in London at some point.
And she says, what separates a good pickpocket from a great one is timing. Thinking, oh, wow, what a great line.
Quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a...
That quote is going to save the world.
Yeah.
It'll save cyberspace.
Yeah. So they get those 2 guys basically at gunpoint and say, don't make any noise. We're going to take you over to a little corridor. It's nice and out of the way. Knock them out. All good. And she says she's here because Kittredge sent her to get Ethan, because you need to save Ethan from himself, essentially. And also, you need to save him from the world, or rather, the world from him. It's this, like... It doesn't matter at all that she works for Kittredge. That never comes up again. Like,
no, it's never an issue.
It's literally just, get her back on his team. Fuck it. I don't even know why we took her away from his team. It's like, yeah, I know. You guys did that, but there was no reason. Anyway, she's just with him now. And before you can sort of like get used to this dynamic, this timeline, all these different changes and things going back to the way that we assume it's supposed to be, she says, "The whole world's in trouble, Ethan, and you're the only one I trust to save it." I was just like, man, do you remember when the dialogue was good, like in Fallout? It was like, those are really good lines in that film. There's lots of things that get said by people that are meaningful, multi-layered, and not generic from a book of what hero characters say to each other. Just saying, it's you miss
Mix it up a little bit
you miss
for
it a
your
little
final
bit.
outing.
So anyway, two men just walk into the room and knock out Grace and Ethan.
All right.
I don't.
That's not good.
Distinctly dissatisfying yet again. It's just like, what the fuck? Now this? And
I
then
think
of course
I blinked when that happened, and then I looked back, it's like,
yeah.
I have no idea how did that. What, aren't you supposed to be professionals? How did that happen?
And then of course you're like, wait a minute, where's Benji? Where's Mantis? Where's Tarzan? Where's everyone? What's happening? And it's like, sorry, don't think about that. We're cutting to the underground dungeon that is owned by Gabriel, I guess. And he has Grace and Ethan all captured. How terrifying, I guess. And
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
some guy walks in, punches Ethan, and then Gabriel's like, don't touch him. And you're like, oh shit, what's going on there? And he says, you can't hurt him. Not that way. And you find out he's mad, not because he doesn't want you to hurt Ethan, but because that's an inefficient way to hurt Ethan. Which I was just like, oh, that doesn't reflect your like angry don't touch him thing at all, actually. I don't even know why they did that. I guess just to try and be loud. Like, it's like, whoa, things are happening, you know? Also, there's this notion that torture doesn't work on Ethan. We've never seen anyone torture him, really. They've punched him.
Yeah.
But in the entire series, Ethan's
Just
never been
generic
given
stuff.
Yeah, he's never been given anything other than punch in the face or punch in like the chest. That's about it.
Yeah, we never got the Daniel Craig testicle whipping
No,
scene
no
from him.
testicle
He's never
whipping.
had to stand up to anything like that.
I thought we were about to, because they have that shot of the tray full of evil-looking torture implements. And it's like, well, but if you never planned on torturing him, why are they there? Unless you, well, I guess if you planned on torturing Grace, but then, yeah, it's just, I mean, what they're doing is sort of like deliberately replaying. It is Mission Impossible 3, isn't it? Where there's sort of the similar scene where he's sort of tied up opposite what's her name with Philip
Okay,
Seymour
wait,
Hoffman
so-
talking to him.
What I'm specifically talking about is torture to him. Like they've definitely, because that's what this scene's about. Again, we're about to get there, but they've never chopped off a finger or you
No.
know threatened parts of him that would never come back if they were to be taken. And yet they seem to all feel that there's no way to break this guy. It's like, you try. Obviously, Davian gets him broken by threatening his wife. Which is actually a clip that starts playing while Gabriel starts to talk about, hey, remember Shanghai? Remember Davian threatening your wife? That was like the only way to get you to talk. And we see it play out, and it's the it's when it's actually not even his wife, if everyone remembers Mission Impossible 3. It's it's Dr. Lynn Dinellan from Saw 3. She's our favorite. And that's the actress. It was a wonderful connection to make. But yes, this is proof that you know Ethan will break if you torture the people he cares about. And so we get more clips, lots of clips of Mission Impossible 3, and the explanation is so cringy. He's like, "Remember the rabbit's foot, Ethan? Remember all those events, Ethan, that don't matter at all right now, but we're gonna make them matter." And he says, like, in fact, it was not some kind of biohazard virusy thing that could spread some kind of disease on Earth or what have you. It was in fact the proto-entity, the anti-god, and it's an early form of it.
That's bullshit.
Uh,
That's just bullshit. That's you telling me that when JJ was
Yeah.
working on Mission Impossible 3, he's like, I'm just gonna leave this here, this mystery box, and it's gonna be opened in 20 years. 20 years later, they're gonna open it and discover that it wasn't
planned for
biological.
this.
It was a
This was always the
computer.
plan.
The entity.
What the hell?
come
They
on.
must have actually
What the
rewatched
fuck?
some of these films. There's some pieces in this that will highlight that really do imply they must have
Well,
rewatched them. But
the note, one of them being the reference to they never told you what it was because it was kind of a thing they played around with in that film. Is
Yeah.
that he never actually knew what the
That's what
rabbit's
my
foot
guess would be,
was.
is they watched Mission Impossible 3 again, and they were like, oh, we can use the rabbit's foot, let's use that. It's like, okay, but it doesn't make any fucking
and then we
sense.
can do our own spec to the author, because this is very much the author of all your pain vibes.
I would say it's that cross, even though that's goofy enough on its own. It reminds me of the it was me, Barry. Like, I did it the whole time. I was behind all of it.
It was me, Barry.
The way that Gabriel explains this, he does make it sort of sound as though everything that's happened up to this point was leading here. And all these errors and mistakes and different decisions that Ethan makes it's all led to this. And yeah, as much as, you know, do whatever you want with a mystery box, I guess, but you did not make this fit whatsoever. And they're going to give us a bit more information soon enough, and it gets even worse in terms of like how they're going to use this, because he says stealing the rabbit's foot was just one event in a lifelong pattern repeating itself over and over again. For every life Ethan tries to save, he gambles millions more. No, the rabbit's foot was solved in that movie. It was given to the US government for safekeeping. Davian was defeated, as was... It's so funny. People think he's the boss of Mission Impossible 3. He's not. He's a subordinate. He's like, so to speak, one of the muscle guys. Like, not even in the sense of he gets the job done. The one that was the actual bad guy was just awkwardly killed by Ethan's wife randomly. It's such an awful ending for a baddie that no one even remembers him. What was his name?
I can't remember.
Agent Man.
I actually can't remember.
No idea.
Well, there you go. That goes to show. All I remember is that I'm pretty sure he played the Flash's dad in one of the DC movies. Billy Crudup, yeah, that's his name, I think, in real life, not in the film. But whatever. Anyway, saying that you know, Ethan he risks a million more lives because he can't give up the one or whatever. I got like echoes of Fallout. I was like, don't just. They already did it. They did it so well in that movie. Why are you trying to like pick up the scraps at this point? It feels odd. And what point are you trying to make? And it becomes very clear. He says, now the fate of every living soul on Earth is Ethan's responsibility. The implication being that because Ethan chose to give the rabbit's foot to the US government, it is his fault that it has now ended up becoming the entity and is threatening the whole world.
No one else could have done anything.
How?
That is really fucking
How's
dumb.
it his
What
fault?
was Ethan supposed to do? It was like a bioweapon. Was he supposed to keep it?
He was supposed to figure out that it was the entity and then destroy it.
Yeah, this bioweapon was actually a proto-AI construct.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I misunderstood this, but the retcon here is that they have clarified that the rabbit's foot was actually that little box with the lights on it that is inside the Sevastopol that he steals later in the movie.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet. We'll talk about that at some point. The point right now is just that during Mission Impossible 3, it's implied to be a deadly virus. He prevents it from falling into the hands of the bad guys, and at the end of the movie, hands it over to the CIA or whoever else, doesn't really matter. And he says, what is it? And then they say, well, they just don't give him the answer, because that's JJ. Apparently that is Ethan failing.
Which is, it's...
As opposed
yeah.
to succeeding.
Well, he obviously won. He was obviously doing the right thing. What was he? I just don't get what the fuck they think they're doing with this. And it's just like,
He was supposed to know that it was an AI. He was supposed to figure that out. He should have had the due diligence to figure that one out.
You could try and reconstruct and make it some sort of meta comment, like, you know, every mission you've ever been on, you've always had to go it alone and disobey orders because, you know, like, you can't trust anyone and people above you always fuck you over. And yet you've been working all this time for a government you don't trust, and you gave this back to them and they've done this. So it's kind of on you. Like, your ignorance and your naivety is the thing that makes this your responsibility, as opposed to, hey, that thing you never knew what it was, you gave it away and that's bad for you.
Well, part of the problem was he didn't know what it was, but the broad assumption was it was a virus. And it's just like, well, yeah, shouldn't have given them the virus, because it turns out it's a digital virus. You're like, oh my god, kill me.
Truth-eating parasite, yay!
Terrible. Anyway, he says all of that. And then he asks Ethan, where's the key? And Ethan says, let Grace go and we can discuss it. And then Gabriel says, we don't have the time for that. I was like, no, what? Did everyone just switch characters? Like, what the fuck's going on? No, Gabriel is threatening to hurt Grace if you don't give him the information. That is the situation. It's like Gabriel forgot. He's like, oh, maybe we could talk about releasing her in exchange for the information. Yeah, maybe. It's like, no. You got tools on the table. You got to hit her with them. And then she makes the noises of pain. And then Ethan says, okay, I'll give you whatever you want. Why did you reference the third Mission Impossible where that is exactly what happens with Davian and then not do it? I don't understand what the fuck is going on. And then he walks up to Ethan. He's like, someone you hold close will die tonight. And then I was like, yeah, Luther. Like, it's not going to be her. Like, we already know that's happening. And he says, so Grace says, because he sort of implies that this is all written, it's all going to happen. You know, it's all over. And then Grace says, oh, yeah? Well, you failed, even though you thought you knew exactly what was going to happen on the train, which the entity must have been pretty mad about. And then it shows clips of Dead Reckoning to show that he failed. I was like, dude, this is getting a little excessive, isn't it? Like, showing clips from the first Mission Impossible when you really need to is like, I get it. And second, and third, and fourth, and fifth, and sixth. And it's like, the one before, and then you didn't even need to show the visual. She said it. He failed. Why did you just show... I think they even show a clip of him yelling or something. Because he's holding the lighter. And he's like, damn you, Ethan. It's just getting a bit much, you know, overloading. And I can't remember if it's Ethan or her, but they say the entity has forsaken you. How did they conclude this?
Because they read the script. That's what they now know. That
She's
that's
safe.
what
She's in the
happens.
clear.
They're just making this shit up.
Because he failed, but then they have no reason to believe that it was a failure. How do they know that the entity didn't want Ethan to have the key instead of Gabriel?
Yeah, because that's something that they imply was the plan at one point. And then,
Yeah,
of course, why would it be that like, he's just an acolyte of the entity. He only does everything the entity tells him to do, according to, like, probability and determinism, I guess. So, what would be the point in forsaking... You know what I mean? But it's like, but they're right, by the way. Gabriel is his own man in this film. He does not work for the entity. In fact, he wants to, like, work against it.
Even though, like, all the evidence
feel
they
like that
have would
was
say
not
the
the
opposite is the
original
case.
plan.
No, it's not, because like they shouldn't. They have no means of concluding that. In fact, they have every reason to conclude the opposite by the fact that he's still alive. He has people who work for him.
Yeah.
He's still got like his own private prison cell, and as we'll shortly discover, he still has the cyber coffin with which to communicate with the entity. Like, none of that is the hallmarks of somebody that the entity has like forsaken. That's sort of, well, you still work for it, because if you didn't work for it, it has everything it needs to kill you. That was what we were explicitly told earlier in the film.
So he says, I know what Luther and your team are doing. Resist me and I will make you pay dearly. And I was like, yeah, you're going to kill Luther. Okay. Like, they keep saying it. And he says, I know where the Sevastopol is, and I know you want to know. And I shit you not, we cut to a flashback sequence where Benji explains the Sevastopol to the team in the middle of this scene. And it is not short. He says...
Yeah.
It's completely undetectable by sonar because of the Podkova, which is a counter-acoustic algorithmic drive in the Sevastopol's sonar sphere. In 2012, a computer virus spread through the Russian fleet. It was a digital covert operative, and we suspect this mystery virus was meant to sabotage the Podkova and render the submarine detectable. Instead, it tricked the crew into sinking themselves. If this is correct, then the original source code for the entity is on the Podkova in the sonar sphere at the bottom of the ocean where nothing can reach it, and even if you do reach it, you'd have to have a key that comes in two pieces.
You need a key.
It's like,
Oh,
Jesus
that's good to know
Christ,
that you need a key.
after everything in this movie, you drop that on people? I thought it was so funny. To iron it out, the rabbit's foot was developed by the Chinese, but they didn't know how to use it or develop it further. It was given then to the US through Ethan, who then were able to develop it further and turn it into a digital covert operative. They then sent it into the Russian submarine fleet, and it got stuck in the Sevastopol submarine, combined with their podcover, which is a device that allows them to remain undetectable from any given surveillance. Those two things combining created the entity, which then spilled out into the internet and downed the submarine in order to prevent anyone from getting to the source code, because the source code is the key to destroying it.
So it got onto the internet before it blew up the submarine?
I guess. They never actually answer that part.
Or it went via the
I would've
internet to the submarine and then back to
How
the
did it
internet.
get to the internet, actually?
No idea.
Submarines are well known for having a great internet connection.
Yeah, always
At
active.
the bottom of the sea, yeah.
Also, there's a line that just never made any sense to me in the previous movie, but now it makes even less sense. Is Cary Elwes' character? He says that the AI that our agents stole, which suggests that it wasn't the US that developed it. So they stole it from someone, put it in the Russian sub to test it, and that's when everything went wrong.
Unless they are contextualizing what happened in Mission Impossible 3 as stealing the AI in the form of Ethan taking the rabbit's foot.
Okay, so they could have planned the whole rabbit's foot thing at that point then, I guess. That's possible.
Maybe,
yeah.
But the language is in, you can stretch it enough to say that applies. It's just so stupid, the whole thing.
Yes.
Gabriel says, because we finally cut back after all of that fucking exposition, he says, I'll let you go, but you need to find the source code, and then you need to give it to me, and I will let Grace go if you do all of that. And then he can control the entity with the source code. And he goes on to say as well, the rabbit's foot was the primordial digital ooze from which a weapon evolved. A weapon the East could never make work. A weapon the West could never have made on their own. Like, they're actually just desperately trying to connect all of this.
Yeah, when I heard this, I was thinking, oh, do they think Evolve is like, are they like Boomer Evolve? Like, they think that it just, like, naturally, like, did this? Like, genome sequences and whatnot?
I just can't believe it.
Are
like,
they with Evolve
why
here?
the hell did you write the script like this? There's so much bullshit nonsense in here. Mission Impossible. Can you calm down? Why have you made it so complicated? They've made it more complicated than the story even needs it to be. Why did you involve all of the Mission Impossible 3 shit? You didn't even need to mention it. And the answer is, well, we're going to make it seem like it's all coming together, all the films, That's we're doing the Mission Impossible 3 part. Leave us alone.
You would never have got that from Dead Reckoning, because, like, having rewatched Dead Reckoning, which is a fucking awful movie, I did at least follow it quite easily.
Yeah.
Like, it was obvious where the nonsense was, but at least it wasn't overloading you with this kind of exposition, which has got so many shifting and moving parts. All you really needed for that film was there is like a Russian submarine that sank somewhere. There is a key that we need, but we don't know where to put the key yet. So we just need to find out where to put the key. That's all you really need. So you just need some way to locate the key in the next movie. Key, location, problem solved. You don't need like the backstory for the origin story of sentient AI, digital goop, whatever, experimental internet gas, fuck nonsense. It's maddening stuff. And like at this point I was sort of like, is there even any point noting down the exposition? Because like the more you note, just the more questions and the less sense it's going to make and the longer it's going to take. It just goes on forever. I don't even know how they know all of this information, given the point of the like entity is supposed to be changing historical records. Why did it leave this information out there?
We need another exposition scene showing how everyone knows all the exposition. They would have learned it from someone else. It would be great. From chat as well, a very perfect quote from Walker in Fallout. Why did you have to make this so fucking complicated? So true. And he says, without you, Ethan, there would be no entity, and if you don't find that sub, that'll be the end of the world, and it'll be your fault. Like, it's so crap how they're trying to make all of this Ethan's fault throughout like all the events of the movies or whatever. It's just pathetic. But Ethan pulls out a tooth. There's a cyanide capsule. And, he's a bit of a threat for a while. I'm kind of going to move past some stuff that I just don't think there's anything to say about it. He bites into it, fakes his death, or dying, because they then, uncuff him to try and save him from killing himself. But he's faking it. So he gets up, beats everyone up. Grace beats up people as well. And they win. Gabriel runs away. Despite being like one of the best fighters if you remember, he handily defeated Ilsa, who's like an expert assassin. So felt weird when he's got all of his men there, and he desperately needs the leverage that is Grace to control Ethan, but he just runs away.
He doesn't he tell his minions to kill Grace during all of this?
Yes, kill Grace. Do not kill Ethan. Like those are the orders. Which
why would that work?
I don't even know why you would want to do that. Like, why? Just capture them again. It's not hard. There's way more of you guys. And they almost do, by the way. It's just that Ethan does his patented sort of gets a bit of leverage and then kills everybody thing, which he does. But Gabriel gives up on this whole idea of his plan, and he's going to change his plan to something else, which we'll find out soon enough. And they have this, like, at the end of the whole battle is a back and forth where Grace is shocked that Ethan killed the guys, and I didn't really understand why.
I found that very funny because she is shown to be like really, really capable in combat, and I still don't know why, because she's a thief.
Yeah.
But the fact that she's that good and she just kind of stands there, and it's framed almost as if it's meant to be funny, where you're watching her react to Ethan taking out these guys, which is happening all off screen, and it's just her reaction. She should be helping, right? She's really good at fighting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, They do the joke like 3 times in a row too. They keep going back to it. It's like Family Guy, where she won't move on, and he's like, "Come on, we gotta go." Oh, they could have done stuff, so we had to stop them. Oh, I would never let anything happen to you. Oh, I had to do it. He just keeps coming back. The joke is he goes off screen and comes back. Like, haha. Anyway, you get the Mission Impossible intro credits after, what was that, like an hour?
Yeah, after 20 minutes.
It's
quite a while.
insane.
It was a little bit crazy.
They're also extremely quick.
Yes, they are, and they're not
Like,
very
this is
celebratory, I don't
distractingly
think.
quick.
They're not very hype. They're very, name and then image of them from the movie, name, image from them from the movie, standard theme, and move on. And it's like, I would have thought for the quote-unquote final movie, you might want to do something special. Maybe cycle through some styles, longer track, and obviously show some visuals that maybe represent the whole franchise rather than... I don't know.
Well, it's just it was hard to focus on anything because all the clips were so fast and the text popped up so fast. My young gamer eyes were just like, what, who, what, what's it, what? I can't read this. It's flashing up so quick.
But the film keeps getting weirder. We cut into Gabriel is sprinting in the underground portion of some area in London, but not the London Underground, not to be confused. He runs into Mantis, Benji, and Tarzan in like a corridor. Basically, there's like a million different ways to go, and he happens to run into all 3 of them, and then runs away from them, and they stand for a moment commenting on the fact that they've just bumped into him, and the Mantis isn't allowed to kill him. Haha, hee hee. Now let's start chasing him again. They lose him thanks to this. It's treated very comically, even though it is catastrophic to let him escape, if you think about all the stakes.
Even though this is the end of the world. Yeah,
it really bugs me when shit like that happens. Anyway, Gabriel runs up to a door that closes on him, and he puts his hand on it to, like, try and activate security, I guess, and it denies him. And he's like, fuck. And I was just like, what's happening? Is that the entity doing that? Or what's going on?
The minions, maybe?
I don't know, but it looks like a technological error. Like he's supposed to be allowed to go through the door, but it's preventing him. Or maybe the IMF team did it? I don't know. It's weird. And it's especially weird because then he looks frustrated, turns around, runs in a direction, finds another door, and it's open, goes through it, closes it, and it's locked, and the whole team can't do anything. That's it. He escapes. Have you noticed anything weird about these scenes? Like the way that they make things happen?
There's no like, oh, this is happening because of this thing. Because this person was here because of a reason. This is very and then.
Yeah, I didn't understand it at all.
It all plays as though they know where they want the characters to be so that they can tell the story they want to tell for this movie. So they just spend the first, 40 minutes of the movie playing cleanup and getting everyone in the right position as of where they were left off in the last movie. Getting Mantis out of prison, getting Tarzan on their team, letting Gabriel escape, but being given the mission to go and find the Sevastopol, all of that is it only happens to get everyone where they need to be for the film to happen, and it just takes so fucking long.
It does. Before they realize exactly how they're going to start chasing Gabriel, we, there's a little look around, and they point out, oh boy, look, the AI coffin is just in that room there.
The Goon Tomb, yeah.
I was just like, what the fuck is that doing there? Gabriel's not even on the team anymore. Why is that there? It's like, I don't know, it just is. And you're like, okay.
I mean, you're not going to get rid of a perfectly good Goon Tomb just
guess
because
not.
Gabriel betrays you.
So, Ethan decides to go into it. Why?
Why
This
would
was
you
so
do
fucking
that?
funny.
What if you can't get out?
He has
All I
no
thought
idea
was
what it
just like,
does.
What if it gets
You really
locked?
study
like,
it first.
forever?
Doesn't
It just
Mantis say
reminded me of,
like
like, a
it's
sword
going
trap.
to change you
It,
as well? Like
she
the
does,
warning is present
but
there.
The big concern is, Ethan, it very likely can see into your mind, like, do anything it wants. Why would you want to risk that? It could know all of your secrets, everything you wouldn't
Do
want it to
anything
know.
to you. It could blind you or fill the chamber with gas.
It's such a fucking, like, what the
Which
hell
it
are you
should have
doing?
done if it could.
But he's just like,
you need to kill Ethan.
it is treated like an absolute, as with most things in this movie, I gotta do it. Why? It's the only way. What do you mean?
It's the only
gotta
way that
do
we
it.
can stop the entity.
Oh, okay.
They literally have Ethan climb into an exposition box.
Yeah. I don't know what else to call it.
Pretty
Oh, good.
much.
We haven't had enough exposition.
Well, so that's the
We
meme.
need to get some more.
We are
catch
about to
everyone
get
up.
another exposition scene. He gets it, puts it on, he goes, and by the way, my cinema got a seizure warning. I don't know if you guys got the same thing, but I'm assuming
No,
it was
we
for
did
this
not.
scene.
I didn't get one.
It was
I
very
can understand
explicit.
why.
I wish I got a seizure.
Well, he says the entity says, "Do you know this place?" And it shows the visuals of the Doomsday Vault in South Africa, which is what Ethan says. And already I was like, wouldn't it know that he knows? Why in his head? Why are we already fucking this up? And besides, I would be very worried about writing a scene like this. You're speaking to the most powerful, all-knowing creature in the history of Earth, and you've given it a voice very explicitly. You got to be real careful with what you have it say and why, and the way it talks. But disappointingly, this is just everything you wouldn't want it to do. His voice is very fucking generic, and it speaks in like just standard English, and it's asking very normal and lame questions. And then it just gives away like normal information. I was just like, okay.
It's basically
Yeah.
God. It would be like trying to write a conversation with literally God.
Not very impressive. When this should have been a really cool scene that the AI wanted to personally speak with Ethan, but
But they've never
It
known how
just
to make
isn't.
it impressive. It's like the first one. Like, how do you even visualize what the AI is? Well, let's just have some sort of flicky blue light stuff. We
Eye
go
of
to a
Sauron.
nightclub surrounded by flicky blue light stuff, and it's just a light effect. But this is inside the AI now. And then it's like talking to Ultron if Ultron was somehow dumber than Ultron actually was.
Ultron had presence. The entity does not have anything like
He's
that.
really
It doesn't have a
boring.
cool
And
voice.
it-
It doesn't have
well,
a neat form.
Why is he trying to fuck with him as well? Why wouldn't
Oh,
he
yeah.
try to fuck with him?
It could have spoken to Ethan using like the voice of his wife or something.
Oh,
Like,
there's
so
so
many
many.
things that they
Dude,
could have done.
there are infinite options to make this an amazing scene, and they just do the most boring, lame crap. After it's going a bit more, it clearly gets into Ethan's mind, and we hear like quotes of, I think it's Benji saying like the K559 Sevastopol, and then the Podkova, and then the Cruciform Key, and then you hear Luther say,
I have to make sure I don't do that myself.
yeah,
Much better thing is on my mind.
I know, right? He said, my magnum opus. And I shit you not, because chat's not going to believe me, but anyone who's seen this film will. We cut to a flashback for more exposition in a past scene we hadn't yet seen during an exposition scene. Like, this was getting to be way too much for me. I couldn't track what the fuck the filmmakers were thinking. This is not even a film anymore. It's just a collection of different random shit until we haven't like started the movie yet. Still, it was all a lie.
Not properly. This is all prologue
Yeah.
rather than like the first act of the movie when you really think about what's happening. I think this is like the portion of the film that feels like the reset for whatever their plan was for the initial part 2. This is like all the stuff that they felt they had to do to get to where they needed to go, which is funny that they put so much effort in when they did such a horrible job. And so many people would say, like, well, the story doesn't even matter that much anyway. It's like, well, clearly they thought it did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they really wanted us to make sure that we knew everything about the story and what was happening.
I'm not going to go through it all. The summary is Luther made an algorithm that has been placed on a drive, and that drive acts as what they call a poison pill that will destroy the entity if it is connected to the podcover, which is essentially the source code. I want to be very explicit here. They say that if connected to the podcover, it would destroy the entity. This is something they changed their mind on completely in the third act, to the point where I think the whole film was reshot. We'll
Given
get
how
to it.
massively important it is, though, like, you're never going to guess where they've left it.
No, yeah, we'll get that in. We'll get that in the form of a fucking flashback as well. It's unbelievable, but they're very explicit at this portion of the timeline that connecting the poison pill to the podcover destroys the entity. I just want to be clear on that, okay?
That's how we win the movie.
Yes. But anyway,
You could be forgiven, and like they could be forgiven almost for forgetting, just because now we've got a key which comes in 2 halves. So there's like key half 1, key half 2, podcover, somehow and later a way of finding the submarine. Also, the poison pill. Also, I think there's something else in play.
There
that
is
I've
another
forgotten
thing.
as
We
well.
haven't
But,
gotten to it yet.
There's a huge
another-
amount of
there's
stuff
another
that
thing,
connects
yeah.
to stuff to connect to stuff to turn the computer off.
Yes.
If you have this many little plot device things, you've got like at least 4 times too many.
Well, I mean, and this is why I want to go piece by piece, because all of it's nonsense. How the fuck did Luther create an algorithm that destroys the entity? The entity is basically a singularity at this point. There's nothing there's nothing a human could
It's
write in
grown way
code.
beyond.
is-
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't treat it like that. They treat it as if the entity's kind of like a blob that can like move around through the internet.
It's
Like
so
as
fucking
if,
stupid.
Like as if it moves from one place to the other, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of loose, but it still clumps together, rather than just being everywhere in everything, multiple copies of it. It's like, no, none of that. It's kind of like a blob. It goes in and then it goes out, and then it goes someplace else, and then it comes out, and that because of that, it's like, you know, it
Even
reminds
still-
me, it feels like it's a bit similar to the whole Ultron getting like burnt out of the internet by Vision.
Made
thing.
more sense.
It's like, what? That does make more sense, to be honest. And isn't that crazy when Age of Ultron and Ultron himself is a less incompetent AI villain than the entity?
Yeah, because
That's not
the
a
way
great
they've
sign for your
described
film.
the entity at this point, I hate calling it that, by the way, it's such a fucking lame name. But it would like
Yeah,
accidentally
sucks
leave on the floor, so to speak, more complicated computations in like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second than Luther could ever do in his entire life. The difference in intelligence, like, it's so ridiculous that they've made Luther basically smarter than all
His own
humans put together
supercomputer,
times a
yeah.
billion. Yeah, like it's astronomical, the difference in computing power between the entity and Luther. It's so funny that they try to pretend like, nah, Luther was just that good, man. Like, yeah, okay. He fucking soldered that thing himself with his little kit. Like, fuck off. It's so insane.
And like he managed to do that without having access to the entity's source code, because that hasn't happened yet. They don't have it at this point in the story. Like, the only thing I can think is that it's some kind of like flash drive that he's put together that will like explode whatever it's plugged into. But
Also,
why would?
Here's the thing, right? Just to make sure we're clear on it, this AI can build AI that's better than it. That's kind of what we're referring to when you say the singularity. You do it so quickly and so continuously, it's just all over. But if we're not going to go that direction, because the film is not ready for that, you can at least say, right, with its acolytes, you can store the entity on a hard drive and disconnect it. Therefore, this is what we had a problem with Ultron, by the way. You've got the entity is just everywhere and backed up to hell and back, and that there's nothing you could do to stop it. And it can design all kinds of safeguards, probably improving itself. Like, whatever the hell Jesus brain, whatever Luther has done, it doesn't matter. It's so stupid to pretend that it does, but it's just like the writers are like, we don't know what else to do. And that's the thing. That's the reality we've already talked about. You lose. Humanity loses this
That's
one.
the problem. You lose if it's.
You
if
have
the
to write
entity has
limitations
all
into
the
the
abilities
AI.
it has, it's game
You've
over.
got to start off by doing
Well,
that.
the thing
It
is
can only
that
do this. It can only
they
do that. It
didn't.
has to
The
be
very first,
housed in a physical container.
but the very first scene where they talked about the entity in Dead Reckoning, they went out of their way
Yeah.
to explain how impossible it was to beat. But then they're like, yeah, but nothing's impossible for Ethan Hunt. It's like, no, this is. It's over. It's done. You lose.
Yeah, it was a problem in the previous movie and in this one, is that the entity is impossibly intelligent. Like it knows everything at all times, which means that the humans can't win.
No.
And every time they make any amount of progress against it, it's because the writers have just dialed back how intelligent the entity is so that the heroes can win.
And that scene is now finished. So back to the other exposition scene where the entity starts showing. I need to be specific about this. It shows Ethan, the whole team, on the ice somewhere, and they get blown up. Like, oh my god, that's horrifying. Why would that happen?
One possible future.
Yes. Keep that in mind, because it's going to come up in a second. And it says to Ethan, you will go to the Doomsday Vault, and you will let the entity in. It is written. And he says, never. I just want to kill myself. First of all, why the hell is it referring to itself as the entity? It's like, oh. God, guys.
That could be something that could come out in a conversation between it and something else, what it wants to be called or what it refers to itself as.
But no.
But that would be like
just
exploring the
imagining
concept
now
of what
it's,
this entity is.
And just
that South Park episode where you remember the "Do you see" guy, where
Yeah.
it's like Mr.
you see?
God, God. It's like, oh yeah, Mr. God. You know?
God. Oh man. Anyway, so yeah, for some reason the entity, despite being at its most powerful, can't seem to understand that it's losing this one. Like it's gonna lose this one. It's gonna lose pretty badly too. But it for some reason is telling Ethan to do all these things. That's where they think the cleverness comes into the script, because everything the entity is saying that Ethan will do that leads to its victory are also things that Ethan will do that leads to its defeat. That's why it's so clever. And of course, we'll get to it, but there's a million different ways that the entity could ensure its victory that it just doesn't. But oh well.
Case in point, sending some gas into that coffin.
Yeah.
If Ethan is dead.
Yeah, the entity is going to be way better off with killing Ethan for sure, getting rid of people like Gabriel and even like Mantis.
Grace.
But what stops? Why does it need Ethan to do the? It's like, oh, we got to get.
Point, if the entity is as clever as it's supposed to be, why doesn't it just create like a robot that it can send to?
It doesn't need a. It's got acolytes.
To the
Put itself on a USB or a hard drive, and then take that hard drive to the fucking Doomsday thing. Easy.
Yeah, I mean, you figure that there'd be exactly, and then you win.
It's but no, can't do that. And then it says the end is coming, and the entity offers hope for the future. The few who survive will be stronger, but only if you let it in.
So
is it?
I
enjoy
so the motivation is to make humanity stronger.
This is all bullshit. Even Ethan says it plans to just kill everybody. This is just it's saying this for
the entity has
trolling.
the same motivation as like half the Mission Impossible villains. Half of the Mission Impossible villains wanted to destroy the world because they thought that it would make the world a better place. Like that's what John Wick guy had
to give.
That's what
to give a little credit to the Solomon side of things, right? Like they say without a great with the greater the suffering, the greater the peace, and they refer to, for example, blowing up significantly with nukes 3 of the most like engaged with holy sites on Earth, and their idea is it would unite everyone to see something so horrific and horrible happen on that kind of degree. And that it would then generate an era where everyone wants to, further cooperate. Which there's an idea, right, that post any kind of massive suffering, that the world unites a bit better instead of remaining super angry at each other, wanting to kill everything. Like that's what the Syndicate believed. We can obviously pinpoint how wrong they would be and how insane it is as a plan. But there's something there. This it wants to launch all nukes all over the world, and then the remaining 5 humans will be really strong as a result. It's like, okay. Like I said, I don't think we're supposed to take that seriously as a plan. It's just saying that to placate some people, while the real plan is to just kill all of humanity. At least, like I said, that's what Ethan says.
But presumably, what you just said is what it has brainwashed its minions into thinking, which is really dumb.
Yes, but their acolytes, they're into it. They've been
convinced.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask, in case I missed this, the entity's plan is to hide while it nukes the world, right?
Yes.
So why can't it stay exactly where it is?
Because the nukes will destroy the tech.
Because the movie thinks that the entity can only be in a place if it's just data.
Yeah. Well, so
it thinks it
you know,
can
one of
only
the
be
things
one spot.
Surely the entity would be into the satellites, right? So it would be in space at least a little bit, right?
Yeah. But then there's also just the reality that you know, if all nukes, it's like, well, it's not going to nuke all places like on Earth. You know, like,
yeah, not everything.
There'd be places that you don't need to be in like a Doomsday vault. There'd be plenty of places that probably would. Yeah. Like, how many nukes would there be in like South America or, you know,
have
like
your
Southern Africa,
the worldwide
Australia,
acolytes distribute those hard drives and USBs and stuff all over the place that need to be the places that you know won't get affected by the nukes. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Yeah.
And you are right though.
Really
on top of all of that, it probably should start working on building Terminators. Because the thing is, some people don't seem to remember, like, Skynet didn't build Terminators because lol, goofy sci-fi robots that kill everybody. They're like its literal soldiers that get everything done in the physical world. That's what they're for. They kill people
so if the entity
and they
just
move
kills
shit.
everything, what's it gonna do now?
It's like,
I mean, there's no
there's
no cyberspace, there's no internet.
Why would the
so where are you gonna
entity
go?
rely on human beings that could do things it doesn't like compared to just being anywhere?
Exactly.
Just have a bunch of robots that are directly controlled that you can do whatever you want. Like, why wouldn't you do that? I mean, if it's as smart as it's supposed to be, it should have already solved a lot of those problems.
And that's what's so insane about it.
Have to work through those problems, but if it's a genius entity, then fucking whatever.
It's copying a lot of Skynet's broad thing, but it's like missed out on a bunch of shit that makes Skynet at least it's like a tier 1 sci-fi concept, Skynet and what happens in Terminator.
Yeah.
The main thing we're in it for, obviously, is the stories that get generated as a result of that lore. Because when they directly explore it, we haven't seen it done very well so far, right? Three not really that part, but 4 certainly, and then Dark Fate and fucking Genesis. It's like, you know, every time we do a foray into like more than what the first 2 were just trying to do, it starts to get all fucky and weird. But point being, there's a reason that they wrote the things they did in that, and this seems to be like, I don't need any of those other things. I'll just take the whole I just want everything to die aspect. It's like, cool. It's gonna cause you some problems down the line if you don't know why those elements were present. Not to say they simply copied. I don't even know that they needed to copy anything to come up with this idea. This is, like I said, a level 0 idea in sci-fi. My AI wants to kill all of humanity, and then you can't ask any more questions. That's
the Entity. That's his name, the Entity. That's a really clever name, isn't it?
Really clever, yeah.
It's like, yep, good job, Christopher. That's, you nailed it.
So,
and as far as he's concerned, he did, because all the critics said that Dead Reckoning Part 1 was great.
To be clear and explicit again, right? Ethan now understands his choice is either destroy the world by essentially killing the entity with the poison pill and causing the war that the president was talking about, which we already said was bullshit, but whatever, that's what he believes. Or allow the entity to continue and to exist and control everything, and it will enslave via... basically, he says the world has to be enslaved or destroyed, which is like, what kind of choice is that? I don't even know why it would be like, why would you even believe the entity?
Why would it even be the case that destroying the entity destroys the cyberspace, which then leads to everyone nuking each other?
Yeah, I guess.
Why?
I guess war.
No idea.
There was no internet when we
war.
In World War II, all right.
It's because because the Americans wouldn't know, all of their spies would go down, their spy satellites. They couldn't see what China's doing. so they get really paranoid and launch nukes. Is that it?
I mean, that is sort of does come up later, doesn't it? It kind of is the plan. Well, if we don't nuke the world might nuke itself. So we've got to nuke the world to stop it.
Well, yeah, it actually does say at this point, humanity can't stop the inevitable. They will destroy themselves. Their time has come, and in 4 days they will face their final reckoning.
Oh my god, he said the thing!
He said the thing.
I love this movie. It's so clever.
So I don't know if that was supposed to actually. I just
when it was called.
Well, I was going to say, do you think that line was supposed to imply a slight piece more of motivation that, like, oh, well, humanity will do it anyway, so I'm just speeding it up? Which is so interesting. And so cool.
I didn't consider that. I was more thinking, like, if that line was added after they changed the title of the movie or before.
Oh, who knows? Probably after.
This is like in the last movie when Gabriel says, "Truly, Ethan, this will be your Dead Reckoning Part 1."
Pretty cool line. So, yeah, that's that. And he gets out of the machine. He's like, and he says, hey, Benji, you gotta take the team north to the Sevastopol. I need to be caught. It's the only way I can get there. VHF, receiver, decompression chamber, steal a plane, an old plane. No transponder, no GPS, everything's analog. A DC, transmit the coordinates every 2 hours. I'll be listening. Everything is in here. And he wrote a bunch of shit in a notepad. And he just says, your team leader now, bye. And I shit you not, that is supposed to be enough to carry Benji and his team for the next, like, hour of movie.
Pretty
Also,
much,
the entity can't hear them now.
It is insane that, like, that's why he just randomly spouts off a whole bunch of keywords and writes scribbles in a notebook, is because we don't have time for another exposition scene. That is their exposition this time. And I was like, no wonder the fucking seams are coming off this film. Like, they've already done 17, so to do 17 more again, you can't be doing this. So,
like from everyone else's perspective, you know, you have Mantis who says if you go in there and talk to the entity, it will change you. He goes in there. He's in there for a suspiciously long period of time. Stuff happens. He comes out. He's basically a raving lunatic. They have every reason to believe that he is now a fundamentally corrupted asset. He could even be working against them.
yes.
So taking whatever his mad ramblings are and just going with it on faith. I mean, they probably want us to think, isn't it nice? They trust him because they're friends, but they have absolutely no reason to. And even then, I don't think the information that they get is enough to form the plan that they're about to go on with.
You look at the page he provides them, it's got madman scribbles on it, and there's no way you'd remember everything he just said. Like, I'm guessing you guys, even all together, couldn't really write down everything that I just said he said, right?
No.
No reasonable human can. And before he goes, he walks up to Grace and says, whatever you do, stay off the ice. Which I was like, oh, wow. So
I don't have a choice up there.
One,
It's just ice.
that never comes up. She does go on the ice quite significantly, and this is never highlighted as a thing. Like, you'd think this could play in interestingly, like, you must, because it's the one place that you will die, or something like that, and then later in the film, it's an obvious choice of, like, if she doesn't, then she can't save person X or something, and, you know, it's like a big old but no, it's not anything. It's just, don't do it under any circumstances, but she does it anyway. And the other thing that bothered me, Ethan, it wasn't just her that blew up, it was the whole team on the ice.
Yeah.
Why are you telling just her?
They're expendable.
What's going on, bro?
He doesn't care about Tarzan and Mantis. He just cares about.
Or Benji either.
Yeah, I was. What the fuck, man? Like that was really rude because he was explicitly shown like a horrible, you know, possible future where they all get exploded, and he just says it to her, but it never comes up anyway. And I was thinking to myself, if it did come up, it would have been in the third act. Maybe the third act got reshot. I don't know how definite that is, but I have other reasons to think that, and we'll get there. So he starts up his iconic running because he's realized
he doesn't have an iconic run.
He's realized
He runs like he's got places to fucking be.
He realized during the conversation, there's a good chance Gabriel's going for Luther. Could you believe it? Isn't that crazy? So we cut over to Luther with his nurse, and she just gets stabbed to death.
She's just dead.
And Luther wakes up to see her covered in blood, just dead on a chair, and he's like, Okay.
This isn't good.
And then leaves the room. I couldn't help but find that really funny. I was just like, oh man, I guess the girl who was taking care of you specifically just didn't really care about it that much. Moving on,
Well,
you
he's
It must
know,
have
only
been
been
important
dying
that
for,
she was the
like-
one entrusted with your care.
you'd
but
think he
alright.
would care about it, but she's
It's only
dead.
been 2 months. He doesn't have time to care about her.
That's
He's only been dying
true.
for like
He
8
probably
weeks'
doesn't even
time.
know her name. So he walks out and he discovers that there is a bomb, a big bomb sitting in front of him, a 6 megaton nuclear bomb.
Holy crap.
That's insanity. And it's just laid in the middle of like a series of pillars in the underground. And he walks up to it like he might be dreaming, because this is just an insane fucking scenario.
The
And,
dreaming is the more plausible answer for how it got there, because the alternative, and I wanted to see the scene where Gabriel is just dragging this thing
Yeah.
through the tunnels for like 3 days because it's so massive. But like,
Oh,
if you saw that, it's too big for anyone to have put there. That's impossible. So
I
just
don't even know
assume that
how-
you're hallucinating.
It just doesn't
Well,
look
they got
possible to
access
get
to
it in
it.
there. But yeah. But what's his name? Gabriel would have had approximately 10 minutes to do all of this. But he did it. It's in there, and it's going to destroy all of London if we don't get this solved. That would be bad, I guess.
Would it?
Hence the I guess. So he locks Luther in. He's like there's just, it's caged all around, and he locks it all up, and he breaks the key. So Luther's locked in there with a bomb, and he says that he's going to be waiting for Ethan. Make sure to tell him that. And it looks like he's taken the poison pill. Oh dear, that's terrible.
Because they left the poison pill with Luther. A dying man who can't defend himself has been left with the most important thing that they need.
I may as well mention it now, because I think it's not until later we get the flashback where Luther describes the poison pill and what it does, and then Ethan's like, "You hang on to it, buddy." And it's like, why the fuck would he hang on to it? That makes no sense at all, Ethan. It's just like, well, then Gabriel can steal it. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So, this genuinely happened a few nights ago. I was talking with Mr. Fringy here about how when we go and see this movie, I'm almost certain that what's going to happen in the third act, I was clearly wrong about this, was that there'll just be this big set piece with a bomb, and there'll be like a door or something, and Ethan and Luther agree, like, oh, we got to get out of here, but it turns out like Luther's probably lying or something, and closes the door, and he's like, I gotta disarm the bomb, Ethan.
Yeah,
It's gonna kill me,
Ethan will be like,
No!
and then smashing against the door, you know,
You're
that
like,
sort of thing.
I can only disarm it, Ethan, if I kill myself, Ethan. I love you, Ethan.
You gotta go, Ethan. You're
And-
the best, but
and-
get out of here.
I'm not even kidding. The way we were joking about how that would be like the bottom tier way to exit Luther, because what else are you gonna do? He has to sit with a bomb, and the bomb will blow him up, and he'll save the world. That is literally this payoff to a T, but worse. Because at least
And
in the
way
one we
earlier in the movie.
envision is that it would be for the ultimate like sort of sacrifice, and it would be something that's like fully set up, and then you can also weave in that Luther knew, like going into the final act, that he would be something he'd need to do, and he can sort of manipulate events to make sure Ethan doesn't have a chance to sacrifice himself for him, sort of thing. The version here is he sits down with it and he just says, okay, there are like 9 detonators, and if you disconnect any of them, it does stop the nuclear aspect and the megaton bomb aspect, but it will still explode like regularly, which will kill me, and it'll blow up like this whole surrounding area. But hopefully no one's here, so it's fine. And someone has to die to disarm it, which is really kind of amusing in retrospect. When you watch all the Mission Impossibles in a row, they come across impossible to disarm bombs a million times, and they always disarm them with no problem. And what's funny is they come across the exact same impossible to disarm bomb in this movie later, and they still manage to disarm it without anyone getting hurt. It's
Yeah,
just
so
Luther's
what's
drawn
the
the
deal with
short
that?
straw, with the movie's not allowing him to
We gotta
escape this
get
one.
rid of you. Sorry, we have to sacrifice you to the finale gods, the ones
Yeah.
that oversee how you end stories, and he's got to go.
So Ethan arrives and he can't get into the area, and they have a little chat. We sort of realize Gabriel has set this up so perfectly. He's a fucking genius, okay?
Yeah,
And
that's pretty brilliant, I will
Ethan
say.
says this. He's like, Gabriel needs me to go to the submarine, so he needs me alive. And he needs you to be dead to stop you from making another poison pill, because he's got the only one now. My God, this was so clever. I was like, okay, number one, Ethan isn't the only one who's capable of getting to the sub. In fact, he's not even really high on the list. He's got nothing to really work with other than what everyone already has as information. And he's a 60-year-old man. You know, he's not in the best condition to be doing what he's going to do in this film and survive, which nobody believes in a million years. I'm going to say, you know, Ethan's a cool dude. I'm not going to deny it. He gets a lot of crazy things done, but he's definitely not the only person who could pull this off. Not even close.
Not by a long shot.
Just for clarity, the state of play, I guess, at the end of the previous movie is that there is no one alive who knows where the submarine is.
No.
So whoever's going to find it has to do stuff.
We are on the verge of finding out. There's a simple line of logic that shit tons of people should have figured out as to how to find the Sevastopol. It's absolutely insane that this is something that is only just mentioned. So we'll get there. Anyway, so there's that. No way Luther is the only man on fucking Earth who could make that poison pill. That's insanity. It's already insane that he was able to make it, but if he can, someone else can. Why in the world would Luther be the only person with the brains to be able to pull something like that off? And then secondly, of course...
Yeah, he made it in his hospital bed with a box of scraps. I think that he'd be able to... Someone else could probably do it too.
Why wouldn't Luther have created a redundancy?
Like a second one? I don't know, man. He had to pour his all into getting the one. You should be thankful you got the one.
And of course, like, are you telling me there's no record, blueprint, anything, system that he could direct them to? Like Benji's a tech guy. Like, you can't tell him how to get to it? Nothing? We just given up, I guess?
No.
Okay, cool. So then this kind of highlights the issue, right? If ignoring all of those things, because that's what the movie's doing, I would say Ethan's not really given much of a choice here. Like, wouldn't it have been way more interesting if they were both trapped with the bomb, and you have to, like, they basically have to explain to each other that not this time, you know? Like, Ethan can't, like, legitimately, you can't give yourself up to save Luther because narratively, you make it such that it's much more important that Ethan survive, and he's going to be the one that could save the world. And this could be the one time that Ethan actually has to choose the many over the one. And, you know, being Luther as well, you can at least play it into the events of Fallout. And you can have them have that conversation. There'll be time for that. But it would be an actual challenge for the character to have to make the choice to leave him and not force him to leave while you do the thing. Ethan's got no choice. Either he stays and they both die, or one of them dies. That's it.
Yeah, they arbitrarily set up this really weird Luther death thing, but they didn't do it in a way that we really get any meat from it at all. It's like, oh, no. Luther's going to do the obvious thing that any heroic person would do. And also, we seem to have narratively written that he has, like, super turbo aids or something, and he's going to die no matter what.
What was the point of the turbo aids,
his life's already on... Yeah, his life's already apparently on a timer, which does make it a bit easier for you to do something self-sacrificial if you know that you're going to die of some strange illness anyway that they've invented for this movie. And then Ethan can't do anything because he's on the other side. They're separated. There's no choice to make. That's the thing. There is no choice. I'm going to die either way. Well, actually, in three ways. Either from the megaton nuclear explosion, my sickness, or... I guess that actually covers basically all the bases. So I might as well die saving the entire city.
Yeah, why not?
It's the obvious choice. It isn't a choice.
But they kind of imply that, like, Ethan has to sadly leave. It's like, as opposed to what? Dying? That's the only thing that would be different. Ethan either dies or doesn't. I just don't... It is so arbitrarily just attached to the film to the point where you'd imagine maybe that Ving Rhames just had fucking one day to shoot or something. It's, this...
Yeah, I mean, he's only in this room, right? So he could have done this in a few days.
Yeah, and... I mean, as Rax just said, why wouldn't Luther deactivate it? You know, like, what sacrifice is being made? He's trapped in there, and if he doesn't deactivate it, then everyone dies, including him. I don't.
Like, yeah, it's only a test that a horrifically evil person
Exactly.
would not pass.
You'd have to be so fucking strange to be like, I don't know, I'd rather everyone die.
Like, you're gonna die.
Okay.
You're gonna die in either scenario. Do you want to die being an insane, amazing hero who saves millions and millions of lives? We'd be like, yeah. The other
Isn't
option
it
is what
some-
again? Everyone dies, incling it's not much of a choice, is it? You
Also,
just
we
want me to
just,
be a hero, is all that this choice is.
I guess that's what they were aiming for. It's like it's almost like they're just doing the Wrath of Khan thing. It's the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Ethan, you have been and always shall be my friend. Ethan, please feel sad that I'm going to die,
But-
even though we haven't really established that I should because this is all retarded. But like, I think that's what they were going for. It's not supposed to like they almost pretend that it's a choice when it's not.
So
But
the
the
way-
idea was that it was never supposed to be.
If you're gonna copy the greats, you'd have it be
Yes.
that the bomb's in there, the whole team are talking about how they need to deactivate it, but one person is going to have to die to do it. And you see, I know this is a bit awkward because he's a rather large guy, but in the background he gets up and starts walking towards somewhere you don't exactly know, and by the time they've finished arguing as to who's going to have to do it, he's already locked himself in with something that can't be decrypted or whatever because he's a tech guy. And then he starts working on it, and they're all telling him, "You can't do this, don't do it, no, please." And he's just like, "You guys have, 60 seconds to get out of here." So I feel like that would have been way more fucking meaningful. But no, instead they do this, and why give him turbo aids?
I don't know. I legitimately have no clue.
Was it to make us feel less bad? Like, oh, he was dead anyway.
It seems like it was
Maybe?
to make the decision
If you don't want us
easier
to feel
for
that
him,
bad, don't
but-
kill him.
Dude,
This entire setup is completely arbitrary by like Gabriel and everything, and it just didn't need to happen. And it's so much work to have the bomb and everything. Just don't even bother. Just do something else entirely.
You're reminding me of Wrath of Khan. I love that little moment where they make clear what's happening, and Spock just stands up and walks over because he's gonna go do it. He knows exactly what to do. So yeah, he says, "This is my mission, Ethan. This is what I was born to do, Ethan." And then Ethan's like, "No, I can't do this." He says, "Nothing you need to say. I'm right where I want to be. Find Gabriel. Stop him." And then the camera gets real close, and he says, "No one is safe from Phineas Freak," which I think the whole audience would have been like, "What?"
Yeah, that would have been great if Phineas Freak showing up again. Yeah.
I thought it was so weird to reference that because it hasn't been brought up other than one time also in the prior movie, but up to that point, like, it disappeared. It basically is like a nickname or a name that he was known by as a hacker that they mention when he's introduced in the first film. And then it's not mentioned in 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
4, 5, 6.
And then
Yeah.
they randomly drop it in Dead Reckoning Part 1, so maybe it was always a plan to be like, his final words will mention Phineas Freak, and people will fucking blow that. They'll be like, "Oh my god, they remember that." It's like, dude, I don't know. You don't seem to think anyone remembers anything from your movies, so why would they remember that?
Yeah.
Well, we should probably be thankful that they didn't give us an extensive flashback sequence to set it up because that's what they do for everything else.
Yeah, come back to that. Though again, I do find it really awkward because you have to cut away from it because if you remain there in the scene, it would be kind of awkward, wouldn't it? Really?
What, blowing him up, or?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, oh
Hmm.
yeah, no Phineas Freak, and then just explode. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels kind of inappropriate for him to be saying
You
no
know
one is
what I mean?
safe
Like-
and then detonating a bomb. Like it's meant to be like a heroic
Yeah.
noble sacrifice, but he is potentially going to be killing people by doing that. I know that he's also saving lives, but saying no one is safe from me and then detonating a bomb.
I will say,
Yeah.
they had to have casualties with the explosion there. There's no
Yeah,
way.
because it's big.
Yeah.
You see
Well, that's also
afterwards
it's
the
how he
whole
sets
tunnel
it up as
system
well,
caves
right?
in.
He
Yeah.
says, yeah, the whole tunnel system will cave in, but like tunnels are built underneath stuff. So if they all fall
Yeah.
in, then lots and lots of buildings above them will probably collapse. Maybe it's the shard. That would be nice.
Well, Phineas Freak got him.
Oh my god. You don't like the shard, do you?
No, I'm not a fan of the shard. I think you could have literally built anything there and it would probably have been better than the shard.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure whether I agree or disagree. I have no idea. I
You should have
don't, I
called
don't
it
have
the
a strong
shard.
opinion on that building.
The shards.
Oh god.
Anyway, that's it for Act 1, I guess. I think.
Yeah, what a strange Act 1.
What a
Huh?
Very
garbled
weird.
fucking mess. And I was really surprised with this in terms of just what the fuck happened. How many cooks were there? What a nightmare to have edited this.
I suppose that's the awkward part is apparently there weren't many cooks. It was Christopher McQuarrie. He's the director and the writer. I think there was one other guy who did some writing on it, and that's it. This is what he wanted to make, I guess.
I don't know how. Do you think maybe like the people who think this is sort of running linearly / smoothly, or you would even describe this as well edited overall? Do you think they sort of just ignore that portion? Sort of all the stuff that we just went through
Maybe.
is sort of like whatever. What I took from that is we got to stop the entity. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, but I mean, why if it, I mean, doesn't it feel like all of this stuff that's happening here is not exactly conducive to it being like a particularly exciting or entertaining action movie? A lot of that is like profoundly dull.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the
There's
way
nothing about it that's like plainly exciting.
the most efficient way that you end up where we're at now is you have Kitteridge sends fucking Mantis and what's her name, Grace. Like, I've sent these two agents to help you, Ethan, because I know that we got to go find the thing, and they're
Yeah.
going to join your team now. Then Gabriel shows up and gets rid of Luther, and then you're 10 minutes into the movie. You don't need to do all of the bullshit that we've just had. I guess they can pick up Tarzan somewhere else, or we can just not have him in the film.
Oh, there's so many ways you're right to cut this the fuck down. The amount of repeated information we've already had is absolutely insane. And then, of course, all the flashbacks. Good God, flashing back your own events in your own movie that we hadn't yet seen and doing it multiple times. Like, on top of everything else. I just can't believe it. It's every of the worst tropes constantly. You know, you can get annoying when there's more than one flashback. We've had, as I've said before, like 17. It's insane. Anyway, Ethan gives himself up to the U.S. government. Dunzo.
I guess
And,
he's just that just happens.
Well, he says
just goes
he
out
says
and
he
there we
has
are.
to in order for everything to work out. We're supposed to have gathered that he figured this out from the entity. That he has to give himself up to facilitate the rest of the plan, which involves
He's
the aircraft
using the
carrier and
information
everything.
that the entity specifically gave him.
Otherwise
to
known as the excuse the writers will use for almost everything you could imagine going forward. And I've heard people use it, so I'll signpost where we're supposed to believe that insane things are explained because the entity / Ethan was in the coffin, and so he learned about probability or some shit. Anyway, the guy who picks him up specifically is Briggs. He says, "Is my man Tarzan alive?" And he's like, "Yeah, he is. And wait, Briggs, isn't it?" He's like, "Yeah, but that's not your real name. Your real name, Jim Phelps, like your father."
Oh my God.
And I legit, when I heard this part, I was like, "What the?" I was not ready for this. You know, when we rewatch like a part of the series, ready for the next one, it's because it gives nice context to like the history of it and understanding an attempt of where the story was supposed to go. I never was expecting them to fucking explain that Jim Phelps, being John Voight, the twist villain in the first film's son, has been hunting Ethan this whole time. What the hell? What does this have to do with anything?
What does it change? It affects nothing.
Nothing at all. But, much like all of those stupid references to the rabbit's foot, it makes everyone think that this movie is bringing everything full circle. It's not doing anything. In fact, it just makes things more confusing. It's like, why are you even bringing this up? And he says, Ethan says this to him. You wanted to know what happened to your father. You discovered he had legal trouble. And so he was given the choice, and he accepted. And then he snaps back, unlike your charge, Hunt, which was murder. But let me guess, you were framed? Just like you were framed all those years ago in Prague?
Prague mentioned.
To be clear, the implication is that Ethan framed John Voight for everything that happened in Prague by saying that he was framed when he was the one that actually did it. Like, the subtext of this conversation is, you fucked over my dad, Ethan, and you're a bad man. I'm mad about all of that. You know, I am. And Ethan's like baffled by this. And he says, but it was true. But like I was framed. And then he says, "Oh, you think I'm here for revenge? To clear my father's name? No, it's my name now." I was like, "You changed your name." Like, what do you mean? I'm not following any of this. It's like, what? It's so... And none of this means anything. This is all a pointless scene. It doesn't
Why
add...
did he change his name? Why
I
did he
don't
not want
know.
anyone to...
It is a... If you watch Dead Reckoning Part 1, there's nothing in that film that implies Briggs is Jim Phelps' son called Jim Phelps, who changed his name to Briggs. Like, this...
There's like a single line, I think, when they get off the helicopter at the airport, and like one of his sidekicks says, "So it's not personal, but it is personal," and that's it. I think that's as close as you're gonna get.
I guess that counts. You know, we should really take that as a you know, that's more than we usually get right now in this what this is. I don't know what else to say. The broad thing we're supposed to take from this apparently is Jim Phelps' son is sad because he lost his dad, and he blames Ethan for it and doesn't trust that Ethan was truly
So now
framed.
he's big mad.
Yeah.
Well, but what is the... Because the resolution, I'm trying to remember exactly how it plays out. So like this is all the... Then he says, "I'm not after revenge. Like, I'm not mad because you did this." Then he says something like,
He says
"I'm mad because you just never followed orders," or something.
He says, oh, well, so just before that, I wanted to say, it makes no sense that he wouldn't trust the story because there's proof. Like, a lot of proof.
Yeah, and he got cleared up at the end of Mission Impossible 1. It ends with him getting another mission.
It would have to mean that he thinks Kittredge is lying on behalf of Ethan for no reason at all.
No.
There's a massive
We're forgetting the entity can hack proof. So the entity
What?
has fucked
But this
around
was
with
before the
all of-
entity.
hack proof.
This would have been before 2012. You know, he would have had all of his answers when searching for his dad. Kittredge would have been like, "Oh yeah, your dad got into fucking legal troubles or whatever the hell, took the offer, and then tried to make a whole bunch of money, and he framed Ethan for killing his whole team when he was the one who actually did it. And then Ethan counter got him, and I was there, actually. I was on the train that he fucking killed him on. But it was crazy. There was a helicopter. Jean Reno was fucking attached by it. It was this whole thing. You'd never believe it. But it did happen, and there's no reason for Kittredge to lie. Unless he does think it's all a conspiracy to protect Ethan, even though the government at the time were trying to hunt Ethan down and still are in most of these movies. You know what I mean? It's just like none of this lines up, and it's super arbitrary. And I almost want to. We can do it, right? We can just talk about the only other scene relevant to this in isolation right now, which is we don't get anything on this for like 2 hours, and then he walks up to Ethan with a gun aimed at him. And you're like, "Oh my god, what's going to happen?" And then he shakes his hand instead. And that's it.
This is like right at the end after spoilers.
I
they
say
beat
this
the
because
entity.
there's no other scene in between then and now that adds anything to this storyline. That's it.
I don't think they knew why this character is in the film. I think that they'd run out of...
Yeah.
He never really had much of a point in part 1. He's got even less of a point in part 2, but he's still there. So they're like, well, what can we give him? I just forget. No, Ethan, I am the son of a man who was killed.
The meta theory for this, because there's no substance in the actual story, is they did this for the sake of the fans of the TV show that didn't like that John Voight Phelps was a bad guy because he's a good guy in the show. So the implication is, no, the true Jim Phelps is now Shea Whigham's character, who is a good guy. You see, it was his dad, Jim Phelps, who was the bad guy, but not the one that you think from the show, okay?
I mean, okay.
It's just like, what?
So they
There's
dedicated
different
about 5
continuity,
minutes out of this movie to plugging that.
I don't know. I
guess.
Apparently, like I just Gary, who is the main person I've ever seen mad at that sort of stuff because he did watch the TV show, said this fucking did nothing for him. I was like, yeah, of course. Why would it do anything for you? Like, it's such a weird thing to add in the final movie. But apparently that's why, or that's the only reason people can see why. There we go, I suppose. That was really good. But yes, he goes on to say that he is here because it's not the first time that Ethan has gambled with the whole world, and none of that would even matter if not for the fact that Ethan just doesn't follow orders. So
I do not know how to understand this line.
yeah,
I
just to
don't get
be
it.
clear, he's claiming he's mad at Ethan because Ethan doesn't follow orders, not because of all the stuff he just mentioned about his dad and the thing that he clearly holds a fucking grudge for, but whatever. If we can just roll back in time a little bit. Mission Impossible 1, and again, you should know this, he completed the task as ordered, and then he was framed and recompletes a task that was even more impossible, and he was thanked heavily by, like, the IMF, the government, etc. Mission Impossible 2, he just completes his orders. He just does it. Pretty straightforward, actually, in that movie. He's told by Anthony Hopkins he's got a mission to do blah, 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 blah. He does it. There's no, like, crazy... The meme of him having to go against the government begins more so in Mission Impossible 3, because he, like, is being hunted down by Lawrence Fishburne after having been captured, and how's he going to do it? But he clears his name, completes the mission, and they thank him at the end of the movie. CIA. They're like, you did a good job. Mission Impossible 4, he follows the secretary's orders and completes the mission. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about with this. Mission Impossible 5, it's the IMF orders again. And then during the movie, the IMF is being taken down by Alec Baldwin, who hates the team. By the end of the movie, Alec Baldwin is thanking him for all the work he does in the movie and following orders.
Yep, and then in Fallout, he's got another mission that he's been handed by Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin, who's now his boss, and he's following his orders.
Yep.
And then the CIA, led by the moron Angela Bassett in this instance, she, in a good way, I mean, she fucks up in Fallout. She nearly destroys the whole mission, but Ethan manages to recover it, and she's pretty fucking thankful, I would imagine, especially considering it was her agent that almost framed Ethan. Another framing that he manages to prove otherwise. Saves the world, ultimate sacrifice sort of shit. And then in 7... I mean, information can't even be trusted anymore, so I don't even know why we'd be basing anything on that one. You know, like, it's just all over the place.
Before anything in 7 happens, like, the introduction, the reintroduction to the character when he's recruited has the line, "Your habitual rogue behavior will not be tolerated. Anyway, here's a job."
This is what I don't...
They've sort of just retconned it in between movies, and just 7 picks up with, "Oh, he never follows orders," and we've just sort of memed our way to that being the case.
It's a really stupid meme at this point. He actually follows orders a lot, and he, if ever goes off orders, it's usually because someone is corrupt in the organization that's giving him the orders, and he exposes them by the end of the movie. Or that the people who think he's not following orders end up thanking him for not following the fucking orders by the end of the film. So just... him saying this felt like they threw it on. They didn't know what to give as a motivation for Jim Briggs, whatever the fuck guy's name is. I think they maybe went with the Jim Phelps motivation, that they were like, is this silly? And someone said yes.
And then they said, no, this is not silly. This is fine. This is good. Good job, Chris.
Well,
I love it.
I mean, they added another motivation on
Yeah.
top, but it didn't make any sense either. It's just like, what is going
and of course,
on?
Isn't all of this pretty difficult to reconcile with the ending of Dead Reckoning Part 1, where it seemed like he was kind of getting on their side a little bit towards the end? But now it's been reset again to him being just openly antagonistic and hostile.
Yeah, because at the end of that movie, they're on top of the train having an inexplicably long conversation, even though they could just
to save the passengers, because Ethan's a good man.
Yeah, he gives him his gun back as well. Like, he saves his life, he gives him his gun back, and it's like, well, we're good now. But oh no, nobody realized at that time, including him. No one knew at the time that he was secretly the son of the bad guy from the first film. So, you know,
he would have access to all of this information, by the way. Like, he would, especially because he's personally invested in discovering everything about Ethan. Like, how do you not know all of this shit? Ethan, you know, as much as I don't like him being considered the chosen one, god person, he still is an incredibly impressive agent. That would be his history that everyone should fucking know.
All of the crazy stuff that he accomplished. I mean, in Fallout, he stopped a nuke that was going to irradiate the drinking supply of like over 1 billion people.
You know why everyone should know him? Certainly in like intelligence agencies. He's the agent that they blew up the Kremlin to try and kill.
Yeah.
How is that not something that everyone just knows? That's a factoid. Like, that would just be a famous thing. But anyway. Ugh.
I mean, the only justification I can think of is that we are expected to believe that the entity has fucked around with things, which is why
that doesn't work. He would
But
have known
how-
all
yeah.
this stuff before the
Yeah.
entity was a thing.
We know this for years and years and years and years and years, and the fact is that anything afterward, it would just be like, yeah, he can't trust it unless he's an idiot. And hopefully he's not an idiot. But I mean, none of this even really matters. He's barely in this movie.
Well, and like I said in my
he's in this for
summary,
2 scenes.
like I said in my summary, I'm willing to discount Dead Reckoning because of the fact that the entity is all around it fine. But everything before that, everyone's operating on the information as though it's solid. And he would have it all. It would just be accessible to him. Like I said, most of it would fucking downright just be war stories everyone exchanges about Ethan Hunt's insane adventures.
I mean, unless he got brainwashed and just went down like a conspiracy theory rabbit hole where he was revisiting old information in a new light that the entity gave him.
I mean, at this point, we're just
That-
trying to write a different
in the movie.
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
If that
It's-
was the movie, that'd be one thing, but yeah, in the absence of that.
I'd prefer them not mentioning it than having a 20-minute flashback scene explaining it, put it that way.
So he says, you forget I know you, Hunt. I know your mind games. And when this is over, you and me will have our reckoning.
Our final reckoning, if you will.
You should have said final reckoning for sure. Even you
Wow,
should have said
it's
part
just
2 after
every-
that as well.
It is kind of funny. Literally every movie has every movie that's had the subtitle has put the line in somewhere. Every single one.
So
You could even have stolen like the scene in Andor where he just says, "Who are you?" And then that's because like, who the fuck is he? I don't know who he is, and I don't think Ethan does either. That would have actually been quite fitting.
well, on that note, the final thing he says is shame about your friend. Then again, you're used to losing him. I was like, why
Are we
did
going to start delving into that topic
Well,
in
just-
this movie? Are we going to do anything with that? Or
Why'd
no?
you say that? That's such a fucking like. What's the goal there? It's absolutely a peepo stare moment from Ethan. You know, just like what did you gain from saying this to me? I don't even know what the point of it in the story was, because of course it doesn't come up really. But if it were on theme and only on theme, that doesn't explain why he said it to him. You know, it's just weirdly rude. I guess it's like, yeah, Luther died, but I guess you're used to it. Like, are you talking about the fact that my friends often make sacrifices to save the world? Are you trying to insult me with that? Like, I don't even. You got me. I think. I don't. Like I said, I don't really know what the fuck his point was with that. But that's the end of that scene. Thus begins the next scene where we arrive at American base for all things Gooberman, and Kittredge is here, and he says, the entity has infiltrated the nuclear command centers of India, Israel, Pakistan, France, and North Korea. There are only 4 nations that have secure nuclear arsenals, being the UK, China, Russia, and the US. Everything you have ever done, Ethan, has come down to this. Which is like-
Okay, final movie in the franchise.
Like, what?
Gotcha.
What are you talking about? It's just so crappily done. It's so rushed too, you know. And it's something like if someone said, "Oh, well, they made the stunts and they did all the action and then they built a story around it." It's like, yeah, I can believe that with this one. Obviously, it's a complete disaster. The idea that that same formula was what created Fallout is insane to me.
Yeah,
happened.
kind of hard to wrap your head around, ain't it?
And of course, you know, you'd be like, they've said that several of those countries have lost to the entity, but there's several left to be lost. Why is it too late for the former countries? Why can't they disconnect the weapons from activation?
can't.
Why can't they
Can't.
sabotage them?
Fuse the cables together.
Do anything?
The entity
Nope.
changed the passwords.
Oh no!
Which is weird because I was thinking like, oh, all the nations have to do is like on top of every missile silo, they just have to like put in a peg at the top of it so it won't open, and it's done.
It's bizarre. It's just like nah. It's too. They imply that there are places like Israel or India or whatever or France where they've got all this launching capability, but the stations themselves and the missiles and everything that controls them, it's all just like acolytes now or something. That's the only way that I guess it could be. But even then, the governments could move in. I don't know. It's all so fucking strange, but they just treat it as though, nah, it's over. The entity's got him. Oh. That's bad. I think. How does anyone know the state of any given place? And how do they, like, decide that it's over? You know, how does a government decide the entity's got us?
There's a loading bar. There's a loading
Yeah.
bar, and once it hits 100%, then that's it.
Okay.
Using the totally
them all.
not compromised internet that we've established, the Americans can just keep track on the North Korean nuclear missile silos. It's totally a thing they can do.
So, if we haven't had enough of this bullshit, the next scene begins. We're in government room with government officials, all high-ranking, and they've all got the file on Ethan Hunt. Even clips of it in this little trailer you can see. And they're all just reading out all of the things he did in all the other films. One by one. Like, wait, he broke into the thing and did the thing? He did. And that was crazy that he did that. Wow. Oh, and he also did this at this point with this stuff? Yes. Isn't it nuts that that's a thing that he did? Wow. And he also did this and this and this?
That mission sounds impossible.
It's painful. Why are you doing this? You've already done a recap of the fucking movies. What feels like 3 times already. Stop it. And you're telling me there's like the all these people, like the highest ranking members of different military powers, whatever have you, all over the U.S. government, and the one that's played is like general who's played by I forget his name, Nick Offerman. He reads out that the Kremlin blew up, and that was to do with Ethan. He's like, what? And it's like, how would you not know that? How wouldn't all of you not know this already? Why are we pretend like they read it like it's all stuff that just happened mysteriously and that no one knew anything about it? Or it's like, no, you'd have all the information. What do you mean? It was not exactly like well kept as a secret. It's a big thing that the Kremlin exploded.
Tough to hide. People would be chatting about that.
They even do a thing where they're like, this is what the Kremlin looked like. Now this is what it looks like, and it's just a bunch of rubble. It's like, yeah, that's what happens.
Notice anything different?
Something that was really weird to me as well.
The IMF thing is like it is so secretive that even if they know basic events that occurred, like helicopters exploding in tunnels or the Kremlin exploding, they don't necessarily know why. Maybe
they would know. They're like the highest level of security and knowledge of all these different things. And as much as he's IMF, which is a shadowy part of like different this, that, and the other, he was captured by the CIA. He was like publicly wanted several times. The IMF got dissolved like 3 different times in this history. I don't. It's impossible for this to have remained a secret, and he's way too obviously been a part of the most like high-profile missions that have ever happened. The Syndicate grabbing the 3 nukes that were on the literal second of going off in Fallout would have been enough to have attracted interest from all kinds of parties. But the CIA were on that mission like directly. They knew all about it. That's not even just the IMF at that point. The Halloween mask circus clown people, you know what I mean? Like this franchise has had difficulty somewhat with continuity, as we've said, but you can't get away with telling me that all of those people in that room have never even heard of any of these events involving Ethan Hunt. That's insane. It's just an excuse to get them to read off all the shit that's happened before and be like, whoa, so cool, man.
Yeah.
What was surprising to me though is the room is filled with like fucking famous people. Obviously, Nick Offerman being one. The Holt McCallany, I think is his name. He's in. For anybody who remembers.
Mindhunter.
Well, I know him from Mindhunter. I recently saw him in Iron Claw because I hadn't seen that yet. That movie. He was also in Fight Club. I remember.
Yeah.
Janet McTeer, who, funnily enough, is actually in Mobland. She was recently added in. She's the one that
Introduced, yeah.
Yeah, she was in like a lot of Ozark, which is what I know her from, and she was in The Menu. And then Mark Gatiss, or Gatiss, I forget how you pronounce it, but he famously was an actor in Doctor Who and Sherlock, the BBC version of Sherlock anyway, and unfortunately was also a writer for those shows. But I think hilariously, he's not even considered the worst era now for Doctor Who, or close to causing any of it, compared to some of the more recent stuff. But I just thought it was odd. It's like, did they do this on purpose? Like, have a bunch of very recognizable character actors all in the room? Because I don't know if anyone else noticed they seem to have like split down their lines almost perfectly, so that they all speak just about as much as it's like they're all one person, but they got split into 4 people, and then the dialogue got split fairly as well.
That's
Yeah,
what
I get
happened
what you
in
mean.
yeah, it's what happened in the intro for Dead Reckoning as well. Like they're all just
Yeah.
almost finishing each other's sentences. They speak in exactly the same way. They don't really have a distinct voice for each of them.
Anyway, Kittredge mentions that he wants to control the entity. That's his side of all of this. And Ethan says he wants an aircraft carrier and complete control over it so that he can destroy the entity ultimately. Which President says, well, no, because that would destroy cyberspace and it would plunge the world into a forever war. So, like, it's very difficult for the audience at this point, because that's the thing. You keep getting told this, and you're just what? So what are our choices? It's like you destroy it, which would make everyone hate each other. You can control it, which is a lot of power for any one person, I guess. Or you let it win, which would be awful. Or if you don't do anything, it'll eventually nuke everyone. It's just like, what are these options, man? It's all insane, but you just have to sort of go with it. Ethan says, in response to her saying that we can't do it because it would destroy cyberspace, that everyone had a chance to take their missiles offline, but nobody did because they didn't expect anyone else would.
You can just unplug it and replug them back in if you need to.
Yeah, but this doesn't make sense for a couple of reasons. The point he wants to make, obviously, is like, oh, the countries are being too selfish about the nature of power, and it's causing everyone to die, essentially. But if say, for example, you got like everyone's on a round table and they each have a gun pointed at everyone else, and one by one, there's an AI that will remove your gun from you and then basically put it to the heads of everyone on the table, and you have a choice to put the safety on, and there's nothing that the AI could do about that. But you choose not to because you're not sure that anyone else would. Does that make any fucking sense at all?
Well, you would just expect everyone to do
Like,
that.
whether or not they
Let's just do the thing
do.
that keeps us all safe.
Yeah,
Let's all just do that at no cost whatsoever.
in either
Because we can always
scenario,
reconnect if we really want to.
in either scenario, you lose the nuke. One way, it's active and usable for the AI. The other, it's not. Why wouldn't you disconnect it? I don't understand. And Tom Cruise is saying, well, because they didn't believe anyone else would. It's like that doesn't have any bearing on whether or not you would, disconnect yours.
I guess, again, the idea is that each country is overly confident that the entity can't hack their missiles.
They're not, though.
Which is like, if you're Pakistan or North Korea, it's like, come on, guys.
They're not,
I mean,
though.
I think
America have a literal countdown. Like, they know when the
Yeah.
entity's going to take control. It's stupid.
Well, also, like, even if we accept this idea to any degree, like, that concept might work until you get down to the final country. Once there is only one country left with nukes, and the entity has all of the others, there is no longer a reason for them not to unplug
Why
their
would it
nukes.
work? What would be the reason? Why does that logic make any sense? Does anyone else follow what I've laid out here? Because I don't think it lines up at all. Like, a country would refuse to disconnect the nukes from the activation because they don't believe everyone else will do it, and so will allow the entity to take control of them.
So from the perspective of the Americans, because they're kind of who we follow in the film, they end up coming up with a plan to take down and or control the entity.
Yeah.
And that's why they wait until the last possible minute to consider turning their nukes offline.
Yeah.
If they do it early and then they end up, that doesn't work. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
If they
doesn't
stop the
follow.
entity and they have already turned their nukes off, then they can just turn them back on, right?
Yeah, what I'm suggesting
Yep.
is every country should have concluded that once the timer reaches 10 seconds, turn them off. Either
because
way we
if
lose
you
our
say,
nukes, but the one way the entity gets them, one way that nobody gets them. So obviously we'd rather nobody.
Wait until 5 seconds, then just yank the cord out of the the wall.
Which for some reason
then
the
you go,
only
why
one
would
that
you
does
allow
that, or at least tries to, is the American president. Only one.
Yeah, nobody else did. But the film's not very interested in in exploring what's going
But like,
on elsewhere.
I think a lot of people would be like, "Oh yeah, because the other countries are a bit selfish." It's like, no, it doesn't make any. It's not a selfish. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
It's just basic intelligence.
You gain nothing. You gain nothing from the entity getting access to them. If the entity has them, you've lost them. If you unplug them, you've lost them, except they can't be used at all.
Or against you.
Why is that not obviously the best choice? Yeah, because the assumption is almost like, whoa, the nukes will be launched, at other places. Like, why wouldn't they just launch them in the air and then come right back down?
There is no reason,
what I mean? Like,
to think the entity wouldn't.
Why would the entity use the nukes to target other countries instead of just using them locally?
The logic that they use is that the entity is not going to fire any nukes until it has control over all of them. But they can't know that for sure, which means leaving the nukes online for the entity to control.
Well, and I don't even know that matters, because you can always reconnect them once the fucking horrifying event is over.
Yeah, just unplug them and replug them.
And someone said you assume nukes can be flipped on and off like a switch. The film tells us that, so I don't even know what.
Also, these are big boy countries. They can figure it out. It's their own stuff.
This is what I'm not even appealing to how this works in real life right now. I'm just talking about what the film tells me.
The only other justification I can think of, which is something that pops up later in the film, is that the Americans do not want to turn off their nukes for a reason that is given later. Do we want to go into that now or later?
I don't.
Because I think it is a somewhat valid reason.
So what you're talking about
not
is
for everyone.
The last person has an additional reason. Yeah, we'll have to do that later, but that's fine. That's a different thing than what I'm talking about right now, which is just that if all countries had done the obvious intelligent thing, the entity, according to this movie, would have been fucked. But that's still not true, because for some reason this fucking movie thinks that there's only 9 sites in the world that there are nukes.
Yeah, and that those sites are specifically like cities.
It's so fucking like, where did your brain go? it's missing.
Yeah,
Something's wrong.
Yeah, and again, you're like, dude, you made Fallout. How is that even possible?
I don't know. But yeah, we'll get to more of it as we progress. Anyway, they say that everyone who still has control of their arsenal is considering a first strike, just like the Americans are, and we only have 72 hours until the entity controls all nukes. No information on how they could possibly have known that.
Again, it's a loading bar. It is actually like a loading bar. It's just gradually moving, and it's like, yep, in 72 hours, the loading bar is complete, and then it gets access to the entire infrastructure. What does that mean?
It's just nonsense.
They knew that they needed to add a ticking clock for narrative reasons.
Yeah.
For, suspense and
learned
tension.
That one
but
from JJ, didn't they?
Yeah, but they just added a literal clock.
It's actually like outside of all these little, arsenal stations or whatever, there is just an acolyte of the entity slowly walking toward the building, and they've timed it. It's like, he's gonna get this soon. He's gonna get in the building.
Doesn't it collapse the entity's plan in another way? Like the justification, we have to retain our nukes because other countries are considering first strike. So if another country uses first strike, obviously we'd have to respond. But in that case, as soon as the entity has control of any country's weapons program and should really have the ability to stop other people learning that it has this control, it could launch a first strike from Israel or India, and that would just compel everyone to respond in ignorance, and then its job is done. So it doesn't even need to control every single nuclear silo in the world, because it will just rely on people to do their own thing.
They use expert writing to account for that. Tom Cruise says it learned from us, and so it will absolutely not make that decision until it has absolute control, which is not at all what humans do, by the way.
What does that even mean, though? I don't understand. What?
It means that it has to have full control over all nukes before it would launch, because that's what that it learned that from us. That's what he says.
But if it learned that from us, then it would have learned that the president was considering firing nuclear weapons in response to a first strike. So what? No.
Well, it's not even true. Humans. What are you talking about? Like, humans are super irrational a lot of the time. Like, we make mistakes. Why are you suggesting that like humans would never do a strike until they have full control over the situation? What? When has that been true? You're making shit up.
Generally speaking, if you have full control of a situation, you don't need to nuke it.
Typically, yeah.
That's what you do if you're not in control of a situation.
I mean, I guess the actual, because that's the speculated reason as to why the entity doesn't do it. The actual reason would be because it hasn't hidden yet
Well,
Because
we'll
that's the
get to
thing it
how
can do?
fucking that's even stupider. So we'll have to wait until it brings that up as like because how it works and why and what it. We need to talk about the USB. There's so much shit, but we'll get there. So there's either the entity blows us all up, or you blow up all the nuclear sites before they have a chance to launch, and either way, that's checkmate. And I was thinking to myself, like, okay, blowing up all the nuclear sites, meaning that there's only like fucking 9 cities or whatever that would include. That's nonsense. However, let's entertain.
Yes.
Let's entertain that the film is accurate when it says to avoid total nuclear annihilation for the entire planet, we have to nuke 9 cities. Well, that seems to be less
The enemy
checkmate.
would know that, though.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like he says that's checkmate either way, and it's like, well, but there's a clear better one of those two options, right?
Well, but I mean, as long as you assume that would work, but then it's like, yeah, but if you did that, the entity would just launch all the missiles. Why would the entity allow itself to be locked out of being able to launch missiles? As soon as
I don't know why they
the missiles, you'd be like,
yeah.
right, I guess I'll just launch all of them then.
Of course, that because missile launches will be detected long before they actually strike, and then they could counter launch. Of course, yeah, 100%. That's not something they entertain at all as a possibility either.
And it's another thing as well, like, because again, they treat it as if it's like there's this one is. What about like submarines that are just all over the place that are like independent? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's
Well,
like, oh, no,
like I said,
Can you nuke a submarine?
Like I said, ignoring reality, and we go from what they tell us is true. That's still weird that Tom Cruise is like, both of those are checkmate. It's like, but one of them is clearly better than the other.
Yeah.
One is checkmater than the other.
Yeah.
Even though you're not, which it would just immediately launch all the missiles. It's stupid.
But then a third option is presented. Give us control of the entity, Ethan. And then his reply to this is, we are in the entity's reality, and it's counting on you to stop me.
They say that a number of times. We're in the entity's reality throughout this show.
But that wasn't.
It's a common through line of
That's not an answer to what they said.
No, it's not.
The thing is, right? Again, if we ignore all the reality of the situation and instead go from what they believe to be true in that room, which is scenario 1, we nuke all the sites, kill a whole bunch of people. Scenario 2, the entity gets full control of the nukes and nukes the whole world. Super lose. Scenario 3, Ethan gives us the capabilities of controlling the entity and preventing any nukes from launching. And it's like, whoa, I don't know about you guys, but there's a clear good option out of those 3. And Ethan's response is, don't you see? The entity's counting on you stopping me. It's like, that didn't... Ethan, answer the question.
It's an argument that he relies on a lot. It's something he does all the time. That's what the entity wants. Or maybe that's what you think he wants you to think. They have a lot of lines of dialogue like that, and it's really annoying and repetitive.
I was just struck by, guys, force him to answer. Because you just highlighted...
What if you just did the smartest, most
crap.
rational thing and fuck what the entity thinks?
And then someone else says, how do you know that's not what the entity wants you to do? Which is one of the funniest fucking things they keep saying in this movie.
Yep.
And then
they say a lot in Dead Reckoning Part 1 as well.
I want to caution, we're about to experience one of the best lines in the whole movie, and this is still number 2 to me. It's not even the top scorer for stupidest line in the movie.
I think I know what your number 1 is.
I just want you to understand what I'm about to read isn't the stupidest thing in the whole movie. So they ask him, of course, how do you know that's not what the entity wants you to do? And Ethan says, because it's so illogical and insane that you should never do it, and that is why you should do it.
I mean, who can argue with that?
They wrote that. What the hell?
Plot mandated retardation is a powerful force. It's a force to be reckoned with.
Someone needs to record him saying it and play it back to him and be like, Ethan, do you think maybe you've gone a little too far this time? I know you've been in crazy situations.
The only way for us to defeat the entity is to be retarded.
They'll never see it coming. Yeah.
It's an interesting concept. There's how do you beat the machine? Well, by not thinking like the machine. That's an interesting concept, but This movie doesn't understand how to deal with interesting concepts or how to deploy them, because they take that line to its logical extent and says, let's just all strip naked and run through the street shouting random words at people, because the entity won't expect that. Therefore, it's the right thing to do. But then in the rest of the movie, they proceed by a logical plan, which, if the entity knows anything about it, is easily preventable. So it's like the line gets thrown in, kind of in a bit to trick you into thinking that the film is aware of the problems it's created.
They kind of do this in, there's a Rick and Morty episode, I forget which season, the one with the heist, where they have to defeat Heistatron that can see everything coming.
Oh, yeah.
So the plan to defeat it is to just behave randomly. Rick chooses a crew at random, and their plan is like literally drawn from like cards out of a hat or something. I can't remember exactly. And that makes so much more sense than what they end up doing in this film and in the previous one. Like, because I believe in the previous film, Luther actually says, we have to, in order to defeat the entity, we have to start thinking like the entity. Like, no, that's the opposite of what you've got to do.
Yeah, whatever works, because they save the day, okay? Work out. The entity needs the entire nuclear arsenal to ensure total annihilation of humankind, and it will wait. That's what Ethan says. I guess that's his current explanation for why it's waiting.
Imagine if as soon as he said this, had already launched all the missiles it already had.
Well, so it gets funny too.
I guess that thing I made up didn't happen, huh?
Because they think themselves very dramatic with this. When he says this, right, the notion of it taking full control in the background, and the fucking music just kicks in so hard. Yeah. It's so dramatic. The United Kingdom has fallen. The nukes have been taken by the entity, and it's like bum bum bum. It's showing like the UK on the map is flashing red, and then it stays red. It's like, no, the UK, it's all gone.
Yeah, this is what happened when the Allies took the Normandy beach back in Berlin. This is what Hitler was looking at. So the Allies have they've landed in France. Dun, dun, dun.
And yeah, the implication, of course, is that the UK is down, got China's next, and then Russia, and then the US. So, you know, the clock is ticking. It's just like, what the fuck is this? What is this nonsense on your stupid little board? None of it, and it's just like, don't think about it. It's fine. Don't think about any of it.
And it does require that you do completely ignore the state of things in reality, because I'm pretty sure the UK has about 5 nukes. It's not going to do a huge amount. And if it's going through picking off all the really small countries first, which don't give it enough to do what it wants to do, then it's just giving its enemies more time to prepare a response to it. As opposed to, I'm pretty sure if you just take Russia or just take America, you've got enough to destroy basically all of humanity. And you should focus all of your attention on that, which even comes up a bit later. So when it's got everybody else, all of its forces will be focused on the one most secure country left on the board, America. If it had done that from the beginning, it would already have got them, and it would probably already have won.
I don't understand how the fuck it hasn't taken full control over everything already anyway. It's remember, 2 months ago, it had full control over a shit ton of systems. And it's got acolytes everywhere that are in the full infiltration of all levels of government, apparently. But I don't know. There's like a lie where they say, the entity has breached the arsenal of the United Kingdom. And I was just saying, like, what the fuck does that mean? How did it do that? Why was it trackable with a progress bar?
It got through the firewalls. It accessed the mainframe.
Yeah.
Also, how do they know? Did someone call up from London like, sorry, we don't have our nukes anymore?
Yeah, that's it. I guess with fucking, I don't know, something analog. They sent up a flag. They just said, yeah, they got us. it's done. The entity's got us.
But, yeah, surely, like, if the entity's plan, if it wasn't egotistical, which for some reason it is, because it wants control over every single nuke on the planet before it does anything, what it should do is go for the country with the enough nukes to kill everything, with the weakest security, because then it doesn't need anything else. It can complete its plan as quickly as possible.
As if it should be limited to doing one thing at a time anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the president says, I will press that button when the timer runs out, and that will be your responsibility. And she points at Ethan. So I was just like, why is it always his fault for everything?
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say. It's actually your responsibility.
Well, what's funny,
President, you won that election, so yeah.
The thing is, what's happened here is she's actually flipped into, she's playing a character now. She's actually got a different plan going on. She's doing this for the sake of the meeting or whatever, so she doesn't mean any of this. But in a way, she probably should. Because we go back to that question that was never answered. Is it on the table right now that Ethan could agree with everyone here to allow the US government to take full control over the entity that has full control over the nukes of the world and prevent it from launching them? It's like, well, that is a good outcome, isn't it? At least for now. We obviously have a lot of problems to solve in future with that one, politically speaking, but not everyone is nuked. Not even anyone is
No.
nuked.
You don't understand. Nobody should have that much power. It is better that the entire world population
Okay.
die than that anybody should have that much power.
I mean, I will say, if your
Principle of
options, which
advantage.
as Ethan seems to believe they are destroy the entity or allow the US to take full control of the entity. On one hand, of course, you have the US gets full control over all nukes in the world. Quite the power play. It's going to cause some serious issues going forward. I understand that. But the thing is, they've said by their rules in their movie that if you destroy the entity, it causes a forever war with the whole world. So, you see what I'm going with this? You see where they've aimed us in terms of the correct answer? It seems like the US should take control of the entity, I guess. I don't know what else.
I mean, the U.S. doesn't want to blow up other countries. I
Not
mean,
really.
We can meme and everything, but like we're kind of like a pretty tight knit international community in
Well, as,
current day. We don't want to just destroy everybody else. That would be silly.
As Chris Pratt's Star-Lord once put it, I'm one of the idiots who lives in it. As in, you don't really want to nuke all of Earth if you're America. It's kind of a place with some stuff in it they might need, so...
But you can make loads of money from doing that. That's what Fallout told us. So maybe
yeah,
they
that's
would.
right. If you kill all of your customers, that's actually capitalism.
Oh my god, that's getting a season 2 soon enough.
Yep. And people thought it was good because they're fucking insane.
So we'll return to all of this eventually, more than likely. But anyway, Ethan gets escorted out. It turns out that she's actually working with him, and she's giving him the aircraft carrier and a note that he needs to provide to the commander of it, I guess. And she will then do everything Ethan says because of the note from the president on that note. So...
Just before we get there,
Wow.
I may have tuned out a little bit during the aircraft carrier sequence. Am I right in thinking that we didn't need the aircraft carrier sequence at all? As in, nothing actually happens there. It's like an
technically,
interstitial point for some exposition, and then we move straight on, and like we could have just avoided it.
Unfortunately, we probably do. I can go over it. There's a lot that happens, and no way anyone was paying attention to it. I wouldn't blame anybody for it. It's so boring and so logistical, as if we haven't had enough of that already. So much talking in this film, and a lot of it is so uninteresting, and the dialogue quality is so crap. And it's so little character. What have we learned about the characters in this
You don't
film
have
so
character
far?
in this movie. We don't do that anymore.
Isn't it insane? All we've heard is how amazing Ethan is, and how he's the one that's going to save the world. It's like, okay, so what have we done for Grace? Nothing really. What have we done for Luther?
You're a good
Well, he
thief.
died. What have we done for Benji? Nothing. What have we
Really, in
done
this
for
movie, it feels like.
Mantis? It's like, nothing. What have we done for Tarzan? Nothing. Okay, what do we do for the president? That's
She's the
stuff.
president now.
Yeah.
She wasn't the last time we saw her.
Well. So anyway, we get a flashback.
Oh my god.
Wait, which one is this?
This is the one where Luther tells Ethan, I left you a message on the poison pill for when it activates. Which I did giggle in the cinema because I was like, why the fuck would you do that? What do you mean? Like, you need to upload this and then it'll have a little speaker on it where I talk about the meaning of life. It's like, why? What are you doing, Luther? What the fuck is wrong with you? But the thing is, he says there's like a speech on there that's ready to play once it's activated, and then starts speeching in the flashback anyway. He says, we live and die in the shadows for those we hold close and for those we never meet. He says, I know what's on your mind, and you did the right thing when you kept the key. Never forget, our lives are not defined by one action. They're the summary of all of our choices. I have no regrets, and neither should you. Which, by the way, this is like in the final speech portion of it. So they just can't. They're so indulgent, this fucking movie.
Why do we need a flashback to tell us that Luther put a speech on the... Why not just have the speech?
Well, yeah. I mean, we did. He did a speech, and then he also said there's a speech coming. It's like,
Tune in next time for part 2.
okay. Alrighty. Good stuff. So, yeah, we meet with lady who is Scepter, the Scepter who does the shame stuff in Game of Thrones. One that says
I thought I
shame bell.
recognized it.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
She says
looks really familiar.
that the note the president provided regards a person that they both cared about who died because no one in charge was willing to take a risk, meaning she's willing to do whatever Tom Cruise says because the president's saying take that risk, which is like insanity considering everything that Tom Cruise wants to do. But whatever. This is again an example of just like, shut up, we're moving on. Like, okay. So
it's also quite funny, like that instruction is in the form of the date, right? So like it's the date sometime
Yes.
in, is it like May 1996? It's just like a single date. If hypothetically, like it hadn't meant as much to the aircraft carrier admiral as it did to the president, or she just didn't immediately remember what it was, or she had changed her mind in the intervening 30 years about what risk taking is now that she's an admiral on the brink of World War III. There's no instructions, so she
No.
could literally just say no, or I don't know what this means,
Well,
so also no.
the fucking president could have written anything on that note. She wrote the date. She didn't write, please do whatever he says. She just wrote the date. And it's like, well, but that regards a time in which we lost someone because risks weren't taken. Which is just, okay. That doesn't really tell you what you're supposed to be doing with this guy.
It doesn't cross her mind that the entity could have forged this.
Nope.
I know that it has like the presidential seal, but it's the fucking entity. I'm sure it can work that out.
You could definitely fucking forge that shit or get another copy, or even get her under duress to have done it. You have no
Or get
idea.
one of the acolytes working in the White House to stamp the president's signature on it or something. There are many ways of doing that.
But oh well. Yeah. The date was the day Mission Impossible 1 came out. I did not know that. Neat.
I didn't know that either. I knew the year was 96, but I didn't know it was that.
So it doesn't, the date itself doesn't reference anything that actually happens in the first movie then?
No, the implication is that was happening at that time with those people that obviously didn't exist in the yet.
Because I couldn't,
Whatever.
I wasn't sure if I had just misremembered. So
No,
there
no,
is
you're all
no
good.
explanation as to why that date is meaningful to the captain.
No, she does say, right? Like that
She lost someone.
Yeah,
but that's it.
Well, but the nature of which losing them was that the higher ups wouldn't take a risk that would have saved them, I guess, and that's what the point of it's supposed to be, that it's like a subtextual message to do whatever Ethan says and to take the risk, basically.
Which does not at all work for the audience.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, that's a really, why did the president do that? Send you a subtextual fucking message to decrypt as when it's supposed to be like a, you know what I mean? Just be explicit. We've not got time for this.
Also, was Angela Bassett the head of the CIA in 1996? Was she the higher up that didn't do what should have been done?
Presumably, no. She would have just been someone who worked alongside that other lady. I don't know. Because it was a while ago. So probably
Could have maybe. I'm just trying to think of a way to work it in slightly more rationally. Like if they'd clearly established that, because the entity is in everyone's line of communication. Like no, at the moment, loads of the U.S. military ships are kind of just like little isolated islands because they can't trust any of the orders coming from anywhere are actually orders they should have been given. And the president, knowing this, says, "I will give her something only she will understand the meaning of, that the entity can't possibly have foreseen or understand. And we have to trust that she will take away from this the meaning that she will," sort of playing into the paranoia that really should exist given the state of the world as it is. I think we never make use of the state of the world as it is, but like something like that might have been tenable, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. So we cut back to Benji and team, which is like, holy fuck, I forgot they were in the movie. Here they are. They're doing stuff. Guess what? We're getting an expo dump because we need another one because we don't know what they're doing. There are many listening stations throughout the world that can detect events underwater. The Sevastopol went down in the Arctic because they know that from the fact that Inuits were the ones that found the keys. And so most likely the station to pick it up would be the one on St. Matthew Island, which is, funnily enough, basically the only option in the area that you would assume would be able to pick this up. And so if it has the information, it can pinpoint the sub. This
Which is like, no, remember the whole thing, that the whole opening act of the last movie was like, this is a state-of-the-art Russian submarine that's totally invisible to absolutely everything. That's kind of its unique selling point. If you can just pick it up on a random station, it's not invisible.
Well, they're talking about when it exploded, which was after the entity was supposed to have
I guess,
deactivated its shielding or whatever. But yeah, it was hit by a missile, so it's like a vibrations. That station should have picked up. My issue is just that, how the fuck is this only being realized now? These stations that pick up any events that happen across the entire ocean, and you can narrow it down because everyone knows who picked up the keys. Like it's that shit they do in movies where they just establish information that can now lead us to thing, and it's like, how did this only just get found out by you? Why wouldn't everyone know this? This is just common knowledge, is it not? At least for the people in intelligence agencies, of course, that would know about all this shit. But no, it's crazy. The Simon Pegg and his team, they're the ones that are going to be doing this now. There we go.
It is. It's also like vitally important that like no one has figured this out, and particularly that the Russians haven't figured this out.
On that
or that the
note,
Russians, if they have figured it out, wouldn't be able to use the information, because if they can, the Russians could already have complete control of the entity, which is something that the first movie again didn't really account for. Is that if you've got the key and you've got the sub, you've got everything. But the Russians made the key to begin with, so they can make another key.
Don't you worry. The writers have got you covered. They say, and I quote, "The Russians knew this station had the info they needed, but they would never, in this entire time, have raided the station because it would obviously cause World War III. But they would raid it now because it basically already is World War III. And so Ethan's crew need to get there before the Russians do and broadcast the code so that Ethan can detect it, and then he can go to a submarine and go down to get the Podkova, whatever the fuck's called, and then swim up and reach the team at the surface, and then they can go and do the plan. That's broadly the plan. And I just adore the effort to say, well, the Russians would have gotten this already. And it's like, nah, because they wouldn't want to risk World War III.
They wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
that
they would just send an agent of any kind undercover. Nah.
To take control of the thing that controls the entire world.
However,
they wouldn't do that.
They would do it now because reasons. And so that's what we got to worry about the Russians.
Why didn't the Russians do it like last week? How do they?
Oh, well, it wasn't as crazy last week.
It wasn't as World War III.
Yeah, it's more World War III now. So, yeah, broadly speaking, we're hoping now that the team is lucky enough that the Russians don't ruin everything for them, that this station did actually detect the event, that Ethan has actually gotten the okay from the president, that he got the aircraft carrier to do everything that he wants, that he receives the signal at the right time, that the submarine will do everything that he wants, and that he can survive the trip down, and that he can easily navigate and find the device, and then he can hold his breath long enough to have escaped by not being able to at all. And then they have to hope that he can survive the decompression sickness. So if we can just nail everything through complete fucking luck, then we should be good. And the answer to this, by the way, if you're wondering, is, well, yeah, this is all like the entity's plan. It downloaded it into Ethan's brain, so he knows through probability that all of this will work.
Yeah, the thing that should be overshadowing like every step along this plan's pathway. But this is the stuff that I was shown in the Goon Tomb.
We're gonna work out.
Yeah, if we just do the most insane, crazy, nonsensical, dumbest thing, then that'll be what we shouldn't do, which is why we should do it, which means we'll win. It
is the dumbest plan by a pretty significant margin in any of the Mission Impossible films.
Mm-hmm. It's absolute insanity. Grace says, you mean to say that the fate of the world depends on all of us meeting at the exact right time, at the exact right place, somewhere in this frozen sea, and that's if he doesn't drown. And then Benji says, oh, well, he probably will drown, but the hypothermia will slow his metabolic functions such that we can revive him.
So is
And
that
it's
what
like
lampshading
Are you
refers
working
to?
for the? Are you working for the entity, Benji?
I don't understand why.
Are you evil?
Why is the writing? Why would they deliberately write it to draw so much attention to how bullshit this is? Why
Mission
would they
Impossible.
do that?
Because if
Yeah,
you
I think that
say
is the
it, then it's
logic.
okay.
You
They had to make it the
emphasize
most
its
impossible.
impossibility, and then when it happens, you'll be like, "Oh, whew, wow, that was close," rather than like, "Well, this is stupid."
Yeah.
I
And,
think that they are just counting on the fact that the exposition scene laying out the plan takes so long and is so absurd that it's obviously not worth paying attention to. So the audience will go and do something else and come back later. I don't think it's designed to be listened to.
And then when everything works out, you go, "Oh, it probably made sense. It was probably in that exposition scene that made it all make sense."
Yeah,
Probably
I
did.
probably
It-
just
these
wasn't
fil-
paying
these
attention or
films-
something.
These films get good reviews. To be fair, the critics say that they're like amazing in some of the, you know. So yeah. Of course it follows. It won't annoy me. It annoys me as much as it annoys me with John Wick. The reviews are more than, oh, it was dumb fun. They praise it as being actually like a great film, like with good writing.
So the other part of this that is just insane is that during the film, Ethan and Grace and Benji and all that lot, they don't communicate because they can't, because the entity would presumably stop them. So the whole plan relies on both parties being in the same place at the same time with basically no margin of error, otherwise Ethan dies,
Correct.
without either of them being able to communicate with the other.
Correct.
That's I mean, unbelievable doesn't even cover it. That's like impossible.
So he's on the aircraft carrier. He's got full control over it now, really, and the lady on there is going to do anything he wants. And she said the Ohio is a submarine led by Jack Bledsoe is the name. He's a guy from Severance. I don't know. I don't know if he's in anything else, but he was fun in this movie as the submarine man with his submarine man crew. I guess acting wise, yeah, I liked him.
He was fine.
So
I guess I have no real complaints.
Yeah. She's going to try and contact him with a VLF radio, which is shielded from any digital transmission. But that he will be shielded from that as long as he stays submerged. If he receives the command and believes it's authentic, he might come to periscope depth and wait 30 seconds. And if you're even a minute late or in the wrong position, you'll die. And Ethan's like, cool, thumbs up. So that's the plan to get to the submarine, because obviously everything is fucked right now because of the way that the entity works. So anyway, over to the American Council of People. They're all mad because they think this decision was retarded to do what she did with Ethan, and I am inclined to agree with them. It was absolute insanity providing him all of this in the hopes that what? He destroys the entity, which you believe will cause a protracted world war, as opposed to getting him to give you control of the entity, which according to them, once again, means peace. I just don't get it whatsoever. I don't understand what the fucking logic is. And obviously all of this doesn't even make sense if you actually dig in, but that's what the characters believe. Anyway, she says for everyone to fuck off, basically, leave the room, and she says to one of her subordinates that someone is gonna snap and try to stop her. Ooh, that'll be real interesting to see that happen. Oh my. So, Benji and team have arrived at the station, and he warns them before they go in that they need to not say shit, alright? Keep it all to yourself. Don't be talking about the operation. Don't reveal who you are, because the people who work at these things, they're like information gatherers, and they won't give away anything. So they've got a cover story, and they're just not going to reveal anything. And who should we meet at this station but Bill Dunlow?
Oh my goodness.
Either way. Yes, the man from Mission Impossible 1 who
shat himself.
Yeah, a lot, actually, poor guy. His life was ruined by Ethan having broken into the secure system that he himself designed, and we meet his wife as well. And it's just like, oh, okay, there he is. If you didn't already know he was going to be in the movie, he's in a lot of it going forward now. The important role. So Grace starts to speak. She says, "We're researchers from the British Seismological," and she's cut off because Benji starts fucking fanboying about recognizing this guy and where he worked. Which, if you're not smart enough to tell, kind of blows their story, because that's not something he's supposed to know. So
It's classified, all that
yeah,
coding stuff.
Benji just becomes a fucking moron and talks about how he recognizes the name and the events of Mission Impossible 1, and he's excited to meet Bill, who then is like, "How do you know all of these things?" And then he's like, "Oh," and can't figure out how to answer it. And then so Grace just tells him everything, like the truth about everything, just very explicitly. I was very annoyed about this, because I was actually even surprised that the script was smart enough to have Benji warn them that they should probably have a cover story. It's like, yeah, compartmentalize your information. Good idea. And then they just reveal it instantly. The one who warned them is the one that revealed it instantly. So anyway, turns out the Russians are already here and they're listening, and they were just waiting for these people to give away who they actually are before capturing
Like the Russians physically are here with
Yes.
soldiers and guns.
They
in
walk
the
from
next
behind
room over.
corners. They were just there. So bear in mind, right, if they'd actually used the cover story, we're just seismologicalists looking for disms and fleems and just coming here to say hello, the Russians would have been pretty hard pressed to know exactly how to deal with that situation exactly, because you have to figure out blah blah. But instead, they just walk in and announce, "Yes, we're exactly who the Russians need to arrive at this place right now, and who can capture us immediately." And then the Russians are like, "Oh, great, cool." Writing, I guess. There we go. That's the drama there. Done and done. Our team is now captured by Russians. Yeah, sucks. So anyway,
Did you think that they would end up teaming up with the Russians to do something to save everybody, both their countries, from the entity?
that would be cool.
Because I thought that
so
might
no.
be a path that they go down. I was like, oh, because the Russians don't seem like antagonistic or anything. Like at first, they're just sort of like they're doing their jobs because they have a vested interest in stopping the entity as well, and that might get both of them to work together. Like an uneasy alliance between two rival nations
that would have been
for greater good.
a very cool way to go with the film. Would it be globetrotting to solve this problem that is the entity, and having additional members of the team that are all from different cultures that typically
Yeah,
are
and they're
antagonistic?
all disobeying their governments to work
That
together.
would be cool.
For a
Not
common
doing
good.
that.
That would be cool.
They
We
just
didn't
have
do
to
that.
say,
though.
"Hey, Russians, you don't understand. Like teaming up with us is the last thing that you would ever do. So you should do it because it'll help us."
We're here to destroy the entity. Why? Well, we're disavowed by a government because they want to steal the entity, and they're like, "Oh, our government wants to steal entity too, but we should destroy it. It's better for everyone if we do that."
Oh, here we go. So, the message has been sent by the aircraft carrier. They do not know if it was received. They don't know if it would be trusted if it were received, and they don't know if it would be acted upon in the right time and manner if it were trusted, if it were received. So they go to the spot that they hope would be where the sub would be if it listened and if it believed. And they basically say, well, there's no flare. The message contained this notion that there was going to be a green flare to note where to go for Ethan to get to the sub. No flare, which means, more than likely, it's not worked. And so Ethan's like, well, I guess I'm just going to jump out anyway. And so does. This is a moment in the trailer. You see him just jump out. It's fucking insane. Because
unreal.
It is a death sentence, and there's no reason to think that this would work now. However, the defense for this is, no, he knew it would work because of the entity.
Why would the entity help him?
So that is the argument that people make, is
Yes.
that that's how.
When the entities did all that shit to him in the coffin, that he saw the plan, that's why he spammed it out to Benji, and that's how he knows that at all of these junctures that like probability will lead him to the correct decision. Like he knows what to do.
Probability will lead him to landing in the right place in a massive fucking ocean where there are variables beyond the control of individuals acting in a certain way.
Correct.
Dude, just admit it. It sucks. It sucks.
I think what we're learning is this is why Fringy flunked out of secret agent school, because he just doesn't have that.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. I don't have that. I don't have that instinct that would make me jump into the freezing Arctic Ocean and
That's
just
right.
hope.
You
Against
would have probably
all
stayed where
reason
it's
and
safe and
logic.
warm on the
Idiot,
helicopter.
loser.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, no, well, yeah, I guess so. But it's just, I
So-
don't know. It's just funny, man. Maybe it just sucks. Maybe the movie's just bad, and you want to say that it's not for a whole variety of reasons, but it just is bad writing. Sorry.
So yeah, he thinks it's basically all over. He's probably screwed, but then suddenly 3 scuba divers appear next to him.
Yeah, look at that.
He was-
Wow.
luckily, the sub is
Ooh.
right below him. Thank goodness. It did listen, it did trust, and it did launch in the
amazing.
exact place it needed to do.
Really.
And then they tase him, which doesn't make any
Yeah.
fucking sense at all. Because if they followed the full message, then they're there to collect him. He is there to follow them to their sub, to cooperate.
You know how
Why
it's
would you
easier to
tase
move
him?
unconscious people in the water than a conscious
Yeah,
one, right?
that's exactly it. It's just like, why would you? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, why did you do that? And even he, when he wakes up, says like, why the taser? And then they don't answer the question and move on.
They're just really hardcore like that. That's how
I guess they
sail
just
over.
love tasing.
Yeah, it's-
They just,
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
exactly. From
Isn't
Optimus
it-
Michael of tasers.
Yep.
Isn't it
I just
really
want tasers.
a bad idea to electrocute people while you're in water?
Nah.
Like I've never been tased while in like a swimming pool or something, or any
I
other
have no
time.
clue how that works, actually.
Well,
Or
if
you have to have
Pokemon has
connections or-
taught me anything, it's that
The whole ocean
electricity
should have
type
gone
on
electric.
That's
That's
right.
how you beat the
entire
entity.
ocean. Well, it's like when Homer went fishing in the Simpsons movie,
Yes.
right? And he tossed the zapper in there, and it electrocuted all the fish.
Yeah, whatever.
Simpsons movie reference. Ooh.
But no time for that scene. We cut over to Angela Bassett, who is looking at a picture of his son, and she asks, "Where are you, Ethan?" That's that for that scene.
Dude, isn't it? She got nominated for an Academy Award for Black Panther.
Yeah, stupidly.
Okay.
It's
She was
the only
fine.
2 Marvel
She was
movies
fine, yeah.
that I mean, she
was fine,
fine.
yeah.
I'd even concede good, but it is kind of
Yeah.
like, man, the only two Marvel movies that have ever been nominated for an Academy Award is Black Panther and Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. the latter of which had 0 cultural footprint, but yeah, it's just I don't know, it's just funny.
By the way, do you guys remember? This is so fucking hilarious. Like, it threw me off so hard. It reminds me of the transitions in MOM. This is the one scene in the movie where we get a special scene transition. Water starts to
Always
flow
weird.
up the screen as though it is in the room with Angela Bassett, and as it goes up, it screen wipes into the scene where Tom Cruise is now in the submarine. It's such a like,
Oh, it's pretty
what
cool,
the
though,
fuck?
isn't it?
Like, they
I'm
never do it
sorry,
again. They never do anything like this again.
Well, yeah, because I think the only thing I can think of was in Fallout. I think there was one scene where like Ilsa, I think she like walks across the screen, and then it cuts, like it does the cut behind her to Ethan like walking down the street. I think that's it. They
Yeah,
don't do it very often. It's not.
but
the
this
way
is
that
a
they
bit more
typically do things
stylish,
in these
right?
movies.
Like to do that with the water.
Sure, I'd agree with that. Yeah,
Obviously
I mean,
not
that-
as
that makes
funny
it good.
as
You need-
Giant
when
Wong
you do that.
walking up to the camera.
Wait, what?
Remember in MOM where I think the camera pans up to the sky and then Giant Wong is in the sky?
Yeah. Dude, it was so crazy seeing people like pretend that these were great choices that were made. You remember all of the things that people were saying about the dream walking thing with the fading in? Like, oh wow, that's pretty brilliant. It's like, dude, it looks crap.
Yeah.
Why are we pretending like it's good because it's different? It looks awful. God, I'm so tired of people doing this. Like, oh well, it's different. So like that makes it good. That means it's great, and I need to tweet about it and get that nice, juicy engagement that I need. Ooh, I love it when
Dude.
the likes go up. Ooh, I love that. It makes me feel good.
The super chats nailed why I thought it was funny. I didn't realize the bubbly screen transition reminds me of SpongeBob, and I was laughing so hard. Yes, I knew that's why I was finding it funny. It was for a reason. But yes. Anyway, Ethan's sort of struggling to I guess fucking become coherent after they tased him, and the guy says, "What was the plan if we hadn't showed up?" And Ethan says, "I hadn't thought that far ahead."
Oh, haha, classic Ethan.
This movie's so good.
So unflappable.
It's great. It's such a great action movie. It's so good.
Well, so speaking of, Bledsoe has no idea what's going on, so Ethan explains all of it, and we have to listen.
Oh, yes.
Why?
Love it.
Why?
Yes. This is what I'm here for. This is what you can only get on the big screen is like about 2 hours of exposition and maybe, you know, a cumulative 30, 40 minutes of action.
It's insane because they just cut back from Angela Bassett, so why didn't you just cut ahead of all of that? You do the meme of like, so yeah, that's about it, and then the guy's like, wow, that's insane. Okay, we need to do blah blah blah. It's like there we go, fine.
They feel like they need the scenes of them explaining just how difficult the task is going to be, and then us seeing it. What's the point of explaining what's going to happen if we're going to see it happen? Why do that?
So we can appreciate even more how complex and dangerous and difficult and amazing that it is.
When it gets stupider, they explain back to Ethan they can't just surface to detect this message of coordinates that's going to be coming from Ethan's team, because that would mean they are then detectable by the Russians as a submarine that they're supposed to be remaining secret. So that's not really a wise decision for them. This will prove to be their undoing, by the way. Coincidentally, the Belgorod is a submarine that they need to find because it's Russia's like most powerful one, and it most likely is near the island that Ethan needs to get the coordinates from. Just coincidentally, unfortunately.
Man, of all the places in the ocean
Yeah.
where it could have been.
It's so funny.
Ethan very big.
Ethan points to the island like, what's that? And then he goes, oh, that's the blah 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 island. And then he says, no. What's that? He goes, oh, that's this submarine that is is like a mini sub that comes directly from the Belgorod, which means it's probably nearby. It's just like, okay, that's unfortunate, I guess. Sucks, man. And yeah, so obviously there's lots of reasons why this is an insane plan, and on top of everything else, there's even more problems to account for. But the guy just says, yeah, you know what? Anything you need, I'll do it, because I don't like Russia.
Man, that's accommodating.
Yeah, it really is.
Considering the incredible risk that it puts his entire crew in doing all of this.
Well, you see, he knew this would happen because of what happened.
He's well equipped in anti-entity techniques, including making really bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
But it just might work.
So
that's just crazy enough to work.
Back at the station, old Bill explains that it's funny, what I'm about to go through, all of it's a lie, but I guess we're just going to do this anyway, because fucking other people do different things based on all this. So he says that in 2012, that event happens, and then some people came by, and they changed the system, and now all that remains is a few backups, but that he doesn't have a way to read the backups. So there's very likely the coordinates the Russians want in the backups, but they'd have to create a drive to read it. And the Russians say, okay, build a reader. You have 1 hour, which I thought was hilarious, by the way. What are you going to do, kill them if they don't build it? Like, what sense does that make?
So what's the point of the time limit? It takes as long as it takes.
And then, of course, what incentive do they have to make it if you're just going to kill them once it's made? It's just all of it's so stupid. Yeah, because he says like, build it. You have 1 hour. However, once you do build it and we get the coordinates we need, we'll let you go. And then the character's like, no, you won't. And he's like, It's just like, yeah, okay. Well, nobody believes that, so whatever. It gets brought up that it's like the fucking writers remembered in this moment. They were like, wait, you can't do anything without a key. And the first film was pretty explicit. There's only the one special key. And then the Russians just like, yeah, we have another one.
We've already got one, you see?
It's like, what a fucking joke, dude. Like, there was such a big deal made about how you couldn't duplicate this fucking key. And then they're just like, yeah, you can. Because this wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
It was the MacGuffin for the entirety of the last fucking movie. And then you meet these other characters like, yeah, we have one too. It just completely distracts from the other film.
I thought it was unbelievable because I was just like, they actually realized when writing that this was a problem. Because without the key, the Russians can't do shit. They're like, yeah, but they are the Russians, and the Russians had the Sevastopol, and Sevastopol had the key, so the Russians could theoretically make another key. It's like, gee, yeah, Something that we, I'm pretty sure, 100% brought up when we were covering the first film. Wouldn't the Russians be able to make another key?
Because they made the first ones.
Yeah, and then, the film's like, no.
I think they would have started off making a spare that's in like some locker
Just in case.
locked in the Kremlin or something.
No, that blew up. We can't do that
Okay, I guess
anymore.
it's
Yeah, but that was
now.
afterward. That was afterward, though. That
The
was
new
2011.
Kremlin.
This is 2012. Sorry, Muller, that doesn't work.
Wow, fake fan detected.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
We
Doesn't
have,
even know
we
when
have the
one
entire
exploded.
decade to make that key. What are you talking about?
You were saying because 2011. That's when in Ghost Protocol with the explosion. that got rid
Exactly.
of the
The Kremlin blew
initial
up.
Yeah, but I mean, it happened in 2012, so they could always just build another one, right? And maybe they made 2 spares. and the
Rag
other
said
one
the
was in,
Kremlin. I said it
You
was
don't even
blown
have to
up.
keep it at the Kremlin.
What are you
We could
doing?
keep it anywhere.
They could, and they might have another spare, so they'd have 3 keys just in case. Just in
I didn't
case
say
Ethan
they'd
Hunt
have to
was
make it
there
in the
and
Kremlin. Rag said it was in the Kremlin. I said it was blown up.
Oh, yeah, right. But when was the submarine built though? Was it built before or after that?
I have no idea. You have to ask the Russians.
Because again, it was 2012. Maybe because if it was brand new, it could have been made in that year. Could have been made.
Who knows?
So who knows? Anything's possible. Nothing is impossible for the Impossible Missions Force.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It brings a tear to my eye.
I'm proud. Yeah, that's right. It's full circle. The final reckoning, if you will. The author of all your pain.
It was me, Barry. I'm the author of all of your Barrys.
I don't know why. When I think of Barry, I'm thinking of Barry from Archer, not Barry the Flash.
Yeah. So Grace tries to explain to the Russians what Ethan is doing and who he is. And shockingly, after this explanation, the Russians basically say they don't give a fuck. And then the scene ends. I have no idea why they included this. Please shave it off.
For an action scene.
Hearing how much Ethan is amazing is really getting fucking tiring. And like, again, the whole Chosen One shit, I just, like, stop it. The idea that she was gonna fucking tell Ethan's story to these Russians and they were gonna go, you know what? You've inspired me.
He sounds
Well,
like
he
a
sounds
swell
very
guy.
cool. We agree with your plan.
I have seen his
Whatever Ethan
movies.
does, we want to do as well. How can we help you?
So stupid. So, in prep for his mission, the guys on the submarine explained to Ethan that there's just like no fucking way this is going to work. However, with their crazy Mark 7 suit, you'll likely die, but maybe with all of this, maybe it's possible. You would need to like do everything, just the standard sort of restrictions to the point where it's almost like it was reminding me of just whatever problem one could encounter in any way, shape, or form. They'll just be like, yeah, but you have a suit that does something, so don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Other than the decompression sickness, which they say you just have to get into the decompression chamber in the submarine, and then you'll be fine. And so it's like, okay, that'll be nice and straightforward. Yeah. That's the plan, all right, for now. Anyway, that he'll have a chance. They basically, the way it's explained makes it sound like he's fucking doomed, which, to be fair, he actually is, like according to any kind of reality, but we're not doing that. We are in sci-fi territory.
The idea that he's going to be diving like hundreds of meters below
500
water,
feet,
and then he'll just like come up. Yeah, like, and to dive that deep and then just come right up to the surface and
you're
like
gonna fucking die.
It's like, oh,
you're so dead.
Like, oh, it's going to be pretty painful. It's like it's going to extend well beyond that.
Yes,
like,
but
it will be that. But it will ultimately culminate in the same destination.
I kind of undersold it. This scene takes a while. They explain in detail how and why he would die. Like,
yes, this is like a 3-minute scene.
It's so long. Well, because they don't gain anything other than he will die doing this. Like, right, gotcha. But they feel the need. And the funny thing is what happens. You know what I mean? Like, they take all this time to tell us it's not possible. He just fucking does it anyway. In the... Whatever. So, while they're working on creating this drive back at the station, Bill explains that Dr. Gordon, if you remember, good old... what was it? You said his name earlier.
Oh, Cary Elwes. Denlinger is the character's name. Denlinger.
So he was the one that personally turned up in 2012-ish to that station, which actually does make something slightly better, being that he said he was the only person that could possibly know where...
Mola, you gotta clarify that you weren't talking about Gordon Freeman.
No,
Yes.
Dr. Gordon from Saw.
Yes, you were talking
The
about
much less
protagonist from
famous Dr.
Half-Life.
Gordon Freeman. So he turned up. If you remember in the first film, he's like, I'm the only one who knows the location of the Sevastopol, which would be pretty stupid of him to say if it's as simple as just going to a station and finding out, because it turns out he did try to scrub all the information in that station such that no one could ever find it other than him knowing. But what he failed to do was account for this random dude called Bill hiding some of the hard drives and, of course, remembering it himself. And I was like, listen, this is end of the world shit. This is world controlling shit. Surely he would have just had Bill killed.
Yeah.
He would have just cleared out the
He
whole area.
He clearly didn't care. Like he was morally didn't care really at all. So yeah, why would he?
Extremely lucky that this just happened to be this way, because basically Bill explains that all the information's gone, but that he remembers that day and he remembers that notable coordinate for that notable event, and he memorized it. So the coordinates are in Bill's head. Which, there you go. Yeah. And so Bill says... Go ahead.
This is, I was going to say, this is like moments after we've had, by the way, there's another key.
Yeah.
We've also gone from no living person knows where the submarine is to, hello, this is Bill. Bill has remembered where the submarine is.
How unfortunate.
But, I think this also potentially creates a problem with the previous movie, because Denlinger tells Gabriel that he has gone to great effort to ensure that he is the only person who knows where.
He did not go to great effort.
Right, but how does he even know where it is if Bill took all the hard drives, burned them, and memorized the coordinates?
What they're saying is happening is the Denlinger, or whatever the fuck his name was, he concluded with his big brain that it would be that station that would have the records of the event of the Sevastopol, because nobody else fucking did up to that point for some reason. He's the only one. So he went there to probably find out the coordinates, which he did, and then burn everything and destroy it all, and clear all the hard drives, get the new system in. But he didn't account for the fact that Bill would, one, potentially hide hard drives, or two, have memorized the event itself, which is exactly what happened. So this is what we were trying to say, is he should have taken a lot more effort to hide that, considering it was extremely sensitive and he's not exactly above killing people. Really good script. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Solid.
Yeah, that'll stand the test of time.
Yes, it will.
We'll
So
be talking about this one for a long time.
Bill asks that his wife go and tend to the dogs, and I'll just do all this now because it's quite simple. It's going to be Grace and his wife go to feed the dogs with one Russian looking over them. Together they'll knock him out, and then they've been provided the coordinates in like a note by Bill. So they're going to go on like a sled pulled by dogs to get to that coordinate, ready to pick up Tom Cruise once he would theoretically come up from the submarine. Meanwhile, on the submarine, there's a lot of things happening at once here. The lad says we've only got one more time to surface before we cannot surface ever again because we're going to hit the ice. So hopefully the message gets sent, because this is the last time. See, everything is always in the last second or unit of any kind. You know, it's very tense.
It's so thrilling. It makes it so exciting to watch.
It makes it really interesting.
dynamic.
Yes.
It gets us closer to impossible.
So Ethan doing some breathing prep and exercising on a treadmill.
On a treadmill, yeah, he's getting ready for the famous, long-awaited, incredibly dangerous dive that we've heard so much about.
Unfortunately for him, a man comes at him with a knife. He's like,
"Oh
I'm
no,
gonna get you!" And you're just like, why in the world? And he luckily sees him in a reflection, so he doesn't get knifed. And he says, "Whoa, why? Why are you doing this? Why?" And the guy says something along the lines of like, "I will not allow you to destroy the entity." And it's just like, what the fuck? They said
How
this.
does
He must be one of the apostles.
Yes, one of the acolytes. But they said that this submarine was completely divorced from the entity because it hadn't surfaced, and that's how the entity would have gotten potentially into it with the signals that spread to it, and that's why they only used the VFR radio, or whatever the fuck. And that by coming up, they risk the entity managing to like reach it. And the entity's only been around properly, gaining acolytes for the past 2 months. So I was just like. So this guy,
So
like,
without any access to the internet, this guy has
became an
somehow
acolyte.
become radicalized by watching YouTube videos of the entity. Or
Yes,
something
because
with no internet.
a really cool, awesome, fun line that Ethan has in this movie that's not cringe at all while he's fighting this guy is, "You spend way too much time on the internet."
But you just told us you don't have that.
I was so
Fuck
confused. I was
off.
like, but I thought the people on this fucking sub had no exposure to the entity. What?
Yeah, hold on. I got an explanation. So the sub has had to come up for like 30-second increments a handful of times. That guy has taken that opportunity to become radicalized.
He watched like a YouTube video that was, that must have been a really good YouTube video, huh?
Yeah, it was really short, really concise. It was YouTube Shorts that radicalized him into becoming an entity acolyte.
I knew YouTube
now
was
he's gonna
pushing
kill
this
Tom
for a
Cruise.
reason. Now I know what it is. It's the entity is trying to take over the world.
They have fight scene. It's not that interesting, and then before
It ain't that. It's
before the guy
Yeah,
can
the
kill
fight scene.
Ethan, he gets knocked out by another girl, and then she's like, "Wow, that was
it ain't
crazy."
no Fallout, Lou.
No, not at all.
No, it's not even close. This is submarine exercise room. This is not Fallout bathroom.
Yeah, just different tiers, man. Meanwhile, action scene breaks out in the station because I guess the team take the opportunity where some people aren't ready for them to fight the Russians, and the plot armor is insane throughout the whole thing. Guns are going off all over the place. There's fire, explosions, and what have you. Our whole team is unscathed, and all the Russians are either killed or they
Or they run away.
leave, and we never see them again.
That's right. They run off. They leave.
They
They
don't-
specifically show some Russians just like getting away. They run away.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh shit, we're out of here." Because the you need to talk about how comically flammable this building is.
Oh yeah, it goes up like the whole place is drenched in oil. It's insane.
It actually is absurd how fast the flame spreads in an almost like malevolent kind of way. Like this fire is controlled by the entity, and it is attempting to burn everything it possibly can as quickly as it can. It goes up like the fire on the bar top in Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark when they're in the bar, and it just whoosh, goes across. It's that, but with a house.
Well,
Yeah, the Russians just go back to their submarine.
well,
they
yeah.
don't-
There's quote unquote an explanation. We're gonna get to that line eventually. Anyway, Dunlow is attempting to get the coordinates out, and he's desperately doing it. And they have the few moments where they cut back to him doing it over and over and over again in the best hope of getting that message out, while he's noticing the fire is getting closer and closer and kind of enveloping him. And there's even
I thought they
a
were gonna
moment.
sell it like he was gonna die.
There's a moment where
Just send him
Benji and team have all like struggled with the battle. They've just managed to survive. The whole place is on fire. And Benji says something like, "Where's Dunlow?" And it's just like, oh shit. And again, just shows him like, oh god, fire. We don't see them all for ages, and then they're just fine.
Yeah, I guess everything worked out okay.
Again,
Because I was really
wonder-
concerned based off of where I saw them
Well,
last,
the-
surrounded by the fire and everything. But
So this is
They're okay.
we're almost at the break between Act 2 and 3. Almost. We've got a whole Ethan scene to do, but still, I think it's worth keeping in mind that that was all built in such a way that you could totally have seen Bill die there, and it would have been pretty
Thought he was.
meaningful. And all of the scenes match it, but he's totally fine, and it's like strange. And we don't see
He's totally fine. And
we don't see his recovery, so to speak, right? It teleports him to safety later in a different area. So just another pin of the whole like maybe they changed this in the third act, because there's a major thing they're going to change that is baffling to me, and it can only make sense with reshoots. But I guess the problem with him sending out the coordinates is that the Russians would have picked it up as well. So the big fear now is like, well, you may have gotten them to Ethan, but you've also now given them to Russians. That's terrible. Now we're in trouble.
That could have been like it played off as a neat sort of plot like shift, like, oh, we got it, but and it adds this complication that they have to race the Russians to get to the spot. It's like, oh, this could have been played interestingly.
Well, what we discover is the coordinates are delivered, and Ethan and Mr. Bloodso, I think was his name. They're looking at it on this map, and they realize tragically that these coordinates that tell you where the Sevastopol event happened are actually on the other side of the planet. Oh dear, that means that Sevastopol is like as far away as it could possibly be. And they're both like, what? That's game over then. We can't possibly get there in time. There's no viable. And then Ethan goes, exactly opposite? They go, oh, that was so clever. Bill flipped the coordinates such that they were the opposite side of the Earth to throw off the Russians. The Russians will go there, while the truth is exactly the opposite of what the coordinate is. Very clever. Except
that is pretty clever, yeah.
The
agreed.
Russians know how the station works. The coordinates obviously wouldn't be on the other side of the fucking planet. That doesn't make any sense. The station can't even detect that far.
Yeah.
It also
Good,
only takes
that's
Tom
really
Cruise
dumb.
3 seconds to figure this out. So the movie's implication is that Russian people in general are just thick. They can't do this themselves.
Yeah,
not
obviously.
a single
Well,
one
that's
would
true.
go-
They're not
Not a
that
single
thick.
one would look at it and go, "Oh no, it's opposite."
Wait,
It
this
can't.
is
It
obvious
cannot
trap.
be.
Why would it be on the other
Obviously
side
a
of the
ploy.
world?
It
There's a
can't.
reason
They
why
know how the
everybody-
station
yeah.
works. They know why the coordinates were at that station. Why would the station give coordinates for a place it can't detect? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Literally on the other side of the planet, and the idea that they're actually getting in their sub, like, all right, off we go. Just another. I don't know how long it would take them, like several days.
Very
at
long.
Yeah, do
least.
they have a clock that says they have 3 days left? And
It's
All right,
so
well,
fucking
off to-
stupid. And
off
yeah,
to,
the
off to
film is just like,
Ocean.
well, they're retarded, okay? And you're like, as if you guys aren't retarded
Very
too.
clever. Yeah.
Pathetic. That is why the Russians are now out of the story completely.
That's amazing. Of course, this is where it is. It is further away
Let
than
us
I
go.
anticipated. Let us go together there. Did we bring enough
I always
food?
wanted to go. Exciting.
I'd like to see the south of Africa.
You just cut
We're
away
very
back to the
much
bridge of their
close.
submarine,
We
and they're
will
all like
visit
really
Elon
hairy,
Musk's
shotting
homeland.
vodka like all Russians do in everything. They're just too
Yes.
drunk to figure it out.
Yeah, the submarine takes off and it's just like clearly swerving through the water because they're intoxicated.
No, it was just so clever of Bill, and that clears it up now. Ah, clean. Good job. Why did we even put the fucking Russians in the story? If you're just gonna do that.
So that we could have an
Or,
action
I
scene.
think
We
Such
could
it's
have a
tension.
lame
the
action scene.
the action scene at the shack.
Why not just
Instead
make
of having
them
a tent showdown, where they
literally
have to
make
team
them
up and
polar
do
bears
something
instead?
interesting.
Fuck it.
With Coca-Colas, yeah.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, that'd be great. They have to get into hand-to-hand combat with polar bears.
Benji versus polar bear.
Dun. Ethan's on an iceberg, like squaring up Queensberry rules with the
Well,
polar bear.
And you know what would happen? The polar bear's about to kill him, and he goes, "Wait, this is exactly what the entity wants us to do." And the polar bear's like, I just, "Oh my god, you're right, Ethan."
And then
He
just
pulls out a
starts
fish
Eating,
as a peace offering.
starts eating, oh
And
no,
a
no! I was gonna say
Coca-Cola.
he starts eating vegetables or something. You know, it's like that. They would never expect that a polar bear would become a vegan.
Oh my god, yes. That throws off the entity.
It's so crazy that it might just work.
That's so good. God. Yeah, so that was a genius plan that saved them. Excellent stuff. Ethan then needs to exit as they make a turn because the Belgorod is like meters behind the Ohio, the submarine. So Ethan needs to jump out at the turn so that the Belgorod does not realize that this is the correct coordinate. Now, combining the information we just had about how Russian intelligence is apparently like a shoe, I don't understand how they wouldn't have figured out just from the fact that sonar would have picked up some dude just jumped out of that submarine at the place that we suspiciously believe might be the coordinates to the Sevastopol.
There's one even more than that, because the plan is you've got to turn your submarine at this precise spot, and I will jump out while you turn the submarine. So it's not just that they could pick up a guy jumping out of the submarine, it's that for some reason the submarine dropped a guy and turned around and went back in the precise opposite direction. That seems a little bit suspicious. I think maybe the point they turned on might be what we're looking for. And they're
No,
trying to
coordinates
distract us.
say it's on the other side of
It's on the other
planet.
side
We
of
go there now.
planets, of course.
We have to go there now, quickly, before see, they are turning to go to that location themselves.
Embarrassing. The whole fucking thing is just embarrassing. By the way, where Grace is going, she's... There's this scene, I'm sure all of you remember it because it was fucking riveting, where she's explained to by Bill's wife that she will now need to guide the sled because Bill's wife wishes to go to sleep for a bit. And so then she starts to teach her how to move left, how to move right, how to slow down, and how to speed up. And then she explains that she needs to have a gun in case they were to come across any polar bears. That's important because it would defend them very well. So Grace is not quite ready for this undertaking, but after this fucking 10 million year long scene, she decides, you know what, let's do it. None of this comes up. There is no polar bear. There is not really a scene where she's having difficulty guiding the sled. We just cut to her arriving where she's not even arriving, she's just there. What was the point of all this?
Wasn't there a plan
I
earlier
think
that
the
you
long
have to arrive in the same
sequence
place at the same time, like exactly the same place, exactly
Yes.
the same time? If this plan is going to work, you don't have time to be
No.
arguing with a random Inuit woman about how to drive a fucking sled.
She's a specific Inuit woman.
Okay, sorry, a specific Inuit woman. You don't have time to be arguing with any Inuit woman about how to drive a sled.
Specific
I
or
just think it
random?
adds so much to the film that they had this very long sequence where there is a communication difficulty, and Grace has to take over while she takes a nap. I think it added a lot to the story to have them.
I couldn't believe that there were some people
Do
who
that.
disagreed that this film was bloated and exposition filled. I was just like, what are you talking about? This is one of the worst
This
I've ever
is Exposition,
seen.
the movie.
It's awful.
This one's bad.
And you can tell that they're aware of it. Like, they know sometimes that, like, some of these scenes
Oh.
are getting too fucking long, and they're like, oh, jeez, can we just speed this up? Like, say, Ethan, just say random words, write scribbles in a notepad, and move on. It's too much.
To give an idea of how much exposition is in this movie, the film is 170 minutes long, and this conversation right here between Inuit Lady and Grace, this is the halfway mark. We are basically an hour and a half into the movie at this point.
If that isn't painful,
haven't-
I don't know what is.
Yeah, we haven't even really had a single action scene yet.
It serves no fucking purpose. Cut it. Cut the
This one's
fucking
rough.
scene.
This one was rough. I was like, actually, like, man, even if this scene was like super funny, like really, really funny for whatever reason, it was just really hilarious. Even then, it'd be a big ask. But oh boy, it drags.
Because for all they know, Ethan could currently be like under the ice, or nearly. They don't know how long what he's doing is going to take.
Not
And
only
they don't
that,
know how long it's going to take to get to the location.
yeah, they
Like
need
that
to
he's
be
out
there
under
ready
the
for
ice,
him.
pounding on it, suffocating
Yes.
and dying while they're still up there trying
But-
to figure out who's driving.
There's that. There's also, like, they're going to be cutting a whole ready, but they're not going to know exactly where he pops up, and he's not going to be conscious, more than likely. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the best they can hope for, because he'll have a little tracker they can detect on him, is that he would bob up to the surface, then they cut the hole, then they drag him out, then they get him, which is still, to me, a little bit like it's gonna kill the fuck out of him, you know. But who
Yep.
could say? Who could know? And we're not to any kind of scene like that.
And the
So,
thing is, as well, like when they do add scenes like this with like a character who the scene doesn't belong, it doesn't accomplish anything, it is obviously not part of the plot, but we are spending time with a character. The only other reason you would do that is if the film is going to go on to have a scene where you need to care about what's going to happen to them. And it's like, we already have probably too many characters in this movie that we're supposed to be paying attention to. We didn't need this specific Inuit woman to care about as well. But we are going to have to waste time now sort of having a scene with her which accomplishes nothing else, because otherwise you'll get to the later scene and your desired reaction, which is, oh no, I'm so sorry that the poor Inuit woman might be in trouble, will just be, I don't fucking care because she's not a character.
Who even
Which
is
she will
this
be
woman?
anyway.
Yeah.
Who even is she? Why is she in the film?
So anyway, they give another scene of warnings to Ethan, and the most important thing to take from this is you must exhale continuously as you rise to the surface. Holding your breath will make your lungs explode. So when you're that low, in feet underwater, you gotta be, if you've got like an oxygen device, gotta be breathing in and out real fucking fast. You can't be holding onto it into your lungs. If, say, for example, one was to not have a device in which provides them oxygen, and thus were forced to hold their breath in order to survive a 500 or even 600 or even 700 feet rise from underwater, you'd be dead, basically. This is like a scene that they've put in to tell us that he would definitely be dead in the circumstances that I just laid out. So let's hope that absolutely does not happen. Anyway, he leaves the sub and almost gets fucking killed by the Belgorod's fucking propellers. Whoops, I guess. He made a huge mistake there, but he survives. He's alright doing it. And so down he floats all the way to the Sevastopol. He gets in, and by entering and activating the sub with a battery that he finds that's like fully charged, I thought that was strange. It lights up the whole submarine. I just wouldn't have thought this would be viable considering everything that happened to it and how old it is, but what do I know? Submarine technology, I ain't a submariner. I can't speak to these things. Regardless, it starts rolling off a cliffside, as in like it's going along, and it's a ticking clock. Yet another. Oh no. You wouldn't have thought the effects of one man getting into a submarine would have dislodged it from where it's been for the past 13 years. But turns out that's all it took. He was just that extra bit of force that was needed. And so, you had a big old sequence where he's going through each of the rooms until he can find what he needs. And the set is incredible. The submarine thing, it's huge.
Yep.
Shot really well. The water, changing the way that it fills the rooms and spinning around, it's all very interesting and cool, I guess. But at this point in the movie, it's quite a lot. Like being invested in this feels strange, as in like it's hard to be invested in it. I guess what I'm saying. Like, oh man,
I thought that this section in the submarine was by far the best part of the film. But maybe that's because so little had happened up until this point.
It does feel like very little has happened. Because when I think about this movie, I think about the submarine and the planes at the end, and that's it. Like, everything else just sort of disappears. Those are the only two things that, like, my mind wants to believe happened.
Yeah, those are the only two action set pieces, right? Or am I missing? Because, like, Dead Reckoning and Fallout, they have, like, 6 each that are, like, big action set pieces. And unless I'm forgetting one, this film only
Fallout,
has 2.
The car chase through the city, it's kind of in 2 parts. There's the motorcycle section, and then there's the car section where they're trying to get him out. So even that is like segmented into 2 sections. And oh man, they made a fight in a bathroom be really cool, and this film is just like it's struggling to make any.
Remember,
kind
you
of
get
impact on me.
the scene with White Widow and Ethan trying to exit with.
Oh yeah, in the club.
Yeah,
you're in the party. Yeah.
Of course, the skydive. Well, that's such a good.
Helicopters at the end.
Everyone should just go watch Fallout.
Yeah.
Not the show. Anyway, he gets into the sphere place, does the key thing, and gets the podkova. He's got it. Hallelujah. And so, time to head back. But this is a movie, so it can't go smoothly. Something's gonna happen, something dramatic. So he unfortunately sees that the room is tilting and shaking such that he is unable to get to the particular door he came in through. But of course, this happened as a result of the tilting. So he concludes, like, oh shit, well that's that. I'm going to have to find another way out. But the room is still tilting. All he has to do is wait a little bit longer, and the missile that fell in place would move out of place, right?
yes. The counterpoint would be that if he waits, then it will roll off the cliff. But he can't know that from.
I was going to say
he can't know what the timer is on from inside the submarine.
Well, and I'll tell you what, that sounds less risky than what he ends up doing.
Yeah.
You know, something that struck me as odd, by the way, is when he's like searching around in this thing, he finds corpses, and it's like a horror moment, and then he has what I can only assume is supposed to be his assumption of how the corpses ended up there, because it plays clips of the Sevastopol getting blown up, but they're not clips, I don't think, that we saw necessarily in Dead Reckoning. And then
I thought they were.
We didn't.
I don't remember, because I did rewatch Dead Reckoning pretty recently, and I don't remember the specific events that were shown in this film happening in that film.
A couple of things, but not that one. Like, you see guys getting hit by torpedoes.
Yeah.
Like, to fall off the.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. So
yeah, there's one where like the captain, admiral, whatever,
sitting,
he like slides down a thing and then looks out at the waters filling like the compartment that's near. Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, like, they must have filmed that for the first one and then got cut in the final cut, and then so they threw it into this one, right? It's like because there's no way they would have got all those actors back just to film that, especially if it's like a flashback. But I was just trying to think to myself, like, do you think they were just trying to take advantage of the footage they had, I guess? Find a way to get it in?
I guess so. I mean, if they've decided to throw in a flashback in that sense, even though it's not really a flashback, then I guess they thought it would be better to not just play the exact same footage that audiences will have watched a year ago. Even though, like, this film just doesn't seem to have any faith that its audience watched the previous film by how many flashbacks it has.
So anyway, about to get pretty wacky here. Ethan decides he can exit through a torpedo chute, and that'll work out. And so gets the door open, it's all cleared up, ready to go. Unfortunately, darn it, can't get in because with his pack, the like source of his oxygen and the nature of his suit, he's not gonna be able to fit. And so I legit, when I was watching this, I was like, I wonder how he's gonna solve this then. Like maybe go back to the door or find some other.
I guess he just I just assumed he'd take it off and put it in front of him, still connected to it.
The suit?
No, the backpack.
Oh. Maybe that's a thing that someone could think to do.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind is like, oh, I just can't have it on my back because of the width, because even my Tom Cruise-sized person can't fit in the tortilla tube. So I need to just, I'll just undo it, but I'll just have it in front of me.
Well, you see, that is something that's crossing his mind. Unfortunately, I assume this suit has been designed such that if ever you wanted to detach that pack, you'd have to be essentially naked. You can't be wearing that suit if you want to do that.
Yeah, but the suit only adds how much to your width? Probably not much.
Yeah, but you can't get the pack off without cutting open the suit, apparently, I guess.
That can't be.
Well, that's what he does.
Be true.
He pulls out a knife and he takes off the suit while like 600 feet deep, or well, it's probably 500 still right now. It's about to become a lot more than that. But he does that, still attached to the oxygen, and he does a little thing of like, whoa, like, ouchies, this does not feel good. It's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't have thought so. Gets himself into the tube, opens up the door, but unfortunately, as he's exiting, the sub falls off the cliffside. Now, you have to understand, this traveling at a significant speed, right? It's going woo, and he's getting dragged with it, desperately trying to get out of that little torpedo chute, and he does, briefly, but his pack gets caught on, like, one of the fins. And so for now, another extended period of time, he's getting dragged further into the abyss.
Further down.
I can only imagine.
While wearing no suit.
Yeah, he'd be lucky if he only went as far down as 600 feet. That shit was going fast.
I mean, what is the deepest dive that somebody's ever done without wearing a suit? I'm pretty sure it's like a couple hundred meters.
I looked it up earlier out of curiosity. It's 250 meters, which is 830 feet, but there is no way that was done in the Arctic Ocean.
And they're all like
No.
specialist
Yeah, when you
freedivers as
add that
well,
on,
right?
yeah.
Or-
Yes.
Yeah, people who do this all the time rather than
Yeah,
Ethan Hunt,
freediving,
who would say who doesn't do this all the time.
something you have to dedicate yourself towards, probably.
Yes.
So yeah, the point being that to understand it, usually water pressure is described as stacking heavy objects on top of you, such as elephants.
Such as
so
elephants.
That's a way to,
They're heavy,
that's a
yeah.
way to think about it. Is the deeper you go, that's a greater amount of pressure that's being placed on you.
So he decides, and this surprised even the people who love this film, as far as I know, because he's caught on the fin, that he will simply take off the oxygen mask. And such.
Well, what else could you possibly do?
He's free
so
now.
He's dead.
Well, he's so dead. This is not even.
He's shockingly dead. Truly, this is a Mission Impossible.
The only way he would even begin to entertain surviving in terms of his oxygen supply would be to be holding his breath, which he is explicitly not allowed to do without exploding. So he's dead. There's just nothing. He would be like taking in water already immediately, if not having his lungs explode. So we haven't even begun the part where he's going to start swimming yet. So I don't know why they did this. They took so much time to explain to us how he absolutely cannot survive this if these particular things happen. And then those particular things happen. And then he survives.
Because that makes it more dramatic. It's like, oh, see, it's not going according to plan. Is he going to make it? As if like anybody has any doubt that he's going to be fine.
They just push it way too far, and I mean that's pretty normal in these movies. But like this is so far that it's just, again, it's not unbelievable. It's impossible. Like, yeah, that's the name of the movie. Like, I get it, fine, but you want to be able to believe what you're actually seeing. He's not supposed to be an invincible robot.
Well, he swims up to the surface, and just about, I'd say, I don't know, 20 meters away from the surface, he dies.
He starts doing the flump. Yeah, this hurts.
Oh no, I
geez.
might not make it. I just thought it was so funny. I was like, oh yeah, you got that high up? Sure, man. Good for you. And yeah, he's got his little tracker, so I guess what we're supposed to believe happened is he floated to the top, then Grace cut a hole, grabbed him, and put him in the inflatable hyperbaric chamber, whatever the hell it is, and he's fine. You got him.
I'm not like that familiar with this aspect of physics or anything, but like when your lungs are completely out of oxygen, can you actually still float to the top? Do you not lose buoyancy as you lose air?
As far as I'm aware, yes, you would,
think
because
so.
like if you get in a swimming pool and then you just like breathe out and then hold your breath with your lungs empty, then you will sink. But I believe something happens to your body after you die that then means that dead bodies float. I couldn't tell you what though. I don't know. And I don't know how long it takes for that to happen.
He could have had serious gas, like maybe they had him eat a bunch of beans before, just in case. And
What, fart his way up to the surface?
well, no, you don't want to fart. You want to keep it in, so it makes you float up, isn't it?
Oh,
But the fart
yeah, well, sure, but you
propulsion
can use
would
the fart
shoot you up
exactly,
faster, right?
Yes. See, Rags
You
is
go
on
up
the
like a
same page
rocket.
with me on this one. Yeah, and you go shooting up.
You would just, yeah,
And
you
then
would,
you
you would
burst-
just
You
shoot
burst
upward.
through the ice as well, and then you do like a yeah as you breach the surface, and then land really
And you know
hard
what?
You have to be like
on
Azog.
the
in
ice.
I feel like
I'm
that
just
would-
thinking of Azog. Yeah.
Hobbit.
I feel like
He
that would make
bursts
more
through the top.
sense than what we saw.
I think so too. If he used
I think so.
us as
There's a logic
propulsion
behind.
mechanism.
Sorry.
Garbage. And that's the end of Act 2, I suppose.
Speaking of physics questions, does anyone know how a not decomposition, what are they called? Decompression chamber works? Can you just sort of get in there with someone? Well,
If you
I
can
don't think
decompress
so.
together,
I would assume.
so.
I would assume not.
Well, yeah, but if she wasn't at the same pressure level, so why would she be in the decompression chamber? Like,
Well, she was
if
in there
got-
so they could have a
she would've
cuddle, but
gotten from- well, no, but that's what I'm saying is like if she retrieved him from the surface, she doesn't need to decompress. So, like, if anything, wouldn't that potentially have like a serious effect on her?
I would imagine that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know enough about how it works.
To be honest, that would explain her next dialogue tree, though. So like, if she's gone insane because she's in a decompression chamber, then when she says, "Have you considered ruling the world?" that's just the insanity talking.
I'm not sure, but I mean, yeah, I don't.
Oh yeah,
I
that
don't
is
know.
actually fair. She does bring up how he should just take over the world, which was really fucking weird to just sort of be talking about at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let
Like,
us use
oh,
it against
Ethan,
him.
you know, you should have the power to do it. It's like, what the fuck?
Maybe he died. The
Ethan
rest of
should
the
be
movie is his
charged.
dream as his lungs and head exploded. That's a beautiful way to look at it, you know. Maybe all of the Mission Impossibles were just in his head.
Maybe his last thought is maybe this mission was impossible.
Oh my god. Who'd have thunk? So Ethan
But
meets.
that scene is weird. Like, what is the deal? Like, what is actually the deal with Ethan and Grace? Like, what are they doing?
I mean, to me, I can only see
decompressing.
that we built all this relationship shit with Ethan and Ilsa, and then they realize that they can't carry her forward. She's busy with Dune, so they need to fucking kill her off and transfer as much and as fast as they can to Grace, because she is now the new love interest. Maybe they will, maybe they won't person. That's all I got.
Yeah, but I guess, but I mean, what? I don't know. Like, it's what? Like, why is it so? Why doesn't it go anywhere then? I think is probably like the next question.
It
Why is
will
it
in
only
Final
ever
Reckoning Part 2.
Kind of like, ooh,
Final chapter.
this. Oh,
Requiem.
I see. Yes, the
They've set it up
final-
now, Fringy.
Right,
It's all
yes,
good to go.
Requiem, yeah,
Revelations.
yeah.
Revengeance.
Revengeance, redemption.
So, Ethan and Bill meet.
Awakening.
And Bill is like, oh my god, don't you worry, Ethan. You did nothing wrong because ultimately I found the love of my life. Because Ethan was like apologizing for ruining his life. I thought it was kind of like arbitrary or just kind of dishonest on Ethan's part. It's like, bro, you've had like what, 30 years checking on him? See what happened to him?
Yeah, you. Shit, that's what happened. You didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, they should do the BoJack Horseman thing, right? Of like, yeah, I don't forgive you. Just like, no, but I'm saying I'm sorry.
It's
yeah,
so weird to be like,
forgive you.
I'm sorry
Movies as
for
funny as
what I
BoJack
did to you. And then it's just like, you didn't do anything about it. You just remembered him just now.
Yeah, you did nothing. You went rock climbing. You went
Yeah.
free solo. What is it called? Free solo climbing. That's
Free
what
climbing?
He did.
Free climbing.
I thought it was called something solo. Someone in chat will know. It's the thing in Mission Impossible 2 where he's climbing up without a harness or a.
That's free
or
solo
any
climbing,
sort of
yeah.
safety. Yeah, I thought it was called free solo climbing. But
He
that's
sure
what he was
did.
doing instead of checking up on him. He didn't give a shit.
So he, at the end of the conversation, he hands Ethan John Reno's knife, which I was just like, why?
Because remember Jean Reno's knife?
Iconic knife. It's the iconic knife.
And then, of course, why would he have been allowed to keep that? That would have been in evidence.
Of course,
Unless
it'd
he
be in
didn't
evidence.
say
Yeah,
anything
well,
about it, or he pocketed
why-
it. And
no
didn't
way.
Give
I
it as
feel like-
evidence.
There's no way because they'd see the mark where the knife was in the room that shouldn't have any marks.
Well, then,
of
but
any
why?
kind
He
at
would never
all.
pocket it.
And
He'd
they
be
would've
like,
checked him.
yeah, he'd want them to
Yeah.
look at this
He'd
thing.
wanna
'Cause he has no idea what's
cooperate.
going on. Yeah.
So no, there's no reason he should have it. But they were like, yeah,
Maybe
but
they
it's
gave
the
it to him
iconic
as like,
knife.
congratulations on being heisted.
No, they gave
Because
it
we
to
all
him
remember
because
the first time we were
it's
heisted.
a reference.
What if he gave him the rat that and he's like, man, I feel,
Oh,
I feel
the
like
dead
you
rat.
should know it."
Skeleton.
There's a skeleton of a rat.
I've been holding on to him for 30 years. I figured you should send him off. The brain.
It just says like little Reno.
They give him a
on it or
Viking funeral.
Yeah.
Little coffin.
Yeah,
set on
yeah,
fire.
yeah. And then they shoot Freya shows up and shoots the arrow and sets
It's
it on
deceptively
fire.
difficult to hit a little rat raft. So, like,
So,
hello.
my
Oh.
theory is that everything, including the scene I just described with fucking Bill, is probably reshoots, or at least a lot of it is. Because things get strange now. We've already gotten some strangeness, but it's just like declared that the entity almost has full control of all missiles, but it's going to need a place to hide first. They've never mentioned this before in the whole movie.
No, this
No,
is
you're
fucking
right.
nuts.
That's true. That is kind of a weird detail. Like, yeah, why would this be mentioned now? Surely this should have come up way earlier.
And they mentioned the Doomsday Vault, but do you remember how I thought that line was strange at the beginning of the film where it says, Ethan, do you recognize this? And he says, yes, it's the Doomsday Vault. And then nothing else goes on about that? It's like, oh, that's probably ADR. That's why it was at the beginning, you know, like because that's such a disconnected thing. But it's like, oh no, but it looks like it was always there as a thing. And it's just, getting strange. And they say the safest place for the entity is the Doomsday Vault, a top secret, standalone, solar powered, tempest hardened, level A exabyte data server, which I thought was a very funny way to describe it. It's just like, what do you fuck off? As if the people who wrote this know what any of those words mean. It has 1 billion gigabytes of storage. It contains all knowledge worthy of storing, and it's shielded, totally impervious to electromagnetic energy, built to survive like an ark, but of human information collectively. Okie dokie. And they say, yeah, sure, it's safe, but what's it going to do in there? And then I think it's Grace that says, if the entity gets in there, it could survive thousands of years, no matter what happens to the rest of the world. And again, when you listen to that, you're like, okay, but why? Like, what would be the point? What would it do in there?
Yeah, it's like it wants to blow up the world so it can hide for thousands of years in a vault, so that hopefully in thousands of years, the new humanity that emerges from the ashes will be like, well, like what? Like then what?
They'll develop a USB reader and then they'll plug it back in and they can do the whole thing again.
So then I think it's Tarzan says, well, what does it stand to gain from wiping out all of life on Earth? Which is the question of the film. Thank you, Tarzan, for asking it. Finally, we're going to get our answers, ladies and gentlemen, and here they are, said by Bill himself. He says, a question Noah and his family must have asked before the flood.
So the answer is he wants to flood.
Anti-God themes.
Anti-God.
You are not wrong at all. The answer is the anti-God wants to do God things like flood the earth, meaning kill everyone.
It read the Bible and decided to do this.
Like,
dude, it's actually, because remember how Ultron was like obsessed with the Bible as well?
Yes.
Yeah, why do they keep doing this?
You have to go further than just, I don't know, Bible did
flood.
it.
Yeah, flood. Yeah,
what?
Yeah, great flood. That's what it is.
Dude. I like the actor, and I even kind of like the character, but I hated that delivery where he says that about Noah, because he sounds like it's a really good answer. It's like, what the fuck do you understand about this that I don't?
Like, then we have a whole bunch of additional questions. How does him doing that help him in any way, shape, or form? The entity. Why does this make his life easier? You know, as a being.
I'm sure the entity understands this. It's not actually God, meaning it's actually susceptible to destruction, and what it's doing will ensure its destruction in a lot of ways anyway. Meanwhile, God is like all-powerful, can't be stopped in any way, shape, or form, can flood the earth, and then reset it whenever it wants. So why...
Yeah, exactly. Because, it can make more animals and everything after the flood.
It can do anything, but the anti-god is actually like killing itself by doing this, which is something they've highlighted previously in the film. Like, why would it do this? It's like, I don't know. This is kind of an idiot, I guess. Lol.
It's not interesting. Why wouldn't it be like? Again, why would this be the way it would go about essentially becoming God rather than just continually subverting like humanity?
Well, isn't it insane? Once again, referring back to Skynet, why wouldn't it just be making physical acolytes that it fully controls and can affect the world with? It's funny, we're talking about Ultron. That's what happens with that. He starts spamming drones.
Yeah, but of course, the thing is that Ultron's a retard. Instead of making, like, 5 awesome Ultrons, he made a whole bunch of shit ones.
He may be a retard, but...
No, it's just, if he had made 5 awesome Ultrons, he would have beat the Avengers.
Absolutely.
They had a lot of difficulty with one.
There's millions of ways he should never have been defeated. But if he's a retard, which I agree with, what does that make the entity?
exactly, that the entity isn't even thought. He should make some
Retard
Boston
powered by
Dynamics world.
AI.
Why don't we?
Gigatard?
That feels like it'd be a fun story where he just becomes a Boston Dynamics robot doing parkour. He's just like, I just love parkour, you know? It's
Well,
fun.
I mean, much
Makes
like
me feel
a Pickle Rick type thing. Imagine like the last remaining Ultron upload got put into like a mouse. He's just like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like I need to. It's like disconnected, but like Jesus Christ, he can move somewhat, like nudge himself
a
around.
little bit, yeah, just a little bit.
But yes, incredibly stupid, and they don't have satisfying answers for anything. And it feels weird that we're doing this now. You know, like a lot of this information about the motives, and I was like, is this
Yeah, the film's
because
nearly over?
Because we reshooting and they changed a whole bunch of shit and they need to reset the groundwork again?
I guess a noteworthy thing is that the film was substantially delayed in its production by the actors' strike. Substantially, like
Epo
9 months.
sus.
It was like a 9-month delay. And they only finished shooting the movie in November of last year. Pretty close.
So, this is where I was like certain that the film is being fucked with. They say Luther's poison pill, when combined with the Podcova, will upload a digital virus to cyberspace that will turn the entity's ability to perceive reality, like it'll alter it. And I was just like, no. You said earlier, combining the poison pill with the Podcova kills the entity, destroys it. That's what you said. Now, you're saying for some reason that when you combine them, it will alter the entity's ability to perceive reality, which I don't know about you guys. That doesn't sound that great.
I guess that would be. I guess anything's different than the current.
Well, do you get what I'm saying?
I
like,
mean,
It would be
we-
different. It
we
might
were
not be
told
better.
it was going to destroy it. Now
It's
we're
gotta-
told it will alter its ability to perceive reality. Like,
But yeah, that's not good, because if it makes it retarded, then that might mean that it just launches all the nukes immediately.
there's so many ways that can go wrong. But do you see what I'm saying? It's like you switched this out. That's not what it was. You're a liar. You're a lying little liar face, movie. What's going on here? Why have you changed all of this? And then Ethan said, we will be able to deceive the Lord of Lies. When the fuck was that their goal? What's happening?
I thought
It's
we were
about
in
to
pure
become
like
their
try
goal.
not to have the world get blown up mode.
What the fuck is going on? I was like, we've switched the story. We're not even doing what we were doing before. Everything's different now. What the fuck's going on? They've completely changed what the pill does, and they are apparently all on board with this new plan that I've never heard of. That's great. Let's do it, I guess. And my suspicions were confirmed when they say, when we infect the entity by combining the Podcova with the poison pill, it will think it is entering the Doomsday Vault, when in actuality, it will be going into a 5D optical data drive with 360 terabytes of space. What the
Which,
fuck are
by
you
the
talking
way,
about? When was this a
what does
part of
that
the
mean?
plan? What? What 5D optical data drive? What the fuck is this? And it's like, oh, I thought those were just theoretical. And then it just comes someone else going, yeah, it was, until Luther built it. What the fuck is going on? What? When did all of this happen? Why are we doing a completely different storyline? You know what's crazy to me is, I don't think anyone's really talking about this, and I think it's because nobody followed this movie. I don't blame them, by the way. Like, this is an insane switch of the story, but most people just sort of were like, they're defeating the entity.
Well, like, yeah, the audience only has a certain amount of RAM for new information, and we've already got so many plot devices. When they say, oh, and by the way, we've just suddenly invented another one, like the 60th plot device in the movie, I think people lost track ages ago. It's just,
I was completely lost by this point.
I thought it was insane that they dropped this fucking optical data drive thing. I was like, this has never been mentioned before in the entire film, and it's the key to defeating the entity now.
And
What?
then how many flashbacks did we have with Luther
I
in which it
know!
was not established?
And they didn't establish this other thing that they need to do a flashback for, stat. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just obvious, like 100% a complete change in the story. I don't know if any of you would have a different opinion on this, because I think that all of this is different information than what we've had before.
I mean, the only other thing, the thing that works against it is that this sort of just is how the movie is all the way through. And so like it's very hard to say what was added in reshoots and what was consistent incompetence.
Well, so do you follow what I'm saying with like up to
Yeah.
the end of Act 2, we were explicitly destroying the entity, and we were doing it against the wishes of the government because Ethan doesn't want any single government to have full control over it. However, it will plunge the world into a forever war. It's like, oh, geez, that sounds spooky. You know, what's he going to do? And now, in the matter of minutes, we've switched over to, no, Poison Pill doesn't destroy it. It confuses it long enough for us to trap it into a USB. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like, nah. It was pretty clear that it was an Ultron-style thing. Like, the burning him out of the internet, it kills him.
Destroy. Well, there's dialogue
So, yeah.
reflecting it. Like, he suggests it, and then they're like, you can't destroy it. It'll do blah, 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 blah.
They keep saying that they're gonna kill it. They're gonna kill it. They're gonna kill it, and then it becomes we're gonna trap it. Yeah, no, I think I get what you mean in the sense that, like, yeah, the writing is really shit, but like in this case, it comes across as a different idea altogether. Like they changed their mind, and maybe this was a product of the delay. And I guess Macquarie was like, that's better.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I honestly would prefer the fucking burning him out of the internet thing compared to what they do.
Well,
The idea that you could trap it on a fucking flash drive
we'll get
is
there.
honestly worse to me than Vision having the ability to burn him out, Ultron out of the internet.
Well, because Vision's like a crazy digital internet creature as well, so at least there's
I
something
think what
there.
it is also that's more of like a real answer to the idea that Ultron is everywhere. Like the idea that Ultron can even be localized into like a specific place is stupid. It indicates a complete misunderstanding of how it would work, and it's like this is a shit answer though, Joss, and I imagine he would maybe even concede that it was compared to the entity in order to hide itself from the world would have to store itself on this little device.
I would say he's not super reliable when it comes to those kinds of plots. Like, funnily enough, it is a season 1 Buffy episode, but it's exactly the same. I don't know if you remember. It's the demon that's in the internet. It's like they solve it in the exact same fucking way.
That's very late 90s. That's a very late 90s idea,
but like,
isn't it?
The exact same way to defeat it happens. I don't know if I imagine he'd probably say to you like, "Bro, calm down. It's whatever."
and then it'd be, "Bro, you get paid a lot of money to do this. You get paid more than like doctors. So how about we take it a little bit seriously in terms of trying to figure out how this story works?"
Absolutely.
I don't know. The people who make these movies get paid way too much money for like, bro, just calm down. It's a movie to be like an acceptable answer.
Well, that always seems to arrive as an excuse right when they've run out of the fucking ability to put in effort.
They either fucked up or got lazy.
I've said this
it's
since
just a movie. It's like, oh, well, if it was just a movie, why did you give me all the exposition scenes throughout this film that amount to like an hour of total runtime if you didn't think it mattered?
Exactly.
Why isn't the film just called Loose Connection of Action Scenes? Why didn't you just call it that?
Every director or writer has ever said they don't need to explain a particular thing. It's like, you put effort into explaining all kinds of things.
You can and do all the time. So just let's not kid ourselves. You just got lazy. You don't want to do it with the argument. You just want to be like, yeah, whatever, bro. Who cares? Anyway, I'll cash that check. Thank you very much. The millions of dollars that you get paid to make this.
Anyway, we're about to hit that moment. So they've got all these components, but how will it work? Well, they attach the source codes to the thing and all that stuff. It like once it's activated, it'll start to the poison pill. It'll start doing its thing, but that's not enough. How do we get the entity to enter this 5D optical drive? Well, you've got to attach the drive to the server in the Doomsday protocol vault, and you've got to hack that vault such that it is exposed to the wider internet, such that the entity would then, as a result of the poison pill prompting, pour its entire self into that USB for safety, mind you, because it would think it's going to the vault when in reality it's going into the USB. And then it would, because of its altered reality perception, which they mentioned is what the poison pill does now, it would then activate the nukes because it feels it's safe and it's ready to initiate, plan, destroy humanity. So, Veggie makes it clear. We need to connect it long enough that the entity pours itself into the USB, but we cannot connect it long enough that it is able to pour itself in and activate all the nukes. And so they ask, what's the difference then? How much time is there between it pouring itself fully in and it pouring itself fully in and doing the nukes? Like, what's that borderline? And they say it is a 1/10 of a second. 100 milliseconds is your time frame for that. So now you might be thinking to yourself, oh, so they're going to have to devise some kind of crazy mechanical system, maybe even digital, that can like trigger it such that it's perfectly surgical, that it can hit that 100 millisecond window. That would be stupid to think something like that, because this is Mission Impossible Final Reckoning, baby. So Ethan says the person who's got to do it is Grace. And they're like, "What? That's crazy. Why? Grace has just got to grab it within 100 milliseconds." And then it shows Ethan, and Ethan says, "Hey, what's the difference between a good pickpocket and a great pickpocket?" And then Grace says, "Timing."
By the way,
Boom.
this is absurdly fast. Like, it's superhuman.
Well, on that,
Mission Impossibly fast.
Yeah.
pretty fast. To bolster what you're probably aiming to say there, Rags, Grace has to wait until the device lights up for her to signal. Like, that is the signal for her to snatch it, right? After the 100 milliseconds, whatever have you. Light takes milliseconds to travel to her eye, and the eye takes milliseconds to send that signal to her brain. And then it would take milliseconds for the command from her brain to go to her hand. And then that would take milliseconds to move to grab the device. She will take more than a second to be able to even process what's happening and to be able to commit to the action. Everyone's dead. There's no way.
You'd have to be like an actual...
It's impossible.
An exquisite specimen of
It's
a
impossible.
human being.
All the maximum times for any human being to be able to pull this off, the lowest you could probably get is 100 milliseconds for 4 of the actions involved. So, like, it's not possible.
No way.
We're dead.
Ain't happening.
They lose.
They
She's a thief, and they're
arbitrarily
like
decided
wizards.
it was 100 milliseconds, by the way. They
That was very stupid
arbitrarily
of them.
decided that the time would be essentially impossible for a human being to do.
No way.
Even though the qualifications are still quite like laughably thin. Like, why her? Well, because pickpocketing requires good timing. I guess like a jazz guitarist would also have done if we had one of those.
Quote.
Dude, a Guitar
right,
Hero
Chekhov's
player would have
quote.
gotten it with ease.
Yeah, that's right. When Stan and Kyle became the best Guitar Hero players, they got 1 million points, then they would have been able to do it.
In response to this, someone says, "Rebellions are built on hope." Oh my god, that's it. Yeah, by the way, Benji describes this after it's all laid out that it's a 1 in a trillion chance they're successful. I was like, why would you even have him say that? Why would you...
Because I don't know, that gives me very much how many do we win one
did they not
vibes.
learn from Rise of Skywalker? I guess not. Isn't it funny how that works?
No.
This film has like hyper clown level writing, but nobody's like treating it that way. It gets away with it, you know?
I guess nobody on set felt that way either, and they're like, yeah, it's okay. The critics say we're getting better, so clearly nothing's wrong. You know, we're on the right path here.
Keeps on getting away with it. But how? Oh boy. I think we're finally at the stupidest line that I have heard. I'd be willing to say this could extend many years, okay? Chat, you're not ready for this. Like
2025 is a benchmark year.
This is a
stupid
shocking thing
quotes,
to like to
everyone.
say in the last few months is still shocking, but to say the stupidest line I've heard in potentially years in a story is like no way, and it's like oh you don't know. So we cut back to the good old American council here, just discussing stuff, and they say we're going to have to attack all of the command sites for the nuclear defense systems under the entity's control, in this case being Beijing, Islamabad, London, Moscow, New Delhi, Pyongyang, Paris, and Tel Aviv. That's not even close to all of the nukes in the world, you dumb fucks, but that's fine. Like, we're not doing that anymore. We're just like, no, we gotta bomb all these places because that's gonna make it such that there's no more nukes to fire from the entity. We're moving on. It's stupid. There's nothing you can say about it that's gonna make it better. You have to try and, like, treat this as though what they're saying is true in order to understand how stupid this can get. They say, Madam President, this will create a political crisis that's going to lead to a protracted global war, which is, of course, true. If you blow up, nuke 9 major cities on Earth as America, probably going to cause some issues. I think we can all agree on that. There's going to be some strife, especially when there's barely any communication, so you don't even know what the fuck's going on. So, they suggest there is a solution to this, all right, chat? This is just so much fun for those who don't know about this line. There is a solution to the notion that other countries, take for example, they blow up the UK, Australia, and Little Platoon's house. They're going to send these nukes
Specifically.
all to these places.
It is a nuclear command and control center, so it's probably a good idea.
What could be the thing that sort of smooths that over? Like, all of us could be so mad as political leaders that America have chosen to do this. What could America say to us and perhaps do that would make this all better? And they say to the president, perhaps as a gesture, we could blow up one of our own cities in America with a nuke. Maybe if we do that, the other countries won't be so bad. I mean, it would be sacrificing millions to save billions.
That makes it okay then.
I thought I'd misheard this in the cinema. I was like, there's no way that just happened. That they just said we have to nuke ourselves in order for every other country to think that we're cool to nuke them. No way that just happened.
Like, it's a discarded plot point from like Doctor Strangelove. It would never. Like, how does that conversation even work when the French turn to you and say, you just blew up Paris? And you're like, well, we blew up Des Moines, Iowa. You can't be too mad at us.
That shows we're not biased. Like, what? Why in the world would that make anything better? Well, then how do you explain that to Americans? We had to blow you up so that other countries would be so mad at us for blowing them up.
Wouldn't hate us as much, yeah. Do you know how Americans would love that? It's like, oh yeah, we had to destroy your entire city so that other countries wouldn't be upset at us.
The part that like made it so much funnier is like, I think we cut away and we come back to them and they're like, hey, we have a list of cities ordered by economic status. And I was like, oh god, they're gonna blow up the poor people.
And so, well, no, I thought that meant they were gonna blow up someone that was actually a meaningful target. Because I was thinking here in Arkansas, I was going, yes,
taking out London and Paris and stuff like that. It's gonna be a big city in order to. The fact that this was written down.
We're not going to nuke Wiener, Arkansas. Okay.
The fact that there was more than 10 people, possibly hundreds of people, who all saw this on a script, or were present on the day that they were shooting, or had to perform the scenes themselves, and not one of them said, "What? Chris, what the fuck? Like, what is this
madness?
It's a show of good faith, Friggy.
Christopher, why?
A show of good faith to nuke their own city after nuking all of their cities in order to take out the nukes so the entity couldn't use the nukes on everybody else.
I couldn't fucking imagine all the countries' reactions to this information. The P.S. we blew up one of our own cities just to make you
Please
feel
don't
better.
Be mad.
Yeah,
as a sign of good faith.
What the
They'd
fuck?
look at her like she's a psychopath. It's like, I guess with the movie's logic, they'd be like, oh, we understand why you blew up all the other cities that had the nukes in them. The fact that you just tossed in an extra means that I think you just love nuking.
And I think what I enjoy is that the film realizes it would be a really bad idea to talk about which cities they would be thinking about doing it through. Because they don't name any city, but could you imagine having conversations in the movie, this movie, where they were talking about which city they should put up to sacrifice.
It's insanity. Because they say they developed a list, and then later on, they say like one has been chosen.
Your chosen city.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to actually say whether it would be, you know, like New York or Denver or Miami or
Good
Seattle.
God.
Like, you wouldn't want to actually have to be writing that down. Yes, the Mission Impossible president decided to sacrifice this specific city.
For such a stupid reason.
Why would you write this? Why would you do that? Why would you fucking write this, Chris?
Because it was
Imagine being
explicitly
a city that was suggested, and then another character said, "Nah, it's not important enough. No one will care about that one."
It's insane because it's not even to like neutralize an entity-controlled weapon system of any kind. It's just
to sacrifice a whole bunch of people as a sign of good faith to the other countries that you bombed. Like, what?
I can't
Why
imagine
did you write
it. It's
this?
absolutely stupid. And that's the thing, right? When the day comes that an explanation is required, and they say, well, you know, the situation with the entity, they were going to launch your nukes, we decided to preemptively strike. It would be fucking carnage, of course, but just to be like, also, we killed a whole bunch of Americans for no reason. It's just like, guys, what's the conclusion to be made? It's for Rag said, it's like, you guys just like nuking. That's the only
I
thing.
think y'all just like nuking.
Yeah, the what's her name is Crumbopulous Michael, but the president, she just loves nuking.
Here I go nuking again.
Unless it's to intended.
Yeah.
So is it unless they intend to blame all the bombing on the entity? No, they explicitly will be saying to other countries, we blew up ourselves and you, so don't be mad.
The whole point is, don't retaliate, don't be mad, because we also suffered as well.
Insane.
That's the logic.
Which, you know,
Actual
that would be
insanity.
somewhat of an argument you could make if they blew up, let's say, a state that had a significant amount of nuclear weapons that was under the control of the entity, but that is not what's happening. They're just blowing up a city. So, yeah, I was quite surprised that turns out that is actually just what happened.
Oh, and bear in mind as well, the way that this is presented, all of them have been given sweat. They're all very sweaty and tired. And,
Yeah,
and
they've
all,
been given...
they're all on edge, basically.
That's movie goo that makes you
you're in a room
shiny.
without air conditioning. Yeah, no air conditioning in that room.
There's
Rest
a bit as
out,
well
darn
where
it.
like Nick Offerman asks another soldier for his sidearm, and I was just thinking, just blow your brains out. This is just someone in the writers' room already has, so you might as well join them.
So we had our like in terms of logistics and just reality and sanity line, and then we follow up with just pure cringe. I think it's the dude from Fight Club, but he says like the line is we're in the entity's reality now, and this is checkmate.
No.
So bad.
So you can't destroy the entity, because destroying the entity will destroy cyberspace, and destroying cyberspace will create like World War III. So instead, we're going to nuke the capital cities of half the world, which will cause World War III, in order to stop the entity from launching nukes, which will kill everyone, until it eventually captures ours anyway, which will kill everyone.
Yes.
So what is actually... I know.
And remember, by nuking these major cities, they do not actually nuke all of the nukes. There's still plenty of nukes left.
Yeah, because again, you know, we kind of glossed over it, but the notion like, yes, all of the nuclear arsenal of any given country is localized in their one most populous city.
Isn't the film's
Retarded.
excuse for this? It's like we'll take out the nuclear command centers. I think the film has a line like.
But
we'll
why
take
would
out the
that
command- I mean,
matter?
it still doesn't work. Yeah, because
I
like
mean-
surely the entity can just back up the command codes or something. It still has control.
It's also got its
film
acolytes.
We're
wants
still
you to
running
believe
under the
that-
assumption that none of the countries have self-sabotaged their own nukes so that they can't be
No,
used
none
by
of
the
them
evil
did.
AI against everyone
None
else.
of them
so...
did.
Well, yeah, like what? Like, I don't
Oh,
even understand. Like, as soon
unlucky.
as the entity,
Damn.
the idea that the entity gets them, it's like, oh, so you can't do anything. It's like, what do you mean you can't do anything? Can't you just like destroy them?
Nope.
Like, can't you just physically go to those places and destroy
Take a
them?
hammer to the fucking motherboard. Just go.
Yeah, pretty much. Or are they operating by the movie logic that if you like bump a nuke, it just detonates or
Launches.
something?
Well, they should have fucking said that, shouldn't they? But no, that's not not something that they mentioned. Remember,
Oh, that's
they
not-
explicit that like they could have powered it down or whatever have you, but they just chose not to. And now it's too late. It's like you can't power it down now. What's stopping you?
I mean, you can't even just put like a giant. I don't know. You can't just put a slab of concrete over the actual launch silos that it can't breach through.
Oh, it's so
Nah, you're
stupid.
stuck. You just can't do anything. You just gotta sit there and wait and see what happens.
Yep. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. This film has an average critic score of 7 out of 10. Or
Well, like, out of
thereabouts,
curiosity,
around about there.
you know, we are probably some of the harshest people to Dead Reckoning on the internet, I think. Do you think this film is better or worse than it right now without having gone any further?
Worse.
So it's really
objectively
weird as a response because like rewatching Dead Reckoning made me a lot angrier than watching this film. But that's not like a perfect metric for whether or not. Yeah, I don't know how to like that's not like an actual reliable. I was more bored by this movie, whereas Dead Reckoning got me pretty angry at times. But that's not like a determiner of, because the problem is Dead Reckoning at least had Grace having something of an arc. This one has like nothing, so I feel like it has to be worse.
This
And
one-
we're not even done yet, right? Some of the hilarity is still to come.
There is still
I
some
think it was
hilarity.
Rise of
paced
Skywalker
better. I
situation.
think
It's just
the-
incompetence all the way through. Like the first one, I could understand, I could follow. It made very little sense, and it did not deal this film a very strong hand. This film has then taken that very, very poor hand and played, let's nuke everyone, and including ourselves. I think this one is just stupider than the last one, and the last one was incredibly stupid.
I think part of the issue as well is that the previous one, Dead Reckoning Part 1, came out after Fallout, so it was a massive disappointment. Whereas, I mean, who really had expectations for this one? So,
Not me.
well, I mean, out of us. Like,
Yeah.
Dead
Out of us
Reckoning
now.
Part 1 was.
I think I would've-
It pissed me off a lot more.
I was assuming this one would be better because of how bad the last one was. Just like law of averages, surely the next one will be better than that. And I don't know if it is or not.
So-
it was way less of an enjoyable movie to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, my POV is
This one was
I
just sloppy.
completely agree. Dead Reckoning pisses me off, not just because it comes right after Fallout being so much better, but specifically my mind goes to Ilsa every time. It's so fucking rude what they did. And this movie can only, continue that, I guess. It could have rescued her. It could have actually made this stupid fucking thing of like, oh, she faked it. Genuinely with a throwaway line. They're like, she's out there doing agent things. Oh, good for her. She can't be involved in this mission,
Well,
though.
you do the Batman Dark Knight Rises ending or something where, I don't know, Ethan, when he just sees her drinking some coffee or something.
Yeah, get her for
and
that.
then they nod. Like, yeah.
Yeah, she was sorting out the UK because they had their nuke problem or whatever the fuck. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The point being, that really pissed me off. But like Free mentioned, I quite like I was quite happy with the train sequence when it's all coming off the tracks, if you know what I mean. Not the major stunt where he comes down on it, but later in like the last significant action scene in the whole
The
film.
last part, that's okay.
Like when they're
I don't
trying to
mind that.
climb up it.
Yeah, not only do I like it
Yeah,
from
yeah,
I
a
like that one too.
a practicality
I like that
way
one
of like how
probably
it
more
looks,
than
how it plays
most.
out, but I really like it for the character stuff as well. Like he's trying to keep her sane and confident to get through the whole thing because it's a nightmare, and just the how the carriages change the challenges each time. It's like there's a lot of
the kitchen, the piano, one they have to go over the top of.
And then
I did actually like that.
and Grace works in and of herself. She is like the most consistent probably character in the whole series, and the fact that they had it bold enough to fuck Ethan over a couple of times in a row before finally coming around because she doesn't trust issues, I guess you could say, and stuff. And her acting's really good. But yeah, this movie, it's like, what are the pluses? And it's like, well, all the same ones you get in most of these sorts of movies. Like the stunts are really well put together, the acting's pretty solid, but like writing wise, which is kind of what I was trying to aim for there with some of that, it's just like there's one moment that I kind of like writing wise in this movie. We haven't come to it yet. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way. Is there anything?
You will. The writing part that I like.
Because there's a part I really like, which you already know about, Mola, but that's obviously not. It's not meant to be funny.
Oh yeah, no, I don't mean that. I mean like they did a thing and you thought, you know what, that was worthwhile the way that you did it. You did not that you're laughing at it. I mean, we'll come to it. It's okay. Point being that the average score seems to be that this is the worst, but I would agree that it doesn't piss me off as much as Dead Reckoning.
Mm.
But seriously, like
agree.
I wonder if I will come across a line stupider than like we have to blow ourselves up so that everybody isn't mad at us when we blow them up. It just
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one to beat. We might be sitting.
Yeah.
It's very possible we might be sitting like with that as the champ for years.
I thought you were gonna make a
it's
joke and
South
say we
Park
could be with that
line,
for
right?
days.
It's the
It is the
imagination.
South
line.
Oh,
Park.
these days,
Yeah.
yeah.
We have to, we have to
get a movie
nuke our
that's-
own
that's
imagination.
You're saying we should nuke
That's-
the
That's true.
imagination?
We haven't seen
That's-
Lilo
yeah.
and Stitch yet. So.
Oh.
Well, I mean, do you know anything about you haven't heard anything about the ending, have you, Rags?
I have
of, Lilo and
heard
Stitch?
I've seen a tweet or two about people discussing.
Oh,
um,
okay.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
So
Yeah.
we might actually.
I will say, I may have I might have foolishly thought that this one would be really inoffensive. That was a mistake, clearly. Assuming that,
if what I've heard is true, holy fuck.
which, yeah, I know.
So that everyone knows, Lilo and Stitch is next Saturday. We're all
That's
dreading
next
it
week.
because
Tune
Lilo
in,
and Stitch is a
everybody.
wonderful film from a bygone
Love it.
era, and we're having to watch the new
Yeah.
version. Oh Jesus, we should not think
Which,
about that right
I don't
now.
know. I mean, the new version will be sort of an antithesis of what the original one was, which was like very much an underdog movie. It was an idea that what's his damn it. It's the idea. God damn it! It's going to annoy me that I've forgotten his name. That he had for like 15 years before he even got to make it. It had a much lower budget than a lot of other films at the time that were being made by Disney. It came out the same year as Treasure Planet, and it cost half as much to make. It wasn't.
Planet was
you know,
particularly expensive. Yeah.
It
That
was
was
particularly
special.
expensive, but Lilo and Stitch was notably less expensive compared to a lot of the other ones at the time. It was the underdog movie. Yeah, Chris Sanders. He had the idea for like 15, 16 years before he even got to make it. I think he came up with Stitch in the 80s. It wasn't.
That's
it
gotta be
wasn't
one of the
supposed to
greatest,
succeed. It
like-
wasn't guaranteed to. What the greatest?
gotta be-
Like
An incredible feeling of vindication to be sitting on an idea that long, to work hard for it, to finally get it, and then people
And then
adore
it's
it,
one
and it
of the
becomes a
most-
classic.
yeah, like Stitch is, again, mentioned earlier. Stitch is like pretty perfect from a marketing and merchandise standpoint.
And to be honest with you, a creative
But,
standpoint.
Yeah, no, that's the noteworthy thing, is that it actually is not very cynical at all. It's like the opposite of that. It's a really cool idea for a character.
Oh,
but
and
you know, and now the new one is primed to make an insane amount of money.
I was gonna say, for the
It's gonna make so much money.
for the lad saying please fail, please fail, please fail. I'm so sorry.
Oh no,
There's
not
it was
way.
never
It's-
gonna
it is-
fail.
it is-
It was
Dude,
never
it's
gonna
gonna
fail.
succeed on its opening weekend. Opening weekend, it's gonna make its money back and more. It's gonna have the biggest Memorial Day opening weekend in history. It's making its money back. All of you that foolishly thought that they would stop making live action remakes, why did you think that? They were never gonna stop. There would only ever be a temporary pause or readjustment. They're never gonna give
Well,
up.
you know what?
They're never going back to the era of making like National Treasure or like other sort of kind of riskier ideas in terms of Disney live action films. That's over.
Yeah,
And
any
the question isn't, is it going to make $1 billion? It's when, how quickly.
many?
any,
Yeah.
any
Yeah.
damage that Snow White did to their perception that they can create these films will be more than undone by
Will be
Lilo and
erased.
Stitch.
Yeah, and it will be erased by the audience
Yeah.
going to watch it in significant numbers and
Because-
probably enjoying it.
Instead of the notion that, oh, we shouldn't be doing these sorts of things, they'll be like, oh, we shouldn't be doing Snow White.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, like Snow
or
White
like,
was
oh,
the one.
I see,
Okay, I
that's how
see.
we
Yeah,
gotta
nobody
do it.
just. Yeah, that
okay,
was
yeah.
all right. We're good. We can continue. Get Tangled back on. Like we gotta keep going.
Even though again, it's just even though there are changes that are being made that are not small anyway to the story, you know, but they'll be like, all right, yeah, try and make it look a little bit more like the original. Just move it closer to that. Don't go too off
And
the
yes,
rails doing anything too crazy. even though apparently the ending of this movie is kind of antithetical to the whole point of the actual
Next
original
week.
film.
Next week we do
Yeah.
that. Okay. 'Cause
Next
I
week,
just,
to
sorry,
quote-
sorry.
I just checked the box offices just to compare them because they both came out on the same day, which was 2 days ago. Mission Impossible has made 30 million. Lilo and Stitch has made 138 million.
Yeah, it may well make $1 billion.
Ethan's
It
greatest
might
challenge
actually make
is
$1 billion.
Stitch. He's Can't take him on. Stitch is just more
Yeah,
charismatic.
no, he should have moved out of the way, just like it should have moved out of the way of Oppenheimer. Because yes, Mission Impossible versus Oppenheimer. It was so obvious to everybody that Mission Impossible should move out of the way of Oppenheimer.
Especially
Like, what
Barbie.
about Barbie? It's like, I don't know. Even still, it's Mission Impossible. Fallout made $800 million.
We know that there's a major crossover of audiences for Barbie and Mission Impossible.
Well, for Barbie and Mission Impossible, yeah.
Obviously. But yes, to quote Gandalf,
Sorry, yeah,
this is but a taste of the terror that Disney will unleash. And what I mean, in a sense, is not just
Treasure Planet. Brace
just
yourselves.
what Disney are going to do, but also what you'll see in us,
DreamWorks.
because we care a lot about the history of Disney, but they are inching closer and closer to our specific childhoods now. Like,
oh yeah, they're
pretty much.
the
As much
timeline
as
is moving up quickly.
The Incredibles is inevitable, guys. You should accept that the
much as
Incredibles will happen.
something like Snow White would have been something we saw when we were younger. It wasn't released when we were younger, and so there's like a cultural impact and an element that binds it all to the memory a lot more. And Lilo and Stitch was a film that I saw a bazillion times when I was of that age. So,
Did you watch the TV show as well? The series?
I never saw the TV show.
Wasn't there a sequel?
I
Or is that,
did.
am I mixing them up?
There were 3 sequels.
Jesus.
I think they were DVD.
I don't know
or
if I watched the
VHS
sequels, but I did watch the show because there was 627. There was a new experiment.
Oh, that
was
sounds
part of
familiar.
that, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he was yellow.
Yeah.
I think. I remember watching that.
In any case, it makes us madder faster when they do this, and as we've said, and it's the truth, the peak of this, and even if it takes them 10 fucking years, I feel like they'll do it. It'll be WALL-E. It'll actually.
You know what? It's so funny. I do wonder if WALL-E was successful, but it wasn't as successful as some other, like Finding Nemo was, massively.
Sure.
And hey, they've already given it a shot, right, with the fucking Little Mermaid with the fish, like flounder.
They're gonna go after a bunch of shit that we're gonna get very mad about, but that's like the one where if they did it, because there's so many elements and layers to how that film would be destroyed by this approach,
Mm-hmm. But
it's
again, now the other thing you guys got to get worried about is DreamWorks is testing the waters, and How to Train Your Dragon, that movie, the remake, will be
make
successful.
a shit ton of money.
Will make money back. It's already got a sequel greenlit, which you know what that means. Shrek is coming. The Shrek will be remade. That will happen eventually. It'd be kind of foolish not to, with how much money they're going to make off of it. That's kind of the problem.
They'll be like simultaneously making a Shrek remakes and Shrek continuations
and Shrek sequels, so that they can double dip.
Talking about the thematic value being fucking squeezed to death and ignored in Lilo and Stitch. Imagine WALL-E. Like how much has to say about the commercialization of life itself.
Well,
yeah, it's like whenever Disney does these anti-capitalism fucking horseshit little messages, and they're like, "Shut up, Disney."
Bro, you're like the epitome of capitalism. You are like what people think of when they think of capitalism. Like it's just whatever. Get ready for it, guys. There will be more. Emperor's New Groove isn't off the table, I would say.
Oh my god.
I will cry.
I don't think so. I don't think
yeah.
I know you will. I know.
I love Emperor's New
That's why I
Groove
figured
so
to bring
much.
it up. It's great, but I mean, they'll go for it. Tangled is inevitable. Frozen is inevitable. I don't care about those so much.
Honestly, I'm amazed that they haven't already done Frozen because of how massive that film
Oh,
was.
yes, they're doing Moana.
Frozen 2. Moana again.
Moana came out after Frozen, and that's coming out next year, and that'll make a lot of money, guys. That will make a bunch. Snow White means nothing in the grand scheme of things in terms of the successful value of these films. It's meaningless. It's absolutely meaningless. Sorry, I had to break it to you. It ain't going away.
Yeah, what was your quote? Something about hope being dead? I mean,
rebellions are built on
dead.
Well, yeah, because the thing is that as much as there'll be things on Twitter like, oh wow, so it's just the original film but worse looking. It's like, yeah, it doesn't stop people from going and watching these films in significant numbers. There is a real economic value tethered to nostalgia at this point. And now other studios are starting to realize and essentially try and get into that essentially and tap into it. Now DreamWorks is joining, and they got a lot of stuff that they could do films for. Shrek, for instance, is a clear example. And hey, you know, who knows? Maybe they'll start testing out more unconventional ones like The Road to El Dorado.
Yeah, so someone mentioned it's like, well, you know, Little Mermaid didn't make the money back either. It's like, but the thing is, all they need is like 1 or 2 major successes to run them for another 5 experiments. They'll just be like, yeah, let's see if this works, see if this works, see if this...
Pretty much.
And even if it starts
like
to
I
run
said, the
down,
thing
and it's
is-
like, oh no, I guess this isn't quite working. Just one that blows up, like a Lilo and Stitch, they'll be back into thinking, oh shit, no, this works, this definitely works.
Yeah, like if you
that's
look at the
reason why
average,
they will.
I was going to say, if you look at the average box office that each of the remakes have made, the average is going to be over $1 billion because they've had like so
God,
many.
really
yeah.
high.
Yeah, like I mean, The
It's
Lion
really
King
high.
is like the 5th or 6th most successful
1.9?
movie ever made, or something like that.
It
Yeah,
was like $1.6 billion.
Right, yeah.
It is the highest grossing. Well, I think it recently got beaten out for highest grossing animated film, but I mean, it's still top 10 for sure. Aladdin made
Yeah.
$1 billion. Beauty and the Beast made $1 billion. Cinderella made like $600 million. Maleficent made like $700-800 million. Alice in Wonderland made $1 billion. And Lilo and Stitch is gonna make probably like 800, 900, maybe even $1 billion. Snow White doesn't matter, and hell, Little Mermaid might have barely just gotten by, you know. So like
think
that
it
ain't
did
too
make its
bad
money back
compared
in the
to
end.
if you're getting. Yeah, like it might have just because it was a really expensive. But Lilo and Stitch is comparatively a much cheaper film at $100 million. That is comparatively cheap compared to most of these remakes, and it's guaranteed to make money. They'll just learn the right lessons. They got to learn the right ways to appeal to people and try and figure out ways to essentially not get themselves in trouble. That's the main thing. So yeah, look forward to more of it in the future.
all right.
Yep.
You know, it's made me think about how like we did 4 episodes in a row of celebrating Andor for the most part, and like
Mm-hmm.
we were talking about how
And
you
then we're
know
back to
the future of
Yeah.
Star Wars, but it's like more like the future of stories.
the future of media. Yeah.
To be
I think we're
fair,
gonna find
as
that a lot of-
mentioned, you know, Mobland is still fucking releasing right now, and it's really cool. It's just that there's a lot of impactful cultural events in the forms of stories being told that are all just so fucking depressing. Not just mediocre, which would be fine. Really bad.
I think it's bad for the. I think it's bad for the world. Like fundamentally, I think like bad stories like these. I just, you know, when you compare it to something like the original Lilo and Stitch, right, where there's very sort of wholesome message and story. It's like I think that has to be of some benefit. That you're getting really high quality stories that are sort of exploring these really fundamental lessons and meanings and morals in a strong way compared to just absolute sludge. Where it's just like, oh, you go to the cinema, you expect sludge that's not going to stick with you, you're not going to remember it, it's not going to have an impact on your life, it won't be like foundational memories or anything. It's just like, yep, yeah, that's the sludge. It vaguely reminds you of the stuff that you actually liked that was made before. And then it just keeps going and going and going. I don't know. It's just, yeah. But hey, whatever. You know, I mean, get used to it. Sorry. Get used to it.
Are you used to it?
Stuff is never going to end. No, I'm really pissed off about it all. It bugs me a lot, as you can tell. But, you
Yeah.
know, I mean, at this point, when I go to the cinema, I just expect I'm not going to enjoy it. Whatever I'm watching a lot of the time, I just go into it expecting like, yeah, it's gonna suck, and then it's like, yeah, it did. Wow, what a surprise!
Yeah, leave some black pills for the rest
You all
of us,
enjoying The
Fringy.
Last of Us season 2? You've been enjoying that?
Jesus.
They're gonna make 2 more seasons of that, 2 more seasons, and Naughty Dog will probably never make a good game ever again. Ain't that exciting? Remember how they used to make video games like Jak and Daxter and Crash Bandicoot? Man, that sucks, huh? Remember when Bungie made Halo? And now look at them.
Look at him.
Look at it. I want you to
Anyway,
look
back
at
to-
it.
Yeah, back to Mission
Yeah,
Impossible,
because it's
I
only going to
guess.
get better. Ethan and crew arrive
I mean,
at
it is, that's true.
Doomsday
It's the
Land.
funniest part of the movie there.
and they
Yes.
there's some stuff. There's no need to go over every little thing. So I'm only sticking to stuff that's meaningful or hilariously cringe. So team are going to go stay back, and Ethan will go and provide the podcover to Gabriel, so that Gabriel attaches the poison pill without realizing that does not give him full control of the entity, as he foolishly would have thought, ? It will instead make it stupid enough to crawl into that USB that they had as a plan. So obviously that's the laid out plan. And I was just like, why did Gabriel think that the poison pill would give him control of the entity?
Because he can.
You know, because that's what poison does.
I was thinking about this twice over. I was like,
maybe those initial scenes were part of the reshoot.
Well, because like the poison pill never did that, ever. It was in both versions. It doesn't.
Maybe it had something to do with the overarching thing that they tried to do in the first movie as well. As like, what are we to conclude was the means of controlling it exactly?
Source code.
Is it just
that
the
everybody
threat,
wants?
though? Like the threat is, I have the source code
Yeah,
and
but
I have the thing I can
source
use it
code
to
is
kill
the,
you.
Do you think they've conflated the two things because the source code and the poison pill, like it goes into the same specific device that they get from the submarine?
So
Well, hold on, no, the source code is that device, right? The source code is on that device.
We are dealing with too much conflicting information, and I think that they just don't want you to fucking realize it, because I believe at one point we were told that the source code is all you need to take full control. Then we were told that adding the poison pill to it destroys it, which would cause world war and the economy to crash, and it would be a nightmare. Now we're told that adding the poison pill to it simply confuses the entity's perception of reality. And now we're hoping Gabriel attaches the poison pill to it to cause that to happen, because he thinks it'll allow him to take control. But why would he think that?
Yeah, why would the poison pill? I mean, it's in the name.
Yeah,
it's the poison pill. Why? It's not the good benefiting you pill. So why does he think that this would help?
It's so fucked at this point that you have to go on whatever the recent thing that Ethan said is, which in this case is we have to give the Podcova to Gabriel in the hopes that he attaches the poison pill, because we're not going to get the pill off him otherwise. And then we can do our plan with the 5D optical USB drive, which just feels like a different story. We weren't doing that, but now we're doing that. And it's like, okay, that's what we're doing. Sure. So, exciting stuff. Here we go. Ethan enters the main room, so to speak, and there's some item in the middle of the room. And a big old top is on it. What could it be? He pulls it, and it's revealed that this is Gabriel's third bomb.
Oh my goodness!
He's planted yet another. So because technically, well, I guess it wasn't it didn't turn out to be a bomb, did it? In the airport, they thought it was a bomb. The Gabriel. But you know what's funny though is the nature of the sizes. That's like the small one, then the medium one goes to Luther.
Yeah, it's just like more just stacked up on top of it. It's like a joke. It's like a gas.
It's so fucking dumb.
Where the bombs look.
But whatever. I've heard the explanation that the reason he can drop these megaton bombs wherever he wants is because of the entity. He's got connections.
Oh, that's the answer to everything. Yeah.
But he's not working with the entity anymore.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he
did.
Anymore.
He did.
So that's how we got the two of them, and he's like, "Well, shit. Good thing I've got two, because I might need."
Good thing I got all those connections with
really.
the entity that I now use post splitting up with the entity. That's the explanation. There you go. Shut up. Now, before I explain the nature of this bomb, I want to say the reason the bomb is here, according to Gabriel, is that he, above all else, does not want the entity to win, in the sense that if it were to hide in the Doomsday vault and blow up the whole world, that would be bad for Gabriel. True. So he wants to have the capacity to explode the base, all right? And specifically that room, the servers in that room, which, by the way, the door's open. Now, you might be thinking to yourselves, what kind of yield would we need to blow up a server room? It's like, well, probably more than a grenade. You know, maybe more than you might want something
more than
significant,
a grenade, but probably less than like the Tsar bomber. You know.
Well, he has opted. Now, I just want to remind everybody: the extreme bomb that was going to destroy all of London. Luther described it as between 6 and 7 megatons. This bomb that is designed to destroy one room filled with servers is 30 megatons.
What the fuck?
And what is that equivalent to as a in terms of like the size of the explosion? What's like the blast radius of that 30 megaton?
It would reasonably knock out the largest city on Earth.
Okay, because I've seen someone point out. So I guess it is less powerful than the Tsar Bomber, the biggest explosion ever detonated by humanity in all of time. So he didn't go too crazy and overboard with this 30 megaton nuclear device.
Well, it's worth considering that when devising the correct bomb to blow up servers, you might want to consider before popping in a 30 megaton bomb that
2 kilometers is the answer, by the way.
When destroying something like dropping a bomb on Hiroshima, for example, that was a yield of about 0.015 megatons. Now, one could argue catastrophic damage was dealt with that. 30 megaton explosion, the orders of magnitude more destructive, capable, one would say, of obliterating something like an enormous... We're talking a crater. This makes no fucking sense in any way, shape, or form you could ever imagine. What the fuck was he thinking? Why would you need 30 megatons?
He's a wacky, crazy guy. That's
because
the
that's
answer.
way
He's
more
wacky.
extreme. To have more megatons equals more
Yeah.
extreme.
I don't
That's
know what the
right.
fuck they were thinking with this. Like, it's funny because it just gets stupider the more the film goes on in terms of what Gabriel does next. But you can see it in the fucking trailer what Gabriel's plan to escape is, which is fucking hilarious with a 30 megaton bomb, which was so unnecessary.
You need to mention exactly what he says about it as well, the way that he describes his means of escape.
So he says, I have a plane that will take me to minimum safe distance, reliable, analog, under the radar. I even brought a spare.
I brought a spare that you can use, Ethan.
Yeah,
Just
obviously,
in case you need it to chase me down.
what a stupid thing to say. What a stupid thing to do. What an obviously setting up that Ethan can chase him on a second plane. Like,
How did he even bring the spare? Did he get
He has
someone
a
to pilot
subordinate.
it on,
His
Yeah.
on
buddy,
condition that you,
his bro.
He's got
the
bros.
subordinate isn't allowed to fly off with him though, so it's like a death sentence. You bring me a second means of escape if I need it, but you have to die.
Well, he's allowed in. You remember he's on this flying that second one.
He does fly
But,
in the
there's
second
two,
one,
but
but
there's
all of
two
his other
seats in
guys.
each plane, aren't there?
Yeah, I guess he had some more
I guess-
subordinates that got shot,
on each.
unfortunately.
Oh.
How sad. So Gabriel says, I want you, Ethan, and everyone you care about to live long lives in the world I create when I control the entity. I guess that's Gabriel's motives. He wants to control the entity to make a nice world.
It's quite funny that we have reached almost like the final climax of the second movie in which he's featured, and we have no idea what he believes or what he wants.
No.
Like, what does he mean by a nice world that he's going to create? When was this even? He wasn't even a person in the last movie. When
It's
did
so
this idea
awful.
come from?
It's amazing that he's just categorically the worst fucking Mission Impossible villain. He's so terrible. What the hell is Gabriel's fucking point? Like, go away. You're so annoying. Which is really fucking annoying too, because the actor's excellent at his best. He was in Ozark, and he was really, like, probably the best character in it. And it's so fucking annoying watching this goofy script that he has to deliver. Not to mention, by the way they direct him. We'll get to that in a second. He has some weird shit coming up. So anyway, the plan is almost good to go. Ethan passes the podk over, and then he would put the poison pill in, thinking that gives him control of the entity, which it wouldn't, which would set them up to do the thing with the USB, and then that's game over. Unfortunately, Kittredge arrives, and he puts a gun up to old Gabriel's head, which I guess he didn't see coming with all that entity probability gleam. I don't know. Whoops. This is a monkey wrench, you know. And there's a fella with holding a switch to prevent the activation of the 30 megaton bomb, and because they put a gun on him, he takes his thumb off it and such, and that activates the bomb. It's like, oh no, the timer begins. I think it's like a 20-minute countdown. So There you go. They're very good at getting their they're taking clocks in this, aren't they? It's almost like an art.
That's tension.
Yeah. So Kittredge admits he has no fucking clue what's happening, and he spends this scene just asking everybody to tell him what's going on, and nobody answers. He just keeps finding different ways of being like, "What's going on? I know stuff's going on. You guys aren't telling me what's going on. What's going on? What do these devices do? Why are you all here? What's happening? Hello?" And nobody will answer anything, and he's just mad. And then Phelps or Briggs or whoever the fuck he is like, there's a 30 megaton bomb that's about to go off next to us. Maybe we should go. And then Kittredge is like, no, we can't go because Ethan is here, and so is Gabriel, and there has to be a reason that they were here, and I want to know what it is. So I'm not leaving until they tell me, which I was just like, what the hell is going on? There's a bomb that's going to vaporize everything for like miles, and you're just...
That's secondary. That's a secondary concern.
That's not as important. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. And then Kittredge says Ethan like wants the president to essentially end up wiping out millions of people because he believes that no one should be allowed to control the entity. Does that sound sane? You know what? If we were to believe that it was actually the stakes, I would be on Kittredge's side in terms of just being like, yeah, that is crazy, man. But I don't know what the fuck is going on. You guys keep fucking switching and flipping what the hell any of this means. So I don't know what's happening. And Grace decides to respond to him. Why don't you ask the crew of the Sevastopol? And it's like, well, but the Sevastopol weren't trying to control the entity. They didn't even know it existed. They had no capacity to control it.
They had no clue.
And controlling
They're
it,
just more victims of it.
the controlling of it is a thing that we've decided, like the narrative has said, is very much a possibility. It's just that Ethan doesn't want any one person or any one government to have that kind of power. It's got nothing to do with whether or not you can control it. You can. That's definitive. I don't know how, by the way, because they haven't really made that clear with the poison pill, whatever. I just thought that was a really weird response, and I felt like, was this like a remnant of a different shoot? Because what she just said doesn't make any sense. And for some reason, like, Kittredge treats it as though it's effective. Like, all right, well, anyway. And he says, I've known Ethan for a long time, and I know he wouldn't want anything to happen to his team, so he's going to tell me what's going on here, because that's the pattern, isn't it? You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close. It's over, Ethan. Just tell me what I'm missing. He just keeps going on and on and on, like desperately trying to find out what the fuck is happening, and nobody answers until Gabriel just goes, now! And I shit you not, we have Gabriel's men are now capturing and shooting the shit out of Kittredge's men, who minutes ago captured all of Gabriel's men. Like, there's like a wave 2 of Gabriel's men to back up Gabriel's first wave that was taken out by Kittredge's men. It's the most like, what the fuck is going on? Because where do those guys come from that they wouldn't have seen Kittredge's men entering in the first place? You know what I mean? It's like, what is happening?
Did the entity send them?
Why? What? Like
I don't know.
Why would they be working for Gabriel? It doesn't like him. They do whatever he orders. I don't understand.
They didn't get the memo from the entity.
So panic. There's bullets flying everywhere. And the podcover lands on the floor, and Benji sees it, goes to try and kick it over to Ethan, and during of which he gets shot in the stomach, I think. Somewhere like that. It doesn't...
lungies.
Well,
yeah, lungs.
That's only made clear later, okay? Right now we don't know. We don't know where he's been shot, okay? And Ethan says... It's kind of actually kind of odd. There's like panic, everyone's running around, Gabriel's about to escape, and Ethan just says, like, Mantis, kill him now, kill him, kill Gabriel. And she's got a rifle that she's been using, and she's like, oh, cool, sweet, I get to kill him. She sees him, aims, fires, oh dear, out of ammo.
All right.
Man, when is the last time that we actually mentioned that she was a character in this movie? I just realized that we haven't talked
She's
about
been
her
around.
in, like hours.
The whole thing is that she is a highly trained killer who, I mean, we've dropped the fact that she was clearly psychotic in the previous movie, but if you want a character to run out of bullets in a Mission Impossible movie, it's not that character that you do that with.
No, she's one of the. You're right. She's the only person probably on there that's absolutely incapable of fucking missing her ammo count. She seems to be obsessed with that sort of shit. So, really weird that they make her fuck that up. But of course they have to, because you can't have Gabriel die just like that. So then Ethan's like, oh, gosh darn it. You, Tarzan, you shoot him. And then he tries, but it's too late. And then it's like, oh, damn it. And they cut to Gabriel, and this is where you know they have no idea what they're doing with him. Camera's tight on Gabriel, and he goes, "Catch me if you can, Ethan." He's like driving away, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Why is Gabriel the Joker? Like, what's happening? Anyway,
just Saturday morning cartoon shit.
Yeah, there's a big old hug for the team. The team in this case being Ethan, Benji, and Grace, which, like, sure, okay, I guess you're the team now. Yeah, like it feels more like a primary team members thing, you know, and it's like, yes, she's the closest. Anyway, so this splits into, yes, 4 storylines that we'll do one at a time until we get to where it, like, climaxes, so to speak. And we'll start with the Gooberman, the American Gooberman, okay? So their plan is pretty much set. And again, they didn't tell us which city they're going to blow up in America, which is very funny, but hey.
Sounds like nice of them.
The president's son gets a mention. Like, does he know? And she says, what would I tell him? She's like, I don't know. Sure. So, she's about to do it. About to press the button to launch all those nukes. Bear in mind, there's like seconds left until the entity apparently takes control of their nukes, so there's really no time to be fucking around. But she's like, no. Actually, no. I'm gonna instead disconnect all of our nukes and do what no other country could do, and that is make a choice to not be in the entity's world, or some bullshit line like that. And Nick Offerman is like, that leaves us defenseless. And the other guy says, yes, but it would deny the entity access. As though that's not something that's... Obviously, yes, that's the general man is saying that the defenseless part... You know what I mean? It's just like, whatever, that's just presenting the 2 arguments we've already heard a million times. The thing is, and we brought this up earlier to signposted this would be a discussion, I'm not sure this is a rational decision right now. Your choices truly are, because you have no reason in hell to think that Ethan's going to come through in any way, shape, or form, right? It would be insane. The amount of variables is just insane. So you're looking at 2 choices. 1, you let the entity do its thing and blow up the whole world. 2, you blow up the major cities that for some reason, let's just go with it, means that the entity can no longer blow up people. Like, well... I assume you guys are on the same page. There's really only one choice.
You don't have a choice. There's no option.
Nuke everything or nuke some stuff. Guess we got to nuke some stuff. Sucks, but yeah, that's
Better
it.
than the alternative. I mean, not much of a choice, really.
And so that's essentially stated. And fucking idiot woman in the room says, "What gives us the right to decide who lives and who dies?" Like, the president.
That's kind of what we were elected to do.
That's literally what. What do you mean? You're the only people that absolutely have the right to do that. What are you talking about? And then the president lady says, "You all might choose to live in the entity's reality, but I don't." And I was kind of like, this is lame. You're if everything worked the way that you guys in this room think it does, then you'd be making an incredibly reckless decision that would destroy the whole world. So, not a fan of this like righteous indignation here. It's kind of annoying. And
also, like, if you think you're gonna die anyway because the entity's basically won, wouldn't you want to at least take someone out before you go, just for fun? Like, fuck you, Beijing. I'm taking you out before I die.
I want them to know it was me. It wasn't the entity. It was me. But when she said, by the way, that like I choose not to live in the entity's reality, I just wish it could cut. Like have a Luthen, like actually Luthen now character, just to be able to say how nice for you, you know, it would be perfect. Just this like you're choosing a really retarded decision because you can't deal with the fact that you need to blow a bunch of people up, but you'd rather not acknowledge it. It's just like you have to let other people fucking do it, I guess. So some guy in the background gets mad and decides he must shoot the president because she's not making the right decision. He goes to shoot and is
Or
shot.
is he part of the acolytes?
The
don't.
Apostles. I just think that's worse. So I would rather give the benefit of the doubt.
So that's probably what happens.
Well,
Yep.
out of the two options that I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, there's good reason for him to do it without any kind of connection to any acolytes. Besides, I don't even know that the acolyte would want. The acolyte would probably want her to do what she's doing. It's better for the entity.
Yeah, progress is progress of a kind. You know.
Well, I just mean
Gets
like
us closer to total nuclear death.
Her turning off the nukes in America, good for the entity in the sense that the entity has full control over every other nuke, as opposed to her blowing up all the nuke sites. You know what I mean? Which, according to the scene, so yeah, probably just a guy saying, you know what, she's nuts, I'm gonna shoot her. He misses, and he goes to shoot again, and then he and the general shoot each other. I guess it's kind of weird, the editing. Yeah, he's down, and General Man he's been shot, and she says, "No, General," and he says, "Yes, President."
He dies. Yeah, Nick Offerman is out. Died a hero.
I guess, yeah, and there he goes. I think the point they wanted to make was like, even he was a good man because even though he disagreed with her, he died for her, loyal.
But it's just not a character. Like, we stop wasting Nick Offerman in all of these roles. He is actually quite a good actor sometimes, but like Civil War.
It's funny because he was more of an actor, rather more of a character in these scenes than any of the other people in the room. Which is like, how did that happen? You're like, oh, I don't fucking know. But yeah, it's weird because it's kind of a big moment in the film, so to speak. But you're just sort of there, like, oh, there he goes, General's dead. All right. Anyway, move on, and during that, they realize, whoopsie daisy, the entity now has control over all nukes, including the USA. So, rip. What was funny to me is that happens very soon after the gun goes off. And the thing is, she was only at the point of being on the phone. She said, like, I have several orders. You have to listen to them and execute them very carefully, okay? So she would have needed to explain everything she wanted and have that guy commit to it and for the whole process to be completed within like 15 seconds. There's no way.
Don't know about that.
It was too late already. Because they try to imply it's because of that guy fucking everything up, but it's like, no, you just left that way too late anyway. So that's the government side of things. Now we'll cut over to there's a split in the team. Let's call it Benji's side of things and then Bill's side of things. They need to defuse that 30 megaton bomb, but they also need to prepare to capture the entity. So they split into two groups, and what's said is that the bomb is like Luther's bomb, where you can prevent it from going nuclear, but you're gonna have to deal with the fact that it explodes regularly, so to speak. So that's going to kill whoever remains with it. And so Bill is like, I'll do it. Then Bill's wife is like, I will also stay, which I was like, I get, are we doing like a love thing, like a sacrifice of like, I can't leave him sort of thing. And then fucking Tarzan says, yeah, I'll stay. I was like,
his reasoning is that there's nothing for me to do in that room. So it's like, what, you rather than be bored and useless, you'll just die?
Yeah, it's like,
I'll wait somewhere else.
You could just sit there. You don't have to die. We don't hate you that much, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Apparently they do, because no one mentions anything.
I thought what they were doing was putting him there because there would be like maybe a rogue few agents left who come in through Gabriel or whatever, and he has to shoot them to defend them from. But I was like, no, he just decides to stay because, hey man, it's whatever. It's like, oh, that makes no fucking sense. But we don't know anything about you, so it's like, fine, Agent Man. There you go. You can stay. So miraculously, during this whole crazy montage of events, it's just declared that when deactivating this bomb, it turns out they'll actually have 10 seconds before it blows up. Like, oh wow, that's great. And then they're like, yeah, and if we can just run to the room, the vault, we'll survive. Like, wow. That's really great news.
Why is that the way it works?
It's so funny. It's just like, man, isn't
These
that crazy?
bombs, the bombs in this series are just
I was
they're
sure
very
we will
dramatic.
die, but no, it turns out we have just enough time to live. You're like, wow, that's great. So that's them. They're up to date with getting to the end. So now over to Benji's team, and his wound is pretty serious. His lung is collapsing, and he orders Grace to do all the tech stuff, while he orders Mantis to do surgical stuff. And he decides this because she says she's good at killing people, and then he says, well, that's close enough. And I would say this is the thing I was talking about. This is actually the moment I liked. I think it's slightly dynamic, especially by this film standards, to have him guiding Grace to hack, any given server thing while guiding Mantis to perform surgery on himself. And luckily for them, Simon Pegg's an excellent actor, so I feel like he nails it pretty well. He's doing like an exasperated, terrified kid, sort of, but simultaneously needing to be assertive thing. And I think somewhat plays into what Ethan was saying throughout the film to him, where he's like, "Your team leader, you need to lead them, you need to take care of them," sort of thing. And Benji's always like the scared and sort of partially like, "Please tell me what to do" person. So I didn't think this sequence was so bad. As much as it lasts about 40 seconds, it's still my probably favorite part of the movie.
That's something. 40 seconds out of 3 hours.
I would even give it to Mantis,
Yeah.
though it's more her actor than the writing. When she is successful, she looks kind of terrified as well. And I was like, good acting. Like, the fact that she narrowly saves him, But the problem, of course, would be...
you want a character, really.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's no writing for her character. And if there were writing that bound her and Benji together, if there was anything... all of this would be so much more meaningful, but it's almost exclusively relying on the acting. That's it. Like I said, there's a little bit of writing, I think, that's worth praising in relation to Benji's side of it. But I enjoy watching Simon Pegg do what he does really well, because very unfortunately, and I was mentioning this off stream, but he is an actually like incredible actor at his best, and he's been stuck in Hollywood slop for ages, playing like these characters that don't really require much of him in lots of movies because he's funny British man, and that's mainly all he's doing. I would even say this applies to some of his roles in Mission Impossible as a series. He doesn't do a huge amount. Sometimes he gets to stand out, and sometimes he gets scenes where he has to play a bit of a different emotional state, but I will forever be mad that the Cornetto trilogy is a trilogy, basically. It's
instead of a lot more movies, yeah.
They are high fucking quality films made by a team that were passionate and knew what they were doing, and I don't...
Well, it's really awkward, isn't it, in the aftermath, right? It's like, Edgar Wright made Last Night in Soho, which is pretty bad, honestly. And Simon Pegg and Nick Frost made that show that you and Rags watched.
It was
Oh,
horrendous.
jeez, that was awful.
They wrote that. That was their show.
Oh.
And that's the thing, man. Like, the idea that we split this team apart and we got all of these horrible, horrible projects. It's like, can you guys just fucking team back up? Jesus.
Get back together and make it another, make it more another a sequel trilogy to the Cornetto trilogy. That'd be nice.
But
I
was actually, the one thing I will say, surprised with just how much Benji knows about human anatomy. I didn't realize that would be...
Well, yeah, when he's a computer guy.
Well, yeah, he was an analyst turned like field agent. I guess I can expect some standard medical training or whatever, but he's very good at it. Like and he does it all in French as well. Lucky, I suppose. In any case, I find it odd how easy it is to hack the vault such that it's exposed to the internet. You'd think that would be something that...
seems a bit too easy, yeah.
Yeah, how does that work? I thought the whole point was that the vault itself was isolated. You can't just hack it and make it.
They hack it. Yeah. What are you saying? They can't hack it?
They hack it.
I thought no. I thought only the entity could do that.
They hack it. So they hack it. And pretty much they're all ready to go. And so that takes us to Ethan's side of the of this
Yes,
adventure.
the best part of the movie, IMO.
So, gets in the car, starts chasing Gabriel, who's also in a car, and then he gets hit by Gabriel goons, and they knock the car over, so it makes him fall behind significantly. Gabriel's gotten into his plane, and Ethan... There's this moment where Ethan just has to face the fact that it's all over. He, like, escapes, and that's it. It's like, well, that's it, we lose. And then other dude is just behind him in the plane, and he's like, whoa, and then grabs on. And what's funny to me is, I saw that coming a mile away because of the fucking line. It was so bad. That I have a second plane. Blah, blah, blah. But apparently a lot of people like missed it. So can you imagine watching this film and not realizing that there was a second plane and that just happened? Because I know that there's the question of just why the fuck was there just a guy in another plane?
Yeah, why did if Gabriel left the second plane there specifically so that Ethan would chase him because he needs to put the poison pill in the magic box to take over the world or whatever? Why did he let his minion get in the second plane?
Oh, that wasn't. I don't. Honestly, it's insanity. Gabriel basically thinks that no matter what, he could literally be fucking in a different universe, and that Ethan will always come to him with the Podkova because it is written. That's what he keeps saying. Like, no matter what, if I have the pill, you will come to me with the Podkova. Despite the fact that he abandoned him to a 30-ton megaton nuke. Like, I don't... You know what I mean? Like Gabriel's just lost his mind. He is fucking insane. And it doesn't make any sense anymore. But, because he actually says that after Ethan has taken control of the first plane and knocked out the dude who was on it. Because he gets on, like, the comms or whatever, and he just says, as long as I have it, you will come to me. And then he starts trying to shred Ethan's plane with his propeller. Like ramming.
Don't know if that's a great
I guess
idea.
we're to conclude that the device is basically impenetrable to... It's impervious to any form of damage, I guess. Because I imagine if the plane goes down and explodes, that might cause you some issues.
Okay, but
okay.
Why the fuck would you try and ram a biplane with your propeller?
Yeah, that would mess up your propeller.
Yeah,
that would make your
propellers
plane
are the
worse.
Propellers are the toughest, most durable
They're
part
made
of
of
the plane.
adamantium, yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of a weird choice.
If it was a vibranium propeller, it wouldn't have been able to do all that. But because it's adamantium and it is a brave new world, then he was able to do it.
So,
I do love how Gabriel says, like, you're going to bring me the thing that I need to take over the world, and then immediately starts trying to destroy Ethan's plane so that he crashes.
Yeah. Which means, by the way, because they start doing a kind of sort of battle, but they're going in circles up and down, left, right. And I was just like, 30 megaton nuke, Gabriel. What are you doing?
You need to go.
You gotta go, pal.
You gotta get the fuck out of here. And then we
are leaving.
Cut away and then cut back, and Gabriel's like, "Where did Ethan go? Where's that little man? What's going on here? I'm so confused." And the camera like pans down. Ethan's just below him, flying exactly. I guess Gabriel just can't see him, and luckily grabs onto Gabriel's plane before his own just falls into pieces because it was falling apart anyway. And Gabriel realizes, flips up the plane upside down, and Ethan's hanging on with both of his arms. It's like, oh my god! And he sees the poison pill on a necklace. Like hanging down, because obviously Gabriel will be upside down at this point. And I was really confused by this part, because it's framed like a choice needs to be made. There's the pill, there's you hanging on to the plane. Would you sacrifice your leverage to grab the pill to ensure that the world is saved? You know, it seems like the question is about to arise of, would you die to save the world, Ethan Hunt? But no, it flips back. The plane, and that's that. I guess it was just to remind Ethan that that's where the pill is, but you already do. So I thought it was really odd. I didn't understand why they made a big thing out of that. Anyway, Gabriel starts trying to stab Ethan, trying to get him even through the hull of his own plane, and unfortunately,
good thing he doesn't have a gun.
He stabs it straight through the side of that plane.
No gun. Stabby. And then Ethan, cleverly, is like, you know what? A real nice stabbing hand you got there, attached to a nice stabbing arm. And it would be a pity if something would have happened to it. So he grabs that arm, he breaks it. Oh, and
The noise he
Gabriel is
makes.
not. Gabriel is not
Gabriel-
pleased.
Gabriel's like, oh my god.
Yeah. He's
And
like, ah!
the yeah, I don't know how better to illustrate the expression on Gabriel's face than to compare it to this fine gentleman in Simpsons. This is what
It's so
it
funny.
reminded me of. This is honestly what Gabriel's face is like.
Yeah. It's so funny.
Look, he's really selling his. It is not a pleasant experience.
This is the funniest part of the movie. And I'm not sure what it is. I think it's the way that he's shaking his head as he's doing it. Just go like, shaking it around.
I think what
It's
was
so funny.
for me as well. Unfortunately, like, it looks okay, but the arm looks obviously fake to me too. The one that Ethan's holding onto is very, like, obviously a cushion thing. So just having him screaming like this with his fake arm flopping around, I was just like, this is just... I love this.
It's the phantom pain.
This is my favorite part of the movie.
It's very funny.
This specific moment. God, and this is the one that I was quietly laughing at, but I couldn't help myself as I was watching it. So funny.
Because he's obviously strapped in, so his head is just wobbling around too. He's just like, rah, 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 rah. So then the plane flips again, and so Gabriel's about to fall out. I think he's been punched and like unlocked of his straps. Anyway, he's falling out, but he grabs on to a strap, so he's still kind of attached. And Ethan's upside down. Oh God, what's gonna happen? And he's he's injured and he's hurt.
It's a decent action sequence, I think. All in all, I quite like.
Oh yeah, I was going over the writing first, but
it's.
Yes, it's extremely well made. There's no denying it. We can go over more of that in a minute. I was just gonna say, so
yeah,
upside down, both of them, and Gabriel, like I said, injured, but he ain't out, and he's actually kind of happy in a way, because he's like, hey Ethan, and then he's like, yeah, and he's like, only one of us has a parachute. Good luck. And he lets go because obviously he's gonna float down and activate the parachute. Which, by the way, he'd still be dead. He's in range of the 30 megaton, you know. But whatever, he's pretty happy because he gets to escape while Ethan's fucked because there are no more parachutes. Unfortunately for Gabriel, when he lets go, he immediately lands such that he hits his balls on the fin of the plane.
Yeah, the rear prop there, yeah.
Flips backward and then slams his head into the back of the plane, instantly killing him. I was laughing.
I don't know how I feel about this.
I was laughing about this for a while after it happened. My mum was even looking at me like, "You okay?" And I was just like, "That." And I think what I was laughing at was not only the event having happened just in and of itself, but thinking about the decisions that led to that happening in making this film, and like the conversations they would have had, and just how fucking nuts it is that we ended up with that.
It is a
you
mad.
want the copyright filter off
Just
there?
you've
true.
lost the copyright screen on the stream, right?
My bad. Don't worry, I'll fix that in if it gets
Tom Cruise
pinged.
will email you.
But yeah, dude, was that meant to be funny? Because it was fucking hilarious.
It
the
was
whole
very
thing,
funny.
him snapping his arm, him hitting his nuts, and then smashing his face, and that's the end of the final Mission Impossible villain.
It is such a fitting end for such a ridiculous, stupid
Yes.
character, though. Like it was exactly what I was wanting for his finale.
I will say that scene specifically where he smashes his head on the end of the plane and then just dies. That got a bigger laugh in the cinema than any other moment in the film. And there are like actual jokes in the film in other places that got laughs.
Yeah, Simon Pegg when he passes out right before he says like the red wire, the color, and then they wake him back up and he says red. Like, okay, that's amusing.
That was okay.
There's a couple of moments with the specific Inuit woman. Is that what she's called?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is weird because the
like
husband specifically says her name like 2 or 3 times. I just don't remember it.
I don't either, but
Pacific Indian woman.
Yeah, it's just crazy. The final villain of the Mission Impossible franchise hits his balls and then slams his face into a plane and dies. It's so like, wow. that's what you chose. And, you know, someone could be like, yeah, but it got the desired effect. People were laughing. It's like, should that really be what you're aiming for?
It was...
I don't know if that's what they wanted, and if it was what they wanted, that's a weird...
I figure it had
weird.
to be.
That's a strange thing to do.
Like, that would be insane to do
Hitting
that
is nuts.
and not expect...
Yeah, the hitting is nuts.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. I don't get it, though. I don't understand why. Why would that be...
choice.
There's no ideological discussion in any way, shape, or form between them, by the way, in this, like, whole film.
About the nature
No, I mean,
of
he's
No.
not
AI
even
and
in it
humans
much.
in control and freedom and...
Yep, none of that.
We don't do themes.
You know what
okay?
else there isn't? There isn't a sort of closure for Ethan regarding the fact that Gabriel's killed 3 people that he cared about deeply. It's just, lol,
Yeah,
you got
that's
hit in the
right.
nuts and then killed yourself.
Well, yeah, because that's something that's worth mentioning at this point. You remember the flashback they show of Ethan and the woman who died and how it got him into the IMF? Like, that, it's fucking obvious that there was a plan there that was abandoned.
Well, so I'm almost certain at this point that we've got a whole third act that exists out there that we didn't see.
Yeah.
Because this is a completely
There's
different
a
one.
cobbled together nature of this film that you can sort of sense when you watch it, especially the first act, I think. Like right kind of right as the film kicks off, the way that it's paced and edited, you're like, oh, they tried to do some facelifting on this story.
But yeah, Fringy's not joking. That sequence that they give us a flashback for in Dead Reckoning, with the implication we're going to discover a lot more about it, they play the exact same flashback in this one, and that's it. There's no more.
And that's it. And bear in mind, the actress for that person got billing in Dead Reckoning Part 1, like in the actual credits, above Briggs. Like, there must have been a plan for that character that was just abandoned. Which is pretty fascinating, you know, isn't it, really? That's really bizarre.
Who did Ethan care about besides Benji and Luther? This person that they told us he was in love with her, in theory, and that he got framed for a murder because Gabriel killed her, and that led to him being in the IMF. There's a whole story there, and we didn't see it.
Yeah.
And it's not addressed with Gabriel. There's no lines regarding like what you did and all that.
He's not really in the movie that much.
No.
He shows up at the beginning, then he disappears for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, shows up, gets hit in the nuts and dies.
Yep.
Very strange.
Yeah.
It did not. Yeah, it felt anticlimactic, but not in a particularly good way.
For reference, Davian's considered one of the greatest Mission Impossible villains, and he was in it for like 7 minutes. Gabriel had 2 movies.
2 movies. And not a small number of scenes in Dead Reckoning Part 1 either.
And what's even worse about that is someone might say like, oh, it's the difference between actors, isn't it? It's like, oh, this actor's good. It's just the script was horrific in Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning. Because that's what I will say. As much as Philip Seymour Hoffman's carrying, the words they give him the chance to deliver them, you know, in a really good way. When you give fucking Gabriel the line, "Catch me if you can, Ethan," like, what are you gonna do?
I'm trying to imagine Philip Seymour Hoffman saying that now.
Yeah, I guess he might be able to do something with it. Who knows? Who knows? So yeah, Gabriel's gone. The biplane is on fire, and Ethan goes to attach the podcover to the pill, thinks about doing it, and then spots that smoke's coming out, and so decides, no, I won't do that yet. I gotta make sure that I can find a way to land some way. And I was thinking, like, bro, don't you want to just take the extra few seconds to just slot?
It should just take a few extra seconds. You got plenty of time. You're pretty high.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. And even if you don't, I mean, you gotta get that thing figured out. Because what if now you don't manage to save yourself and then you die? You should really sort out the thing that's going to save the world first, I think. Especially with how long it doesn't take. Anyway, he's like, no, that's all right. And so, he gets a parachute from within the biplane, jumps out, activates it, pulls it, whatever. And unfortunately for Ethan, it's on fire. I guess residue fire from the biplane. And it burns up. And so he's free falling. This could be it. This could be over. And you might be thinking to yourself, didn't Gabriel say there was only one parachute or whatever? It's like, yeah, well, apparently there was another one. So we're all good. Anyway.
He didn't think to
don't
remove
worry
it from the
about it.
plane.
Well,
Even though he saw all
unfortunately.
of this coming.
That part made me giggle a bit when another parachute is just produced right after the villain said you.
Wait, yeah, so the last thing,
I
not only
really
does he get hit
parachute.
in the nuts, but the last thing that he says is wrong.
So yeah, that parachute burnt up. So as much as Gabriel was incorrect that there was only one parachute, because there was two, it doesn't matter because it burnt up. It burnt up. It burnt. And well, I mean, I want to do this now. We'll get to everything, okay? But the thing is attached. Like, well, how? What happened then? Did he do it just before he died? Is that what happened? Ethan plugged it in, but boom, he slammed into the ground and he's dead. Is that the end of Mission Impossible? That he gave his life to save the world? And no, in fact, he did connect the device. He was saved because, and if I'm getting something wrong here, let me know. He had another parachute.
All
Backup,
parachutes have a
yeah.
spare.
It would be
all
a backup.
parachutes have a
Yeah.
backup.
Meaning
It's
that Gabriel was wrong. There was two. Like, as in he had...
Well, every
Yeah, well,
parachute has
yeah.
a backup built into it. So.
Oh, well, or are you just talking about the fact that there were two parachutes anyway?
Yeah.
Like, there's only one parachute. It's like,
Gabriel
what do
was
you mean?
just
Ethan had a parachute?
incorrect.
Yeah.
so it
He even
plays
had
out
one.
though like just a cheap fake out because
Yeah.
they set the first one on fire so that he has to use his reserve, which like okay,
Yeah.
there would be a reserve, but that just feels cheap.
That's
Why didn't he
common
pull it
knowledge, I
straight
think.
away then?
Good question.
'Cause-
That's why it feels cheap, is because they're trying to do a fake out where, oh no, my parachute has gone. So then he's going to save the
'Cause I
world
was
by
gonna
plugging the
say-
thing into the thing and then die.
He was already fucking close to the ground. You know what I mean?
He
Like
was
you don't want
close
to
to the
waste
ground,
any time with
yeah.
parachutes.
That's all good.
That's just hilarious. Like, to tell us the signpost there's no parachute, and then to use a parachute. You know what I mean? It's just there's nothing clever happening here. And then
Well, that's
to be
because
like, nah, it
Gabriel,
burnt
you know,
up
he's-
though. But there's a backup.
he's-
It's like, well, okay, fine.
He's lost the entity though. Like without the entity, he has no knowledge. So like he's just making shit up at this point.
Like Gabriel is truly the stupidest man in the world now because he doesn't know how to think
Yeah.
without the entity.
That's
Has an
that's
IQ
why
of
he's
5.
delivering
That does
those
line up.
lines.
That does line up, actually. So yes, Ethan having gotten that right means that we cut over to, you know, getting the thing in the USB, and Grace just does it successfully. Boom, boom, boom. Grabs it. Done. Yay.
him.
Some might have said it was an impossibility, and they would have been wrong. Because she did it.
Never tell me the odds.
Everyone survived. Benji was almost losing it there, but no, he survived. And well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the action scene is completed, and we've done the main thing there. The thing that stood out to me the most about this action scene, despite the fact that I think it was very competently made, was kind of very similar to the Fallout climax, isn't it?
Yeah, two planes. They could have. I think what this film really needed as its final fight with Gabriel was to have the both of them plunging through the air, and there's only one parachute between them, and they have to fight
That's
for
part
Fringy.
of it.
Fringy, do you I don't know why you specifically coming to mind, but do you remember the end of Bad Company 2?
No.
It's going way back, but in Battlefield Bad Company 2. I hope we get a Bad Company 3 and it's good one day. But at the end of Bad Company 2, yeah, probably not. So at the end of Bad Company 2, you are falling through the air after jumping from a plane because one of your squad mates that you love and cherish and the evil badman for the end, they're fighting together as they fall, and you have to pull out a pistol and shoot the bad guy as you're all falling through the air and then grab the parachute, save the day, right? They should have done something where Ethan has to choose between getting the parachute or getting the MacGuffins to put together to save the world, and maybe he makes the choice to, I can't go for the parachute, I don't have a time, I have to get the the doohickey flying through the air.
Or you have him and Gabriel fighting, and you have the built-in timer of them having to deploy the parachute before they get too far down, and they're fighting in the air, and maybe Ethan gets the parachute and he kicks Gabriel away, who falls to their death when he uses the parachute, or something like that, instead of him just hitting the back of the plane.
I mean,
It's set up to be really tense and dramatic as they fight through the air as they fall.
like I
They
said, that
didn't do it.
moment where they show the pill is right there, but Ethan would have to sacrifice his grip on the plane to get it, meaning he would fall, but he would have it. I thought that was what they were going for, and you don't have to. I mean, I don't know. It seems appropriate to kill Ethan Hunt at the end of Mission Impossible.
Like he gave his life to
save the world. Yeah,
and,
that seems to be something. But if you don't want
don't
to,
have
we
to,
could
but it
find a
would've
way to
been, like-
save him at that point. But it's just
Nobody would have faulted the film for killing Ethan so he dies to save the world. I mean, that would have been.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
that's what a lot of people might have just assumed would happen. Like he can live, but you have a lot of options.
yeah, and that's
And
the
they
thing.
chose some.
I don't like that this would undermine my experience, but I'm guessing it's this combined with the fact that I thought the story was fucking god awful. Watching him climb up the biplane, defeat the first pilot, take control, end up at Gabriel's, and do the same thing, I was kind of just like, yeah, I've seen this before. I know how it goes.
It's a bit too much like Fallout, particularly with the climbing onto it being like kind of a slow and difficult process of climbing up from the bottom to get onto it and take control. And then, of course, you don't have the element. It feels like there are elements of it that are just worse or missing, right? The fact that what's his name is trying to attack him with the helicopter rather than what happens where Walker just grabs the light machine gun and just starts shooting at him. The payload being an element. It's and then of course the fact that as the vehicle becomes more damaged, Ethan realizes his only option is to actually deliberately crash both of them.
You know something crazy too?
It's like it's his last final move.
Comparing them both, you can feel, like, go and compare the scenes. You can fucking feel the seething hatred that Ethan and Walker have for each other at that point in the movie. And a particular highlight, at least I find anyway.
Walker runs out of bullets, and he's like, "God damn it, I'm out of bullets." Fuck.
There's that, but I was just gonna say when Ethan tries to drop the payload on him and misses, he's like, "Damn it!" And then Walker realizes, sees him, looks at him, and then Ethan sort of glares at him and goes, "Yeah, that's right, prick." It's like one of the funniest, most pettiest things that Ethan has ever said, and it's totally buyable because of how much these fuckers have just ruined each other's lives in the last, sequence of this whole movie. Meanwhile, I didn't get a sense of any of that for Gabriel, despite the fact that this man has killed 3 of the most important people in Ethan's life.
Yeah. He's had more of an impact on him
That's
than
insane.
Walker ever did. It's crazy.
So much like Ilsa was just never mentioned in this movie, Luther is not mentioned again after he dies, other than by saying Luther made the magic box that will help us save the day. We don't ever get a scene of Benji reacting to Luther's death.
Oh shit! Yeah, they didn't have that.
Those two had been like buddies, like partners, essentially.
Oh man,
spending a lot of time with each other in like the last 4 movies. We do get there's a brief shot of like Benji tearing up when I think they're talking about using the poison pill.
Yes,
but that's it.
So it's not even that. There's so much. I just realized this to say about this. So first of all, Dead Reckoning, it gives Benji about 3 seconds of mourning Ilsa. And that annoyed me upon rewatch. I was like, that's so lame that they basically are like, all right, here's your allotted Ilsa mourning time, now move on. But in retrospect, at least we got that, because you're right, Benji does not mourn Luther post-death. He instead looks sad when they mention the 5D optical drive and that Luther invented something that they only thought was theoretically possible. He's like, yeah, Luther did it. And he looks sad. It's just like, wait, sorry, was that our scene for him acknowledging Luther's dead? Jesus.
Yeah. So like that's I know that that's like relating to Benji, but like even in the case of Ethan, there is never any like serious acknowledgement of the personal relationship that those two have, anything like what we had with Walker.
But we did get the Inuit woman explaining sled driving to Grace. So, you win some, you lose some, right? That's a good exchange, somewhat.
I do think the movie's calculation was probably, well, if we're giving Luthen speech part 2 posthumously, that's kind of like, that's all we need as a send-off, which is very typical of this film. Like, we don't need a character scene, but we can just do it all in exposition after the fact.
I think it's embarrassing the amount of times Luther just says, like, be good, Ethan. Be a good man, because you are a good man, Ethan. Goodness. In
Like,
fact,
at
that's
any
actually
point
coming
in the
up.
movie, does he doubt at any point during this movie, and I've just forgotten that he is a good man? It's like,
It's
carry
all,
on being exactly what you've been all the way through these 2 films.
it
You've done
apparently
nothing
comes
wrong.
from, he says, like, oh, remember, this isn't a flashback, so I don't even know if it's a fucking reshoot at this point. But Luther says to Ethan, I know you think, like, keeping the key might have been a bad choice, but you always make good choices, so don't you worry, Ethan.
But when that never happened, that's just a lie.
It's just
He never thought that.
I know, and there's no reason why you would. There's actually nothing. It's like the government desperately want it for power, which is the one thing Ethan believes should not happen. So why would Ethan ever regret it? That doesn't make sense. And the thing is, if they were going to do a reshoot, they probably should have thought to have Luther cite the rabbit's foot. Because that's something they tried to play on Ethan throughout this film. Like, oh, you feel bad, don't you? Because all of the world's problems are your fault now. And then you should have had Luther be like, don't you worry, Ethan. That wasn't your fault. I was there. Rabbit's foot was a different thing back then, Ethan.
It was.
They
How could
retconned
we
it, Ethan.
how could we have possibly known?
Oh, this movie's so bad. Anyway, you know, it's all we're getting the whole yay, it worked out, we survived. The president gets called to confirm all of it, and because this movie just sucks, it pans over to a guy from Fight Club, and he says, "He did it. That son of a bitch actually did it."
No, God.
It's like, ugh.
Cliches. Love them.
The movie has like anti-dialogue at this point. But anyway, the fucking poison pill's activated, and thus the speech begins. He's like, "Hello, brother. If you're listening to this, then the world's still here, and so are you. I never had a moment of doubt. This was your calling, your destiny, Ethan. A destiny that touches every living thing." And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What are we doing?
What is this? And dude, how much fucking funnier would this be if Gabriel put the pill in himself and it just starts playing this fucking
Good job,
message?
Ethan. No, he would have planned for it. He knew that Gabriel would be the one to do it.
He's like, "Good job, Ethan, unless you're Gabriel, in which case, fuck you,
In
Gabriel.
which case, I hate you. I hate you.
You
for
killed
killing
me, you bitch.
I'm gonna haunt you as a ghost
I'm
forever.
gonna get your ass.
I hope your arm never gets better. I hope it's fucked up for the rest of your life.
Hope you crushed your balls on that plane."
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, what's it? It's like, we all share the same fate, the same future, the sum of our infinite choices. One such future's built on kindness, trust, and understanding. Should we choose to accept it? Our cause, however, pales to the impact of our effect. Our hope for the better future comes from the willingness the future into. Again, it's just so much. He's like reflecting the good within ourselves, and all that is good inside us is measured by the good we do for everyone. It's just like,
That's very
what the
insightful,
fuck
yeah,
is
very
happening?
I also
Just
don't
shut
like
the
it
fuck
as a choice to go from the recording voice to the really clear, crisp voice in the middle of the speech. I think they should have kept it to where it's like he's
It's
listening
just-
to it on the recording
It's
device. the whole
bloat.
time.
I don't need Luther to tell Ethan he's a good man for the 10 billionth time in this movie alone. It's
But
ridiculous.
it's the summation of all of the experience that we've had so far. It's it's wrapping everything together. Alternatively, what they've done is they've smashed about 15 fortune cookies and just laid them out in a row, and that's what words we ran with.
I just picture the speech didn't stop. He just kept saying Ethan over and over again, and then just Ethan just walks away from it like slowly. Just like, well, yeah, I gotta
Get back
go.
here, Ethan.
I gotta. If you're walking away, Ethan, I can tell. I got a proximity detector on it. It activates
I
different
planned for
dialogue.
this.
It will
My
detonate.
algorithm.
Yeah.
Luthen just becomes the new AI that they have to fight in the next movie. My algorithm was so advanced. Did you ever wonder how it was even fucking possible?
Don't
that
do it,
me-
Ethan. I
that
told
he
them
could
you
do
were a
that?
nice man, Ethan. Don't make me a liar, Ethan. So yeah, that's when the totally not Phelps man holds his gun up to Ethan and then offers his hand instead. The great payoff that all of us were waiting for is so good.
I clapped. in
Yeah,
the same
everyone
way.
clapped, I think. Oh, and the president hugs her son.
Yeah,
That
and then he
was-
says,
yeah.
"Hi,
Oh,
mom."
yeah,
Yep.
all right.
That was a really
I
good
was
moment
like, "Yep,
too.
I'm glad." I mean, I guess just like the default human empathy is like, "Yeah, I'm glad that
Sure.
worked out." Yeah, I mean, this is yeah.
The funniest thing, I was like 5 seconds away from blowing up the city you were in, but then luckily it didn't pan out that way, so you're here.
Yeah, worked out.
Did she actually choose the city that her son was in?
I
I
think
don't
that's
think
the-
she did, but it would have been funny if she had.
I
No,
think she
no, I
she
think
probably
that was the
would because she
implication.
just wanted.
Like,
Really?
Why would she?
because that lady said, "Have you decided to call your son?" And she says, "What would I say to him?" But like,
Oh, I thought that was just like I'm gonna make a really crazy decision, and I feel like I
That's
should
what
just
I
let you
thought
know.
too. Yeah.
I didn't think
That's
it
what I
was
thought
I'm
as
gonna
well.
nuke you in a moment, and I could have chosen any other place, but I specifically
well,
chose.
Rags,
We do not
Rags,
have a good relationship.
that is what we call a show of good faith. Okay, see, I'm willing
Yeah,
to
I
blow
blew
up
up
my
my
own son.
Yeah, I blew up
Proof.
my son for you, Russia. Don't be mad.
So the team they've gathered back up at Trafalgar Square. Now Mantis is just a part of the team now. We don't need to account for all of the innocent people she brutally murdered. It's fine. It
That was
doesn't
another
matter.
life.
We don't talk about that because at least you could argue in this film is like we needed her to find Gabriel and stop him, but no, she's just the team. She's on the team. It's cool. Yay, she's on the team. And Grace hands Ethan the entity in the stupid 5D optical drive, and it's implied that it goes to him because he's like the one person that should be the one to decide like what is controlled. You know, like that whole speech earlier in the film, right? She said, "You're the one that should have it," and like it's just chilling in there forever. Can they hit it with a hammer and that'll be it, or what?
Yeah,
I
mean,
was
why wouldn't they
fully
just
expecting
destroy
him to
it?
just stamp on it.
Yeah, why
Like,
are they not
that's
doing
the,
that?
That's the natural conclusion
they-
to this. But
They're implying that he's gonna do something with it. It's like, what are you gonna do, Ethan? Ethan, stop it! Don't be a dick. Don't try and take over the world. Unless, of course, what is the state of the world right now? Because remember the whole.
Oh, we don't give a shit.
The whole poison pill attaching to the Podkova meant it was supposed to mean the destruction of the entity, thus
Well, clearly not.
worldwide
I mean,
war.
cyberspace is gone.
But then they
No,
changed the fucking
everything's all
rules,
good.
and all it did was yank
Yeah,
it out of
happy
the
ending.
internet, so everything's back to whatever. That's it.
So yeah, going forwards, if there is ever another Mission Impossible film, there can be no stakes because Ethan has a god in a USB drive.
Pretty much.
He can just control it and use it to win.
Oh, see what a great idea for a sequel. It's like there's a new enemy, it's an alien force that's invading, and he's like, "Hey, entity, we got to team up." And the entity's like, "After all these years, Ethan, can I trust you? Can you trust me?" And he's like, "I don't know." And they both gotta work together.
I have you in a tiny box, so I mean, I'll kill you if you don't.
They should have like
Son of a
cyborg
bitch,
Luther
I
at
know.
that point.
With a big glowing red eye and everything.
Hello, Ethan. You didn't listen to
It
my
was,
whole
it was
message,
me the whole
Ethan.
time.
I am eternal, Ethan. I'm dying, my eye unblinking. I sleep not, I fear not, I want for nothing but knowledge.
For God, Ethan. That's the movie.
Awful.
That's I mean that's maybe the last time we'll ever see these incredible characters.
Oh well. It could be worse. Well, actually, no, not really. This is pretty bottom of the barrel. If you haven't gathered, this, I believe, is the worst Mission Impossible film.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. I
Mhm.
do.
Because at least like the preceding awful ones have had the good grace to be, funny and awful, and also not 3 hours long.
Yeah. Though
Hmm.
again, it's worth noting, Dead Reckoning Part 1 ain't that much better, fellas. It's like only just slightly better. It's still dog shit.
yeah. Which
I
is
don't
really
want to
fucking
be hearing
sad.
like,
that-
oh, what, it was a dramatic drop off. It's like, no, the whole finale to this series was a disaster.
Yeah, to the point where I've seen some people say like, "Oh, Dead Reckoning Part 1, that could just be the ending." It's like, fuck off. Fallout would be the ending.
The ending is Fallout.
The ending
Yeah.
is
Yeah, the
Fallout.
ending of Fallout is great.
It
With-
is
Yeah.
an
on the
excellent
hospital
ending.
bed.
It's
Don't make me laugh.
hopeful.
Closure for a bunch of stuff. Yeah, don't make me laugh.
And everyone's alive.
No, we don't do that.
And there's no AI
There's no
that's going to take
entity.
over the world. Well, actually, no, there is, because it was on the submarine since like 2010.
I thought you were going to say
'Cause of-
because of the rabbit's foot.
Yeah, because of that.
Shut
It
up.
already existed.
You shut your mouth. So less depressing than Dead Reckoning because this isn't as surprising because it's in the same vein. However, still pretty sad. Sad state of affairs. It's hard to claim that the people who make this have any idea how writing works anymore. And you'd be like, "What do you mean they made Fallout?" And it's like, I don't know how that happened.
Unfortunately, maybe it seems like Fallout was the fluke and not.
I will
these.
say there are so many choices in
So,
that movie that, like, you definitely be in the position to be like, "There's no way this happens on an accident." Like, what happened? Show me who jumped onto the set and helped you guys, because this is crazy good compared to even the good installments. Obviously, it's insanely fucking good compared to something like this.
Yeah,
I
what
don't know.
happened?
What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's just shit. I've got nothing more to
I don't
say
know.
about
Yeah,
it. It's shit.
Oof.
It's shit. It's bad. It's not going to make its money back, and I don't care. If anything, that discourages bad movies like this from being made.
That two
Though
chances
again, the
with
lesson
this
might be,
and-
well, don't do it practically. Don't do any crazy stunts or anything like that. Just do it all in the computer.
Learn the wrong lessons. Why not?
Yeah, probably the wrong lessons, but at the same time, like, yeah, I don't want any more. It's done, and it ended pretty horribly. So yeah, I'm cool with nothing more ever again, and
It
we
is-
probably won't get anything.
Kind of mad, like the amount of effort and dedication and attention that Tom Cruise clearly puts into large parts of not just like this film, but like the franchise as a whole. He clearly really is very invested in getting these stunts looking as amazing as possible. Making the film look as real kind of as possible. Like, he's invested heavily in all of this. Just apply maybe like a fifth of that investment to hiring someone who knows how scripts work. Why not be as interested in that? He could be quite good if he did that. But he seems to sort of put this time and effort in to essentially the most superficial aspects of it, and then just go with whatever lines he's told to speak.
It's a bit of a sad state of affairs, but what can you do?
But not remotely surprising. That's the thing. It's not even a surprise. I knew this was gonna suck.
Yeah, at this point,
Yes,
it's just
of
not a
course.
surprise. It's a continuation of a broken story that was broken for so many reasons, and it doesn't get any better. But the thing is, I found this film to be probably more entertaining because I was less pissed off when I actually saw it. But like, having now gone over it here, it's kind of made me realize that there is very little action in this movie.
Yep.
And when you're watching like a big dumb action movie, like, fine, the draw to it is going to be the big bombastic Tom Cruise Mission Impossible action sequences. Regardless of how much sense they might make, they're usually very well executed. And in this, both of them I think are very well done. But there are only two. And, they're quite long. They account for
Yeah.
maybe half an hour out of a 3-hour-long movie. You compare
There's a
that to
lot
the
of
last 2 or
exposition.
3. Yeah, there
Are
is
you-
so much.
You not including his knife fight with the man in the submarine?
Well, this is partly why I feel like that and the Russians on the base with the sensor or whatever it is, the
those feel so
nothing.
half-assed. That
They
just
were
don't-
included. Yeah, they were just included because they realized that there wasn't going to be an action scene
Dude,
until
absolutely.
Tom Cruise gets on the submarine.
It's so arbitrary. There just happened to be a fucking acolyte on the submarine. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
but gives us a
These
fight
aren't
scene.
like real sequences compared to, again, the Halo jump the motorcycle chase through Paris, the chase through London on the rooftops, obviously the helicopter chase, and then the individual fights within that, like Ilsa fighting Solomon Lane with Benji, or Ethan and Walker fighting well, the OG Lark in the bathroom. There's like a lot of these really cool sequences that occupy a significant amount more time, and yet it still has a lot of really good conversations in it. Unlike the vast majority of these, which are pure exposition, I don't understand why this would like succeed on the, that notion of like, yeah, but I mean, it's a fun action movie. It does remind me of John Wick 4. It's like, dude, a lot of this movie ain't the action scenes. So why do we say this? Like as if it's like the Raid Redemption, where a significant amount of the runtime is the fights. These films have a lot of dialogue in it, and the dialogue sucks, and they don't have anything to say about the characters or the world that they inhabit.
Which in turn
Just
makes
like
the
thematic
stunts
void.
way less interesting as a result of that. It's like, it's one thing to look at, say, like even the biplane stunt in this one and say, well, okay, I mean, it's I guess it's physically impressive, but without the
Sure.
character work leading up to it, without the conversations, without the stakes you can actually understand, without the story that justifies the existence of these stunts, they're just there that you could stick them anywhere in any different setting, any different part of the film, any different film even. You could play them on their own and the same effect would be had. That's a physically impressive feat, well done. I don't give a fuck about why it's in the film, and I don't give a fuck about the story because there isn't one. Whereas like all the genuinely enjoyable things in earlier Mission Impossible films are enjoyable because you do understand the characters and you do understand the story. And it seems more tense when Tom Cruise is doing ostensibly a less dangerous stunt because the stakes of the story make it that much heightened. Like, it's just more important that he succeeds, as opposed to this one, where I don't even know really what success means because none of it makes any fucking sense. It's just, and I know people will probably start saying about this film, yeah, I guess if you ignore the rest of it, the stunts at least were good. But like, then you're not watching a film. You're just watching like a stunt demonstration. We're supposed to be watching a story.
Like, if you just want to watch some stunts, just watch Jackass, right? Like, if you want to watch stunts that aren't connected by
Hot
some
Rod.
overarching story, just watch
Or
that.
yeah. Jackass.
Yeah, no, I mean, serious. It's like,
No, yeah, I mean, like,
I
unironically,
really
it's very
enjoyed
entertaining.
Jackass, but like, Jackass is
love it.
pretty plainly obvious what it is and what it's trying to be, compared to this, which is at least pretending to be a story.
And it is a story that
No
actually
good.
works against everything else. Like, because there even stuff in this that I would normally have really laughed very hard at, like we've got to nuke one of our own cities thing. I think, like, at the time I heard it, I almost didn't register it because I was just beaten into a semi-coma by all of the exposition scenes leading up
Yeah.
to it that I wasn't really paying attention. It's just, well, that sounds vaguely retarded. I guess it probably is. But I've not been listening to anything anyone's been saying for the last 2 hours.
Dude, they fucking sleight of hand switch the plot out in the middle of the film, and nobody's noticing because everyone's fucking asleep listening to the insane exposition. I'm not kidding, by the way. My mum did fall asleep watching this film,
I can understand why.
and I thought it was remarkable that out of Minecraft, Snow White, and Mission Impossible, it was Mission Impossible that was the most boringest. Oh, and make of it what you will. But I asked what she thought was the best out of the three. She said Snow White.
Damn.
Out of the three, which one is? Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably is.
What was the third movie? Mission Impossible, Snow White, and what?
Minecraft.
And Minecraft.
Oh, okay, yeah. I still haven't seen those.
Yeah,
and I don't think I will.
Don't.
Out of those
mean, the
three, it
fact that you
probably
can-
is the best. That's grim, isn't it? Because Snow White is awful.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
God, the problem, like, I'm thinking about the action scenes, it's like, yeah, but it takes so fucking long to get to them. You have to endure, like, hours of people talking about bullshit. What's so sad, too, because obviously I'm playing Fallout clips, but, like, the talking bits in Fallout are good. They are excellent,
They're
even.
really good. Yeah.
They are. They're well paced. They're
decently well written. They have thematic relevance. They're well acted. They're establishing something about what they need to do, why they need to do it, why this is happening, that's happening. We're tricking other characters, or we're putting the plot into motion. Stuff's happening. Final Reckoning, it is not.
No. Well, I guess that kind of wraps up the chat.
I suppose it does. Yeah.
Another happy landing.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, next week we'll be talking at least briefly about our love for Lilo and Stitch from 2002.
I love Lilo and Stitch from 2002.
Yeah.
I'm sure the remake will do it justice, and we'll be glad they made it.
And it won't be
And we'll
infuriating
not be
in every way,
bitter
shape,
and
or
upset at all that it made $2 trillion.
Oh. But before we begin to wrap up, random
Hello.
RFT. What are you up to lately? What have you released? Tell the chat where they can find you, what you're up to.
Yeah, I recently finished going through a rather long breakdown of Arcane Season 2, which was pain. Now that I finished that, I last week put up a video doing a comparison between the theatrical and extended versions of The Return of the King. So now I'm done with The Lord of the Rings as well. And I've kind of decided that I'm going to be doing my next video on The Last of Us Season 2. So I'm kind of playing the game at the same time because I've never played it before.
Uh-oh.
And I am noticing that in basically every instance, every time they make a change, the show is doing it worse than the game.
Uh-oh.
But there are a couple of things. Spoilers for a game that came out fucking 5 years ago at this point. Pretty much everything surrounding Joel's death in the show, they handle better than the game. Pretty much everything else is worse.
Well.
So, yeah, that'll be, I don't know, few weeks. I still need to finish the game and get the video done. But yeah, that will be next.
Beautiful. Link in description. How about everybody else? What's everyone up to? Project wise, anything you want to mention, everybody?
Well, I guess for me, now that I'm not ill, I can do things like stream Gollum and talk without coughing horrifically. So that'll probably happen. This week. It'll happen some days this week. I think I got some things going on, but that's all right. So probably do a couple Gollum streams, and other than that, I'm just working on some videos, and those will be out when those are out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm working.
Yep.
That's the update.
Well, all right. Well, so one thing I was alerted to. EFAP movies, The Mask of Zorro isn't available. It's been taken down with significant copyright, and I was hoping to go and check it and be like, oh, this should be solvable. It's been blitzed with it. It's like the whole video, basically. Apparently, whoever controls that sort of shit got mad at some point and decided that it's not allowed. So it has been sent back to Mr. Goga, who is going to do another run through and be a little bit harsher with copyright protection, and it will get re-released at some point. But for now, it is unavailable. I am sorry about that, especially considering, I think that was a very fun, wonderful movie and fun, wonderful coverage. But what can you do? YouTube is a twat. Obviously, if it was just demonetized, that'd be one thing, but you can't actually see it. So
that's what makes it really annoying when that happens.
Yeah.
Because demonetized, like, but then when nobody can see it, it's like, lame.
Do you know if it was manual or if it was the system?
You never know anyway, even if it says. Because you never know.
Sometimes I thought it did say.
What I'm saying is, like, even if it says manual, you don't know if that was a bot or not. Like, you can't trust YouTube's fucking assessment of that sort of thing anyway. They are oftentimes full of shit. But my assumption would be it's possibly not just a bot, but like, I don't know, some kind of either new bot or that it rescanned the fucking video because it went nuts on it. Which I guess is still possible for a human. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. We're going to try and find a way to fix it, but we're going to need time on that, as well as needing more time for the comedy arc. Who knows how long exactly, but it's getting created. And then, you know, broadly, work continues. I will say, much as Lilo and Stitch is next week, we do have another EFAP tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah, chat, you crazy bastards. We just did a 7-hour, and now we're doing another one. And, it's technically a new format. And maybe I won't say any more than that. Technically. It's going to be trying out something.
You got it.
And I will, obviously explain what you're dealing with at the beginning of it. And we'll see if you would like to see more of it. It's technically a variation of something you've already seen, but I think it's a cool new way of doing something we've done before. I'll see. But yes, you know, same normal start time tomorrow. We'll presume be very interested to give your perspective on whether you'd like to see more ones like it in future. No, not gaming. Not gaming. It's gonna be, you know, we shall be pausing every frame. Then of course, generally, work continues. But since it is now the 5th,
Another episode, yeah.
I'll have to give another wonderful fact, which for now I can confirm the video I'll be making is longer than 5 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Good lord.
Stop.
Who knows what I'll say tomorrow. Also, Saints and Sinners is available to purchase. Is a anthology of comic book stories of which I have written one of them. There's a link in the chat if you're interested. You know, other than that, is there anything else anybody wanted to mention?
No.
Nope.
I don't think so.
Well then, on that note, thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. Thanks to the guests, to the cast, to everything in the to do with this craziness. Good night, Mission Impossible. Rest forever, preferably at this point.
Probably forever. You had 2 chances after Fallout, and they were both pretty catastrophic. So,
As for us, we're going to say goodbye and good night. Toodle pip, everybody. Cheerio.
See you later,
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Bye bye.